And we're live. Roll up, everybody. Gather, come and join. One man went to mow. It is that time of the day again, and it is that man of the moment again. So, what is needed again is your company to complete the session. One man went to mow. When we do it, you know why we do it, and you know how we do it. So, gather, come join me. Let's do it together for the next few hours. The session in session, your company required. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Hapa oh night oh. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye oh.
So oro keke olonu. You will hear the other half of that rendition by the K guides in a moment, but first let me bring you the headlines first. Buhari opens up on type of change he promised Nigerians in 2015. So at last the man speaks for the fifth time now in his 6 years tenure so far. He speaks to the public space, but what does he have to say? Buhari opens up on type of change he promised Nigerians in 2015. So now we've been talking about that change for long enough. So now we hear from the horse's mouth. So the second headline, and this speaks to now what is being planned for New York later on this month. Buhari's chief of staff, others, storm United States ahead of United Nations Assembly, plot to silence Nigerian agitator groups. So a bag full of dollars being taken to the United States to buy off the arrowheads of the people planning to demonstrate at that assembly. Again, Buhari's chief of staff, others, storm United States ahead of United Nations Assembly, plot to silence Nigeria's agitation groups. So we'll find out exactly what that plot is all about. Still with the United Nations, Nigeria not yet respecting rights of all human beings. United Nations speaking to that space, human rights abuse in Nigeria, a recurring decimal now and something we speak about almost on a daily basis on this platform. Again, Nigeria not yet respecting rights of all human beings, a headline attributed to the United Nations. Still in the realms of concerns about abuses in Nigeria, the third headline, Amnesty International has no right to exist in Nigeria. It's the presidency saying this, so the watchdog, the vanguard of human rights protection internationally has no space within the Nigerian space. So what quite then substitute for that, or is it then to take it on trust that they will respect human rights human rights rather, that they would respect human rights if they chase out the umpire that superintends that space? Amnesty International has no right to exist in Nigeria, a headline attributed to the presidency. So quite how and why this is said or justified, we'll find out as well. Buhari sacks Minister Saleh Maman, a Greek minister Sabo Nanono. So there we are. I've spoken copiously about especially this Saleh Maman. He is the Minister of Power, Electricity, one of the key needs of the Nigerian space, the one singular thing that would propel that country if we get it right. So this Saleh Maman, I'm not quite sure if any of you have come across him in interviews or in the public space, but the guy can barely articulate himself. So a man that lacks articulation in charge of Nigeria's electricity. Again, the headline, Buhari sacks Power Minister Saleh Maman, a Greek minister Sabo Nanono. So we find out exactly what's led to that. And we will find out just shortly in the following, if not in that narrative, in this next headline. Sack of minister is continuous process. So Buhari says he will continue to wield the axe. So hopefully he explains in those two articles exactly what's led to that sacking. So plenty to go through. Your presence required. An open microphone session, as I always say in the introductory bit. The open microphone is the hyperlink that says StreamYard in the comment section. So if you click on that hyperlink, then that brings you straight on the screen to interact with the talking points just as soon as I've narrated them. So as soon as I've read out the talking points, I will let you on the screen to sample your opinions about what is being presented. So that is the format, an open microphone session. So first to the other half of the care guides. So back to the care guides.
Jodiya kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrè o. Hobby master kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrè o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dù o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe o.
And there we are. Iku kò ní rí wa gbéṣe ìgbàlà tí ele. Hey, hey, hey. So Iku kò ní rí wa gbéṣe, as guys I bring you this. Buhari opens up on type of change he promised Nigerians in 2015. President Muhammadu Buhari on Wednesday expressed optimism that Nigerians will feel the impact of programs and projects executed by his government when he would have left office in 2023. The president, who spoke at the inauguration of the new board of the Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, disclosed that his government operates on the agenda of long-term change, which we all agree is inevitable. Change happens whether you are ready for it or not. Correspondents report change was the campaign slogan of the then candidate Muhammadu Buhari and his All Progressive Congress in the build-up to the 2015 presidential election. For the 2019 polls, the change agenda of the president and his party gave way to next level. Going by the above comment of the president, the section of Nigerians who feel betrayed or disappointed for not experiencing the promised change will now understand that the change they voted for in 2015 was meant to be a long-term phenomenon. Buhari disclosed that both the public and private sector in Nigeria have partnered with the NSIA on strategic projects within the past 4 years. According to him, on the public sector partnership, we are working with the NSIA on strategic infrastructural projects such as the Second Niger Bridge, the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, and the Abuja-Kano Road, to mention a few. On the private sector collaboration, we have projects such as the Presidential Fertilizer Initiative, the Presidential Artisanal Gold Mining Initiative, and the NSIA Healthcare Development and Investment Company, amongst many. Although these projects and programs have immediately created Although these projects and programs have immediately created jobs from a development standpoint, the wider impact on society will only be felt in years to come. Buhari, at the brief inauguration ceremony held at the State House, Abuja, tasked the board of the tasked the board to make more investment that support economic diversification as global oil price are projected to drop to around $40 per barrel by 2030. He restated his administration's commitment to implementing long-term projects and programs that create jobs for Nigerians, adding that the appointment of the nine-man board was a call to duty, action, and performance. As representatives of the Federation, you are required to continue to drive the performance of the authority to deliver benefits to all Nigerians. You must bear in mind the National Economic Council, your governing council, and Nigerians as a whole will hold you accountable for this mandate. Periodically, you will be required to provide evidence of your stewardship at the governing council meeting, where your performance will be assessed. The bar before you is very high, and all of us are counting on you to deliver. If you do, I assure you that government and indeed all Nigerians will be unflinching in their support for you, the president said. The president recounted that NSIA, which is one of Nigeria's premier economic institutions, was conceived to be a store of wealth that may be drawn upon at times of economic challenges, thereby encouraging external investors and lenders. He expressed delight that so far the institution has discharged its mandate dutifully, stating that this is why we prioritize the appointment of a new board to ensure that the authority does not lose steam and can continue to benefit from the oversight it needs to deliver on its mandate. The new board we assembled has a crop of seasoned, eminently qualified, and experienced professionals. We expect these individuals to bring their wealth of experience to bear in the next phase of NSIA's journey, he said. The president also used the occasion to thank the last board of directors, whose tenure ended in May 2021. Whilst acknowledging their commitment, dedication, and contributions to the implementation of the objective of the authority, Buhari said, this distinguished group of patriotic Nigerians heeded the call to serve and deployed the best of their abilities to oversee the affairs of the authority on behalf of the nation over the last 5 years. So that is Buhari now. The change that he promised you. You see, the problem with Nigerians is that we don't ask enough questions and we don't ask the right questions. The guy promised you change, but what sort of change you did not ask, and what time scale you did not ask. So the change that he promised you, he has now told you will come into effect in 50 to 100 years' time. So in 50 to 100 years' time, we shall all gather round the gravestones of Buhari and thank the Almighty Malami. So the Almighty Malami, Buhari's chief of staff, others storm United States ahead of UN Assembly, plot to silence Nigeria's agitation groups. So there we are, the money bags politics in play, a bag full of dollars to New York. Again, the headline, Buhari's chief of staff, others, storm the United States ahead of the United Nations Assembly, plot to silence Nigeria's agitation groups. President Muhammadu Buhari's chief of staff, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, amongst other officials, are traveling to the President Muhammadu Buhari's chief of staff, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, amongst other officials, is traveling to the United States on Thursday ahead of the United Nations General Assembly, built to hold by September the 14th. Correspondents learned that part of the mandate of the top government officials was to try to infiltrate the the ranks of Nigeria's self-determination groups, which earlier announced they would storm the United Nations Assembly with demands for referendum. A top source disclosed to correspondents that while Buhari would be attending the UN Assembly, the entourage, led by Gambari, who is a diplomat and former top official at the United Nations, was sent ahead to weaken the strength of the agitation groups before the president's arrival. The UN program is starting September the 18th. The chief of staff is leaving for United States of America tomorrow, Thursday, with some people working with him, including his personal assistant, Lukman Bosun Emiola. No one knows when they will be back, but they are not supposed to have any business with the president's trip. Buhari will be attending the United Nations General Assembly, but the chief of staff has already left, the source said. Correspondents had on August the 11th reported that agitation groups in the country under the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination said they would hold a 1 million march at the United Nations headquarters in New York to reiterate the demand for a referendum on self-determination and abolition of the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria. NINAS is an umbrella body of self-determination movements in the South-South, Southeast, Middle Belt, and Southwest Ilano Omo Odua. The 1 million march is scheduled to hold between September the 14th and the 21st, 2021, when the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly would hold in the United States. This had been disclosed by NINA's leaders and members of the group, who signed the constitutional force majeure declared on December the 16th, 2020, rejecting the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria and calling for a United Nations supervised referendum. In a statement, the communications manager of the group, Maxwell Adeleye, had said the march will be led by renowned historian and emeritus Professor Banji Akitoye. Other participants include Yusuf Turaki, a respected scholar, Secretary General of NINAS, Tony Nandi, Pioneer Commissioner of Education in Osun State and National Chairman of Ilano Omo Odua, Wale Adeniran, amongst others. According to the statement, the group seeks to dismantle the purported fraudulent 1999 Constitution and the unworkable unitary union that the Constitution has foisted on the people, and champion the process for self-determination by which sovereignty would be restored to the constituent regions. It also called on all indigenous people from southern Nigeria and the Middle Belt around the world to unite and stand together in solidarity in their demand for the restoration of their sovereignty, inalienable rights to their self-determination, assets, and right to freely choose their association with any state. It was stated that during the Freedom March, a demand would be made to the United Nations to send a peacekeeping force to Nigeria to save embattled indigenous people who are daily massacred by criminal elements amongst Fulani headsmen and other terrorists, including Boko Haram and the Islamic State. What will be happening at the UNGA is that the members of Ilano Omoodua, under the leadership of Emeritus Professor Banji Akitoye, alongside other members of NINAS from the lower Niger and middle belt of Nigeria, hold a 1 million march opposite the UN headquarters in New York from September 14th to September 21, 2021, to demand for a referendum to decide on the rights of self-determination of the people who want an end to unitary systems of Nigeria, which has been turned into an apartheid state. We shall also be demanding first and foremost for the abolition of the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria, which we have shown to be a fraud perpetrated against the people of the South and Middle Belt of Nigeria, given that the people did not make it. All sons and daughters of the Lower Niger, Southeast, South-South, Southwest, and Middle Belt clans living in the United States are mobilized to stand up for their indigenous nationalities by participating in the 1 week, 1 million march for the liberation of their people, the statement says. So, a bag full of dollars, of course, the response. You see, that is a guns and roses approach that the Buhari administration and indeed the Fulani system often applies, and this is how they do their workings. So guns and roses. So guns, you get shot, and roses, you get dollars. So you pick right hand or left hand. Either way, you give way. So they either buy you off or they kill you off. So this is the thing. So the buying off now being administered by IBRAHIM Gambari as we speak now in New York. Nigeria not yet respecting rights of all human beings. United Nations speaking, the United Nations says Nigeria has not attained the status of a nation that respects the rights of all human beings as it encourages Africa's most populous nation to adhere to its constitution, guaranteeing human rights, and obey the UN call to action. The United Nations statement followed President Muhammadu Buhari's kick-off let me start that all over again. The United Nations says that Nigeria has not attained the status of a nation that respects the rights of all human beings as it encourages Africa's most populous nation to adhere to its constitution, guaranteeing human rights, and obey the United Nations call to action. The United Nations statement followed President Buhari's kick off a new collaboration with the organization in Nigeria to prioritize interventions in the areas of human rights in the country. At a dialogue that opened in Abuja on Tuesday, the two parties commenced talks on the protection of rights and the implementation of conventions and laws bordering on human rights to which Nigeria is a signatory. The United Nations had warned Mr. Buhari's regime to stop the enforced disappearance of Nigerians. Speaking at the opening, the United Nations resident coordinator in Nigeria, Edward Callan, affirmed this initiative today is a step towards realizing in Nigeria the dreams captured in the call to action for human rights. Mr. Callan, represented by Peter Hawkins, UNICEF's country representative, explained that Nigeria, like many other countries, faced a myriad of human rights challenges. As Nigeria strives towards a nation that acknowledges the rights of all human beings with strong and effective national protection systems, United Nations instruments and mechanisms they have established, as well as the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, set out the agenda for much of the work, Mr. Kalam stated. Amnesty International accused the regime of supervising many Nigerians' abductions, critical or opposed to its rule. The United Nations official pointed out that the call to action for human rights proclaimed in February 2020 by the Secretary General underpinned the centrality of human rights to the United Nations work and global peace. He explained that the consultation with the government would help streamline efforts of the United Nations in advancing human rights. So on and on it goes, but essentially, there you are, Nigeria being rebuked for abuse of human rights. Amnesty International has no right to exist in Nigeria. The presidency speaking, the Nigerian presidency has declared that Amnesty International, a non-governmental organization that fights human rights abuses, has no legal right to exist in Nigeria. In a statement issued by Garba Shehu, media aide to President Muhammadu Buhari, the presidency criticized Amnesty International over its support for pro-secession groups like IPOB. The statement reads, Amnesty International's latest salvo at Nigeria is but more of the same. Again, they have decided to side with terrorists before the liberty of those they injure, displace, and murder. Speaking the language of universal human rights, Amnesty International deploys it only in defense, even outright promotion of those that violently oppose the federal government of Nigeria. Parroting the line of Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB, a proscribed terror organization, they work to legitimize its cause to Western audiences. This puts them in bad company. Controversial American lobbyists are paid hundreds of thousands of dollars annually to do the same, laundering IPOB's reputation in Washington, D.C. IPOB murder Nigerian citizens. They kill police officers and military personnel and set government property on fire. Now, they have amassed a substantial stockpile of weapons and bombs across the country. Were this group in a Western country, you would not expect to hear Amnesty's full-throated defense of their action. Instead, there would be silence or mealy-mouthed justification of Western government's actions to check the spread of terrorism. Despite Amnesty's self-proclaimed mandate to impartially transcend borders, unfortunately in Nigeria, they play only domestic politics. The international NGO is being used as a cover for the organization's local leaders to pursue their self-interest. Regrettably, this is uncommon. Pardon me. Uh, Regrettably, this is not uncommon in Africa. There is nothing wrong with an activist stance. There are claims of neutrality when all facts point to the opposite. Amnesty International has no legal right to exist in Nigeria. It must open a formal investigation into the personnel that occupies their Nigeria offices. They should reject the outrageously tendentious misinformation they receive and bring some semblance of due diligence to the sources they base their claims on. Currently, we see none. The Nigerian government will fight terrorism with all the Nigerian government will fight terrorism with all means at its disposal. We will ignore Amnesty's ranting, especially when it comes from an organization that does not hold itself to the same standard it demands of others. So pack your bags and get out of here, essentially Amnesty International to the Buhari administration, rather, to Amnesty International. So we leave it there. I'm just going to abandon the other two stories. Essentially, Salah Maman sacked and Nano Sambo, and Buhari will continue to wield the axe rather. But let me bring you just that other half of it. Sack of ministers is continuous process. President Muhammadu Buhari has said the need for new energy motivated the reshuffle of his cabinet. The president had announced the sacking of two cabinet members on Wednesday. Salem Aman, the Minister of Power, and Sabo Nanono, the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, were sacked by the president. A statement released by Femi Adesina, presidential spokesman, quoted Buhari as saying the changes in his cabinet will be a continuous process. The statement reads, 2 years and some months into the second term, the tradition of subjecting our projects and program implementations to independent and critical self-review has taken firm roots through sector reportings during cabinet meetings and at retreats. These significant review steps have helped to identify and strengthen weak areas, close gaps, build cohesion and synergy in governance, manage the economy, and improve the delivery of public good to Nigerians. I must commend this cabinet for demonstrating unparalleled resilience that helped the government to navigate the disruption of global systems and governance occasioned by the emergence of C-19 shortly after inauguration. The weekly Federal Executive Council meetings was not spared because the traditional mode was altered. As we are all aware, change is the only factor that is constant in every human endeavor. And as this administration approaches its critical phase in the second term, I have found it essential to reinvigorate this cabinet in a manner that will deepen its capacity to consolidate on legacy achievements. Mohammed Mahmoud Abubakar, the Minister of Environment, is expected to assume office as the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development. So note that, and this is quite pertinent towards now that land grab that they are looking to take effect. The gazette that they are bringing to use to create Fulani colonies. So that is what that rejigging is all about. So maybe the Nanono was not quite fit for purpose. So Malami goes, Malami comes in. So Nanono, Sabo Nanono, replaced by Mohammed Abubakar. So quite what Mohammed Abubakar can do in 18 months, that only really speaks to that language of land grab. Mohammed Mahmoud Abubakar, the Minister of Environment, is expected to assume office as the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development. Abubakar Aliyu, the Minister of State for Works and Housing, will take over as Minister of Power. So an Igbo man, no longer a Nigerian, essentially under the Buhari administration. Ovie, I see you. Mike, I see you. Sam, I see you. Ola, I see you. Ajanle Koko, I see you. And Charles, I see you too. So first to Ajanle Koko, good to see you. Buhari opens up on the changes he promised Nigerians in 2015, but it tells you now that
one man. Let me go next.
Oh, okay. Let's go then first to Ovie. Ovie, are you there? Ovie is not there. Let's go to Mike. Mike, are you there? Has everybody fallen asleep on me? Look at Ovie.
I'm here.
I know you are there, Charles, but I'm not quite sure if you yeah. Mike, are you there?
Yeah. Let Johnny Coco go now. He said he wants to go, Abi.
Ajale Coco, everybody doesn't seem to be ready. Ola, are you there?
Hi, everyone.
Are you ready, Ola?
Okay, let's go. Let me give it a go.
All right. So Buhari opens up on the type of change he promised Nigerians in 2015, and is telling us now that this change will only come into effect long after he's been and is out of office. So he's had 8 years to effect this change, but this change is now the impact not to be felt in the 8 years that he has administered the Nigerian state. What are you making of this? Wait till 50 years, 100 years, and then you will see what I am doing. Buhari?
Do I have anything to make about Buhari? I don't have anything to make about it, that because already, you see, the problem we have in Nigeria is this. Yoruba will say, you know, you see, there's no way that if someone is lying, there's no way the two party can fall victim of lying of lies at the same time, because the person you are lying to, if he doesn't know, you understand that you are telling him lies. At least someone that is telling you lies knows you are telling lies. Now, for example, I said Buhari has something differently from the party manifesto. Number one, for example, you promised 40,000 megawatts, right? I think Nigeria is electrifying now. You see electricity, you see industrial revolution in Nigeria, the way the thing is flowing. That's one of those lies. When you lie, you have some other lies to defend. So what Buhari is simply telling you is this: I'm not going to do anything. If we have a functional democracy, for example, he's telling you for him to ask you to wait for 50 years for the thing to manifest, when the guy must have gone and all those things. So that is when he wants to effect his changes. So to me, it's not his fault. It's just because of his system that cannot call him to order. So anybody can do.
Just leaving aside your personal sentiments towards Buhari, in the 8 years that he has been in office, are you able to identify one thing that he has initiated and completed, or even anything positive now that he has contributed or completed within the Nigerian space that has elevated the suffering or the weight of the burden of the Nigerian? One positive thing that this guy has done.
Nothing has done, because I can start giving an example. Okay, you said we are going to revive. You are going to revive Agitators, right? And there will be uninterrupted power supply within 10 years, and we are at the 6 years of his administration. What has changed? So all these things that, okay, when you are telling us that 50 years, when APC brought out the manifestos in 2014, when they were campaigning, they put timeline. You said that Agitators, that you are going to generate, you said you are going to generate 20,000 megawatts of electricity within 4 years. Within 4 years, increasing to 50,000 megawatts with the view of achieving 247 uninterrupted power supply within 10 years. Now, 4 years passed. Where is 20,000 megawatts? You understand? So
has there even been any improvement? Is that because there were improvements under Goodluck Jonathan? Even personal anecdotes, people were telling you that the light was staying longer and was coming more often.
Exactly. So those are the things, because I don't know where 50 years is coming from. Okay, you say you will be creating 720,000 jobs by this 36 states in the federation per annum. That's 20,000 jobs per state. What's the employment? What's the unemployment rate of Nigeria today? It has increased. People are losing jobs. So now it simply means that what you promise you'll be doing annually now, so we should wait for Nigeria should wait for 50 years to start seeing that creation of 720,000 jobs per annum. You can see where my sentiment is coming from, for example, now. So there are some things, because a serious government will have the immediate, let's say called short and long-term projects that people will feel in the short term and what people will feel in the long term. But when you look at this particular government, you neither feel that of the short term and long term. What you feel is both long term and anticipated long term suffering. That is exactly what people are distant. Okay, you say you were going to stabilize Naira, for example. All of us knew what Naira was when this man came, right? And we know what it is today. Is that this type of stabilization the man has promised? Then what about this super highway of 3,000 kilometers? How do they call it? Service strong. They said the construction of 3,000 kilometers super highway, all those things. The way they make that thing nice. So where are those things? Where are those airports that is going to get one functioning airport per each state? Where are those remodeling, all those things? So this thing we are talking about, okay. Now that one is not even the most funny thing there. You said you are going to stop foreign medical treatment. Maybe they call it a foreign tourism. That's what they call it the other than that. You are going to stop that. Say, okay, ban government officials from seeking medical care abroad. Who is the number one person now seeking medical care abroad? The president himself. the party leader, Tinubu, where is Tinubu today? When they tell you, when they ask you now, it should be there, it should be in London now. And these people, they have audacity to tell Nigerians that because the doctor, that the physician that's been taking care of Buhari is in London, is in the United Kingdom, that's why the federal, the whole president of a country will now turn London to his second home. So is that what is promising us to see in 50 years? Simply put, this man is just telling you that whether you like it, give me 50 years, give me a century, I'm not going to do anything. It's as simple as ABC. That's what we can see there.
The guy not only has he not done anything, he has regressed that country. What some international report was saying that by 2030 or something, Nigeria will be where it was in 2010 or something. So it set us back 30, 40 years. It's almost unbelievable what we have just been through with this guy. We have never seen administration of this kind in Nigeria before. Even under military systems, they still tried to strike some sort of like a balance where you had Dr. Kuti being a health minister under Babangida, where you had some sort of like a progress being made under Abacha, who tried to even strike a balance in how he constituted his cabinet. Obasanjo is just merit. No, he doesn't care who you are, where you're from. Are you capable? What are your credentials and antecedents? But this guy, just incompetent people in important positions, and you expect the country to progress. So he's now sacking them now for not being able to deliver. When you put a man that cannot even speak English, Saddam Aman, as the minister of power, and you're sacking him for not delivering, what is he going to deliver is the thing. So
Well,
it's
you,
travesty,
the man, the man can be as ridiculous. One thing is this: like when I tell people, is for example, if someone wants to parent a parent, for example, we keep telling the children that, oh, don't do this, don't do that. But everything you are asking the children not to do, you are doing it, and the children will learn from what you do rather than what you tell them. Now, the president, it's very easy to shift the blame for the president, to shift the blame and put it on the incompetent people that he actually appointed. But look at everything the man is doing. For example, you are going to declare your asset. Where is that asset today? You said you were going to declare it publicly, right? All of a sudden, you turn around. You said, okay, you should go and ask someone there, knowing quite well that nobody will provide you with that declaration form. So the only thing that this man seems to be doing, he said, the one that I think catches him is that when you said we are going to eradicate state of origin and replace that thing with the resident, when you look at all those things, it seems to suit the purpose of the person there. For example, maybe that's why they are trying to reconfigure Nigeria. If it is true, all those trailer that transport Fulani people and maybe people from the north and send them to some part of the south. If it is true, maybe that's the only thing I see the man doing. You carry your cattle, the Fulani men populate the forest in the south. Yeah. So wherever you are, they are proving it to us that wherever you are, no state of origin, Nigeria can move anywhere. I think that's the only thing that I think seems important to him. But when you go to the party manifesto, honestly, I'm just trying to see just one or two things that they've been able to achieve. Honestly, zero. Even the 50 years landline, the 60 years benchmark you gave us, for example, they say the Sunday that will be so that be so wonderful. That thing from Friday, right? So when you see, you have propensity for stopping a valid statement halfway.
Yes, I'm not quite sure what Alexander means by that.
You remind me of it just.
Maybe you were making a point and you did not quite land it.
I would have loved to go. I would have loved to move back to the point if I can remember.
Yes. Thank you for the super chat, Alexander. Yeah, carry on, Ola.
So when you say the Sunday is going to be most wonderful Sunday, so wherever you go, you start seeing the sign from Friday. You understand? But all we are seeing now is that you want Nigeria to be better in the next 50 years, but you've done your best to even make Nigeria.
Because you are right, Ola. Because when this guy was campaigning in 14 to come in at 20. He was giving us benchmarks that he will be creating all these jobs year in, year on, that it will increase electricity within 6 years, stabilize this, that, and the other. Even when Fashola was governor of Lagos State, he was telling us if you don't fix electricity in 6 months, then you are just a thief, you know. So they gave us benchmarks, and they've not even hit anything at all. You know, not one single thing has been achieved by these people, and it's telling you that you just wait for whatever time in the future, and whatever happens under whichever administration, he will claim that he was the one that laid the foundation for it. This is the nonsense that this guy is describing.
Exactly. Do you know one of the most ridiculous thing in that the promises was that they said they were going to, devolve power devolution, responsibility to the state. Now look at everything. They talk about. If I remember, I think they talk about something like policing, all those things. If you see all those things, you see that they've not done anything. Everything they've promised, they've done exactly opposite of the same thing. You stabilize naira, you target 20% of annual budget for critical sector. What do we have for that? Debt that the generation coming and that they will struggle to pay. So I don't know that 50 years, maybe we don't know whether the media will eventually help us ask what are those things that people should be looking, because at least when you want to do something, you give sign. Okay, if you are seeing progresses are supposed to be the specific that we know, okay, we are actually moving forward. So maybe the media can just help us ask him to give us the signs that Nigeria will benefit this in the 50 years. So I think I don't know.
All right, let me take you to the next talking point, Ola, and let me take you to the United States. Buhari's chief of staff, others, stormed the United States ahead of United Nations Assembly, plot to silence Nigeria's agitation groups. So, of course, you are aware that there's this clamoring, this gathering, this putting together of a 1 million-man protest at the UN Assembly, I think from the 18th to the 21st or the 16th, or I can't quite recall the dates, to assert what is going on in Nigeria and force it on the international agenda. So this thing has been building up. Professor Akitoye, of course, Tony Nandi. So to counter that, now Gambari has been sent. Gambari, not part of the party that was meant to accompany Buhari to the United Nations, but he has been sent ahead to clear the deck. You know, all those protests that we see at London House anytime he comes for his medical vacations. So he doesn't want that experience in the United States. So he sent Gambari ahead now to soothe that space. So how is Gambari going to infiltrate? Because infiltrate was the word they use. How is he going to infiltrate the ranks of the people that are looking to protest? That infiltration can only come in the form of a dollar bill. So bribery and corruption, or how do you see this playing out? Gambari sent ahead to peter down whatever protest Nigerians are planning in New York.
Yeah, you've rightly said, you've rightly made a good suggestion, or you've rightly tried to predict what they will be trying to do, because when you are trying to stop those people that want to have protests, like the United States of American citizens, Americans will call themselves that, their land is land of freedom, where you have freedom of speech. That, for example, now President Trump will happen to be one of the most abused presidents in the history of America, for example. And yet, people that abuse him, they walk freely on the street. So now, I don't know if Nigeria, if Buhari and this guy and his cronies and his co-travelers, maybe they have their own special way of teaching Americans how to stop things like this. It'd be nice to see. But about the dollar you talk about, of course, yes. Like I said, like if you can find a Judas out of 12 disciples, so where you have millions of people that will be marching there, of course, yes, you still find some Judas there. So and some people can sell, they can do anything for money. So Don't be surprised.
You know what I'm suspecting is that they will find people that will turn what is meant to be a peaceful demonstration into some sort of a riot or anarchy, so that the police can then weigh in and disperse them. This will be the technique. Just
Yeah,
to go and
it can be nice if they can try that rubbish and let them and let the law enforcement people make a good scapegoat out of them. See, they can do something as bad as we see that some kind of environment, even as degenerated, as degenerated as the environment could have gone, could have gone on that Trump. It doesn't mean that someone will just come. In fact, I'd be disappointed if they can successfully mobilize people to cause problem there, and without at least one or two people being made a scapegoat. So it's all simple.
No. What I'm suggesting, Ola, is they would get some people, corrupt them with money, have them at the heart of that protest. They will start trouble. The whole thing will start to implode from within. The police, of course, would have no choice but to disperse the demonstration. So just implode them from within with a few, the Abuja technique now, where they will hire thugs to go and infiltrate whatever demonstration and then turn it into a riot.
That is exactly what I'm expecting. Now, if I don't know how this march is going to be, but I expect our people to have tried to assume or to have predicted what may likely happen. Because I don't want to believe that they will have protests in the United States of America without informing the police or without having police protection. So I don't want to believe that. So I want to believe that the organizers are competent enough to have tried to preempt or to have tried to have imagined and look at different if scenario, it's even good that the rumor is coming out now, whether true or not. At least if they hear that, I expect them to make a serious move. For instance, I know that if you try such thing in my city, for example, if we can identify one or two people that we can pin down, that maybe this one has done something, honestly, it might take time. But if you really want to get to some people, you can get to them, because at least someone that will cause protest, you will see his behavior. There'll be some kind of behavioral patterns. So to me, it will be interesting, because it will be for my own personal learning too. I would like to see, because I can't really see. I don't want to say too much or what can happen, but I would like to see how they want to be successful around that place, as far as much as they will like to become successful in their pollution or dilution of just cause. I don't think they are going to have their way. Though there will be some leaders, but I don't think they are going to have their way.
Ola, what level of success are you anticipating for that Million Man March? Of course, we're not really expecting 1 million people to turn up, but what level of success would you anticipate for it? What would pass as a success for you for that demonstration or protest?
Yeah, you see something like this sometimes. Something like this here. If it's happening in my city, for example, I will see that as a means of holiday for me. So I will just go and catch my phone by doing that. So now, even though we have a just cause, right? But I see that as catching my phone for holiday. So if I base it like the way I think, based off the way I think or the way I believe our people reason here, because it's like that protest will be like a day off for me to get away from my hosting and just to enjoy myself, to mix up with people, even though we are demonstrating. So if I base it on that thinking, I see at least 60% upward. I cannot see anything below 60%. That's what I will say. So I will say it's going to be successful.
You see, because for me, they have to be sufficient enough of a crowd to draw international media to what they are agitating about, because that will be the whole purpose, to bring it to international attention. So if there's sufficient enough of a crowd to make sufficient enough of a noise to draw international attention to them so that it makes the news in some form, then that would be a success.
Yes.
But
that's correct, because I will even be expecting them to have even informed some media, because some media houses, you have to inform them. So I believe, because these are credible, experienced, and and reputable people, which I believe they know the right thing to do. So I trust that they must have done their own work, and let's see where they can, because even for them to have even pushed far to this extent, it is more reason why we should even trust in their ability. That I believe they must have done their research. They must have, they must have looked at everything they need to cover. I expect them to be successful, honestly. At least 60%.
Successful in Jesus' name.
Yes, I'm anticipating success too, and I'm hopeful for success.
Because Nigeria.
Yes, we have to internationalize this space. Otherwise, it's just empty noise. If we continue to retain it within Nigeria, they'll just continue to shoot us. But if we get it to the international stage and force it upon the international space with so much noise that they cannot ignore it, then we're talking business, and they anticipate that. That is why they sent
I heard something, but I've not come back to look at it. I heard that is it former or the current American ambassador even responded to the Nigerian situation when
is it John Campbell or something like that? Is it?
Was it John Campbell? Okay, I heard that. What happened in Afghanistan? That what happened in Afghanistan, that we should not be expecting it to happen in Nigeria because that is a different case. I don't know.
I agree with that. Nigeria is more sophisticated than Afghanistan.
Exactly. So because
and Nigeria, Ola, Afghanistan, because a lot of people always make that comparison. But Afghanistan is largely a homogeneous state. There is largely composed. I'm sure they have some variants in their ethnicity, but it is largely composed of essentially the same people. And it is largely a mono-religion space as well. Nigeria is a multi-ethnic, multi-religious, very diverse sort of environment. So what happens in Afghanistan is not necessarily something to anticipate within the
But one man, you can see that scenario play out in northern Nigeria, though. Because
yes, but yes, that's northern Nigeria, though. That's not the entirety of Nigeria.
That's half of the country,
and it's already playing out in northern Nigeria. And also, that northern Nigeria, don't always use it as a catch-all. There's a strong in places like Taraba. Those are Christian-dominated spaces, and that is in the north. So
Christian dominated.
Yes.
I don't think there's a part of the
Taraba. I'm pretty certain.
You have Christians there, but it's not dominated by Christians.
No, I think it's a Christian country.
I disagree on you on that.
With what? What do you disagree with, Charles?
I just think be like Afghanistan in a few years. You think that's going to happen in the South? It's going to happen in the South. Don't say that's going to happen. The signs is going to happen. So I disagree.
Why are you saying that?
Say it happen in the name of Jesus.
Hold on. Sorry. Hold on, Sam. Why are you saying that, Charles?
It's already happened in Bonny State. People can kill every day in Bonny State. It already happened in Bonny State. That's a sign.
Benue State.
No, Bonny State. People can kill in Bonny State.
Bonny
State.
Ebony.
Yeah, that's going to happen in the South. So get prepared for war. It's going to happen. Get prepared.
All right. You look. It sounds like you're anticipating war, Charles. Do you want war? Is this what you want?
Chinese want war. They're gonna get it. That's what they want. They're gonna get it. You can't stand like chickens. Nothing now.
Have you got your gun ready? And Annie gets the gun. Annie gets the gun.
Go to the march. Show the who you are. Find the network. All the people go to the for march. Show them who you are. Type of this nonsense.
I don't think you have too many mosques in Igbo land.
Get a chance.
Look at that. Charles is turning into Rambo in front of her. Are you turning into Rambo? Are you Rambo now? Look at that. Talking tough from your duvet. Very soon, mommy will come and call you. Yeah, talking tough. All right. Thank you, Charles. So let me take you to a different space. Sorry, Sam, you wanted to say something before I go back to Sam.
Taraba is more than 60 or 70% Christian.
Yes, I
Right.
did think. Yes, I did think it was a Christian.
Yeah, it's not even 50-50.
Mm.
But the Fulanis are more trying to dominate they subjugate all those areas, but it's more than 70% Christians.
Mm.
So that's all I wanted to say.
Oh, all right, thank you. Yes, that was what I suspected as well, but Mike was making me have second thoughts. So thank you for
I
that.
still don't believe that too.
Well, check it though. You have now heard it from two people now. Let me go back to Ola now. Ola, I want you to sweep these two headlines up together. Nigeria not yet respecting Nigeria not yet respecting rights of all human beings. The United Nations speak into that space that the human rights abuse in Nigeria is sufficient enough for them to alarm again. And Nigeria responds, Amnesty International has no right to exist in Nigeria. It is the presidency saying this, and it is in fact Gabashew issuing a press statement to that effect. So complaints about human rights are concerns in Nigeria from the United Nations, and Nigeria now seeking to kick out the vanguard, the supervisor of human rights globally, Amnesty International, out of Nigeria. What are you making of just those two standpoints?
If Nigeria has been respecting human rights, then we won't even be talking about all this we are talking here. So from onset, I've not seen. I've lived since I was born. Since I've been able to, understand the right from the left, from the wrong. I've not seen Nigeria. I've not seen where Nigeria respected human law before, human right before. But the situation we are having now is that it's getting worse. That's the situation we are having now. These guys, instead for them to react and adjust, but they see and bend in even doing the work. They said about fear joye. When you only go need that only to go need that don't shake. You see, they said because you are the one that you are known to be using foul languages or you cause people, and because of that, we will have put you in the position of leadership. Instead of you to even meditate on that and you adjust yourself, you said, oh, it's not good. You even rain more abuses and more causes. So that is just validating what you have been accused of. So when they say you don't respect human rights, is it a lie? It's not a lie. How long did it take Dansuki, for example, for you to even respect the court? Because number one, under this government, because how do you
They are accusing Amnesty International of being too sympathetic with the IPOB movement. So that is the accusation that they are levying against them. They are saying that Amnesty International purports to be the defender of human rights or the vanguard for human rights globally, but they look the other way as IPOB ravages and savages authorities and uniformed men, but are critical of the government's response. So this is the stance as they seek to kick out Amnesty International out of Nigeria. How do you buy that as an argument from the government?
It's even very silly and shameless and stupid even for the person that even responded on behalf of the government, because there is something that maybe we human beings, we find ourselves in a position we don't even think of tomorrow. For example, now I'll make a good example for you that I say some of these people don't think. Look at Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, for example. There could be some kind of manipulation he would have, I didn't be a regular politician that would have done without even thinking that, oh, I can get to the present position that I am today. That is the type of politician we have in Nigeria where they say the right thing, but they decide to go the wrong way. The international community, for example, they are not stupid. Even if there's no Amnesty International there, people are not stupid. Everybody knew when you chased or not getting out of the office. Everybody knew something, for example, that when there are international reports, satellite, all those intelligence that said, okay, Fulani X-Men is the most deadliest, the fourth most deadliest terrorist group in sub-Saharan Africa. This government, they've never done anything. But when it's come to IPOB, it's either if crocodile will not smile, python will dance. But when it comes to all the other things, you keep helping us, giving excuses that okay, S-men don't carry AK-47, they carry still, they do. You do everything to protect them. A government that everybody know that sympathize with the terror group, with the terror group. So now you are now saying you now sit down when all the indices, when every aspect for you to be measured, you violated everything. You even have the gut to say, okay, that the Transparency International they are sympathizing. You understand that they are taking side with IPOB. If you think the international community as people are stupid, then let them keep speaking. So whatever they are saying, they are just it's just like
Ola, when we see what happened at Lekki, let's start from Kaduna. When we saw what happened at Kaduna with the Shiite protesting, and you opened machine gun on them and wiped out, people say 350, some people say 1,000. What do you expect Amnesty International to do? When
Well,
you
I think I
see
think I
when
think
you see
what
people protesting at Lekki toll gate, kneeling down, holding the national flag, and you open fire on them and gun them down, what do you expect Amnesty International to do?
well, I
Mike,
think I
you
think
exactly.
want
I
to
think
defend
what
them?
I
Yeah.
think what Nigeria I think what
Hold
Nigerian
on, Ola.
government
Hold on,
Just a
Ola.
minute.
Hold on, Ola. Yeah,
Go on, Mike. Go on, Mike.
this is what Nigerian government is saying, which is kind of foolish. They're saying that Amnesty International that they are criticizing their Nigerian government action, but then they are ignoring the act of the IPOB and all these other groups,
yes.
which is foolish because Amnesty International, their job is to monitor governments. You understand the actions of governments, not the actions of groups, because it's a duty of government to carry out the law against criminality or things like that. So you expecting Amnesty International to start saying, "Oh, IPOB is doing, yeah, IPOB needs to stop." You
Or
understand?
maybe
So
they should start criticizing armed robbers.
armed robbers, exactly. So
Amnesty International should be
that's how
criticizing armed
foolish
robbers
Nigerian government,
instead
like,
of the
they don't
police.
realize how foolish they sound when they make
It's
whenever they.
just idiotic, isn't it? And now they are threatening them that they have no legal locals or whatever standee.
However, the only
You
the
know.
only the only argument I can say maybe Nigerian government can make that will make sense is that the Amnesty International, they're really not criticizing other African governments. You understand?
No,
Like,
no,
for
but
example, even next door to us in
no.
Cameroon.
But that is what they are saying. They are saying Amnesty International is only really essentially critical of the African space. That is what they
It's
are
not even
saying.
the African space alone. Just it seems like the countries that they are
Third world, yes.
they are Western countries don't like they or have issues with are the ones that they focus on. And to me, that's the only issue I have with those organizations. Like they play a little bit of double standard to some extent, because even next door in Cameroon, the way Paul Biya, the president, is just slaughtering their people there. The Amnesty International just don't blind eye on there because France is okay with them. France is okay with our government. So, but I mean, talk more on the Nigerian government, which I mean, I still support Nigeria, so it's none of my business what is going on in other countries. So I still support the Amnesty International criticizing what Nigerian government is doing because what Nigerian government is doing is very, very terrible. It's just a violation. And what Nigerian government needs to do is just take responsibility instead of saying, "Oh, I have to justify my wrong because somebody else is doing wrong." Doesn't make sense.
All right. Let me just give you this paragraph to address, just to add on to what Mike was saying, and then we go back to Ola. It says, despite Amnesty's self-proclaimed mandate to impartially transcend borders, unfortunately in Nigeria, they play only domestic politics. The international NGO is being used as cover for the organization's local leaders to pursue their selfish interest. Regrettably, this is not uncommon in Africa. There is nothing wrong with an activist stance. There are claims of neutrality when all facts point to the opposite. So this is what it's saying. It says that Amnesty International has no legal right to exist in Nigeria. It must open a formal investigation into its personnel that occupies their Nigerian offices. They should reject the outrageously tendacious misinformation they receive and bring some semblance of due diligence to the source they base their claims on. So that is what it's saying. It's saying not only Nigeria, but that African space, that they have a particular thing of using the
Even
essential. Yes.
even the Hague, the International Criminal Court, it's only
Yes,
African leaders that they
it's only
prosecute.
Africans they prosecute,
You
isn't it?
know? So that's just my own issue. Those Western.
Where I don't even care whether they prosecute Africa. The truth is that do they have basis for the prosecution? If they have basis, I don't care. So because I can't.
Well, you have to care to some extent because it's an insult.
No.
I
don't.
These European nations have been insulting Africa for the past 5 years. I mean, they forced to come enslaved us, they colonize, and they are doing neocolonialism.
Let our leader live. Let them be at minimal. Let them do.
No, I think it's the responsibility of the Nigerian African people to overthrow their own leader and not wait for outside world to come and be rescuing them. It's our responsibility.
But we don't have capacity. Is what
we do. We are just foolish.
What is that capacity?
Look, Mike.
Tribalism.
We are saying
no. Where's that, Mike? Where's that? Hold on, Ola. Hold on.
Number one, we don't have capacity. Number two,
we do.
What capacity?
In Europe,
what is the capacity? Mike,
in Europe, when the government start oppressing the people, they come and overthrow that government. The people, they come out. Even look at the Arabs too. They come out and overthrow that government fast. You understand?
Did we not attempt that and
Did we not
attempt that and get shot?
Yes, where in Nigeria. When we are doing it in a separate, you have whenever we do uprising in Nigeria, it's always sectional. You understand? It's always sectional.
Mike, and
it's always fed by ethnicity and religion, tribalism.
So that then is a lack of capacity, is it not?
It's a lack of the human. Human mental capacity. It's not really.
It's a lack of capacity.
So our mentality that's our problem. It's not really that we don't have what it takes to do something.
All right. Yes.
If you can't take care of your leaders, you don't need outsiders to come and do it for you.
Let's hear from Sam, Mike.
Mike, you know what happened in Lekki? You know what the same thing happened in Abuja? You know, they bring talks. Even when you protest, they bring talks to come and fight you. The talks are the ones who are going to, you understand me?
Yeah, the talks are one part of the people, aren't they?
The greatest thing.
It's part of it. The stupidity of the people. That's what I'm saying.
Can I speak?
If they educate you, you fight for your rights. But when you are not educated, they give you 1,000 naira. You understand? Tell you to go and destroy somebody's property.
So what's stopping you from educating yourself? Someone have to educate you. What's stopping you from educating myself?
No, we don't have capacity. No, we don't have capacity. It's the problem, Mike.
We don't have capacity.
You do. You just don't want to
now. Sorry.
Just gullible.
Let me go ahead, please.
Yeah, go
now
on,
look at it from this thing. Yoruba will say any toba low olowo. You understand? Look at us now. Now we don't have a capacity. We are the one going to them to beg them. If we don't beg them for aid, we beg them for loan. We beg them for everything. And you are saying these people cannot. You want their own. You don't want them to come to you. To me, it's ridiculous to beg every dick and Harry for money. And these people. When you turn yourself to a beggar, this is what you see. Yes. Now, in fairness to Amnesty International, because when you said they don't monitor the African country, you know what the first thing I did? I just went to their website. You will even see some satellite images. You will even see all those in there. Probably there. The fact that this thing it comes to our environment because this environment is peculiar to us. That is why we can feel the intensity.
Let me tell you the problem.
Wait. I'm on their website. Listen, that's what I'm telling you. I'm on their website.
Let me tell you what I mean by
all right. Thank you. Hold on, Ola. Let's and you too, Charles. Settle down, Charles. You don't have a big voice, so you cannot.
You're not saying the accurate.
Sorry, repeat that, Charles.
The Igbos were active help.
Oh boy, come here.
So what Mike is saying, the Igbos were active help to infrastructure. The government give the infrastructure. They're active for help. So Mike, just the people, the government. Government, the people, then the government. And the people can protest, but the key is the protest in Nigeria. So what are you saying, Mike? Don't say something you don't know what you're saying.
All right.
Okay, woman, let me tell you what I mean by is the people. Yeah. Let me tell you what I mean by is the people, right? When Nigerian government carry out act of human rights abuse against one group, they can only do one at a time, one area at a time, right? Let's say they do it in Ogoni people, for example. They go there, they massacre Ogoni people, right? only Ogoni people will come out to speak up. The rest of Nigeria will turn blind eye, like, oh, okay, it's none of my business, or not Ogoni people business. If they go to Igbo land, slaughter people there. The rest of Nigeria, guess what? It's not my business. They go to Yoruba land.
No, Mike, that's
the
not
problem
true.
is the people themselves.
Mike, that's not true.
The people
When
themselves don't
the
believe in
incident
justice.
of
They don't
Ogoni
believe in
happened,
standing up to correct wrong.
Mike,
You understand? Our ethnicity, our tribalism is our problem. So why go to the call outsider to come in and solve your problem when you yourself can come together and solve it?
Mike,
You are calling outsider to come in and come and correct wrong thing that's going on in your society. When you yourself, you're turning blind eye on that wrong thing that's going on.
Mike, most of the time, you know what happened?
Can I interject 1 minute?
You guys give excuses too
sorry,
much.
let's hear from Sam first. And then we hear from Ajanle Koko, and then we go on to Ovie, who doesn't have too much time to spend with us.
Just like one man, you gave an example, they were shooting those Shiite on the streets in Abuja. And the rest of Nigeria, we saw it on TV. We didn't stand up in Lagos and everywhere to say, come. This is a crime. This is murder.
All right. Sorry. Hold on, everybody. Hold on, Sam. Before I go to Sam, let me give you this. Have you heard of a German guy called Martin Niemöller? Martin Niemöller, he says, first they came for the socialist. I did not speak because I am not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionist. I did not speak out because I am not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews. I did not speak out because I am not a Jew. Then they came for me. There was no one left to speak for me. So that is that space. First,
and that's
they
my
came
point.
For the, so Sam to you, and then to Ajanle Koko, and then we go to Ovie, who doesn't have too much time left.
Mike, what I'm trying to say is, those are the ages before the internet. Most of the time, they did all those things. Nobody knows about it. Now the world is changing so fast. They don't understand what they're going to do. Anything they do in Nigeria, you know one thing? All the news one man is giving us, it is today's news. Yes.
So you say it's no longer happening? Didn't they just murder 2 people in Igbo's house?
That is, you know the funny thing. I just listened to the news today.
It's still happening. They're still killing IPOB members or whatever. Those small innocent boys in the east.
No.
They're still doing it. We are not. Don't give excuses, man. We Nigerians just accept it. We are very selfish and self-centered. We don't care if injustice is happening to someone else in another corner. If it's not happening to you, it's none of your business. And then you want a white man to come in and save you.
Can I say something? I just listened to the news today. They released, I think, out of the list 8 of the people in the Mossad, the remaining 4. The lawyer said that his next target now is to fight for, because right now, we don't even know the people they killed. There's no name, there's no tag, and these are people's father. If they have kids and all those things, they have kids. So
all right. Thank you, Sam. Let's hear from Ajanle Koko, and then we're going to Ovie. So Ajanle Koko, you wanted to chime in?
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that Mike is not totally right. That when incident happened, like the one of Ogoni, that Nigerians didn't stand up. No, we saw people from Yoruba land, in particular, like some of our notable lawyers, that stood up and you know, even took the matter to the court against the government. Yeah. But you know, Nigerians, we are just Nigerians and went through a lot of brutality, and that is the problem. From one government to another government, back to back, Nigerians have been brutalized, and you know, under the military rule.
Do you think we suffer from Ajanle Koko, do you think we suffer from Stockholm syndrome in Nigeria?
Oh yes. It's if you want to look back, you see, Fela Anikulapo-Kuti during his time was fighting for the right, fighting for the right of the people. And look at how many times that man went to jail, how many times he has been beaten, and they destroyed his house, they burned his land and confiscated the land up to today.
Oh yeah,
they did give the land back to the family. That is the injustice that you see in Nigeria back to back. people that stand up to fight for Nigerian people were either killed or brutalized, or something will happen to them.
Do you think we glorify? Do you think we deify? Do you think we celebrate our oppressors in Nigeria?
We do.
Look, that is what I've seen in recent Nigeria. I have never seen, the kind of stupidity that our people show up with. They celebrate criminal. They don't celebrate people that are brains. They don't
do things incorrectly.
People.
Thank you. Let me say one thing real fast.
Because the names Mike, the names we deify in Nigeria are Abacha, Babangida, Obasanjo. These are the sort of names that we celebrate in Nigeria. Gowon, Ojukwu, these are the names that Nigerians...
MC Oluomo, they celebrate criminals. They celebrate criminals.
And these are the people that oppress you. So that is why I asked that.
So our mentality is
the Tinubu people that are stealing their money and be looting their wealth. Those are the people they celebrate. And that is what is keeping us down.
And they don't want to blame themselves.
You see someone like Showore standing up for the people. People don't want to celebrate him. People like one man. One man don't want to celebrate him. But rather I want to call it a poser. It's a poser.
It's a poser.
All right, man.
All right.
One man. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go on.
Which country runs without having history? History and government. I went to school here. I supposed to graduate in 1985. I spent 6 months just that I did not do history of Texas. You have to know your history. Every young kid here, my daughter is 18 years old. You already know the Bill of Rights, all those things. They still to you. Nobody knows where you'll be tomorrow. But the history and the government, that's what America will make sure you don't go to any school in US without doing those 2 courses. Yeah. No matter what, if you become the
one man. Just let me see one thing I respect about America. American people, let me tell you what I respect about them. One thing American people will do is if the government break the law and the people see it, they will all make sure for example, see that George Floyd, when they killed that George Floyd on the street. The entire American, even people that didn't consign them, different demographics. Yeah. They all saw that this is a crime against humanity, human right abuse. They all over the country, people came out to the point where the whole Washington, the government official of them, they all took knee. You understand? You saw that
even Joe Biden took the knee.
Thank you. They took a knee because the people rose all over the place. It wasn't like but in Nigeria, for example, the only people that would have stood up would be people from George Floyd's neighborhood. They will be the only one protesting. Our brother has been killed. You understand? But the whole country, people that didn't even consign it, they all came out because they saw injustice and they stood up against it. But we Africans, we don't care if they can. Buhari can walk. Let me finish. Buhari can go to one tribe in Nigeria and BS somebody on TV. And the only people you see that will protest will be people from that tribe. Everybody else just say, "Oh, it's none of my business. I'm not from there." You understand? So that's our problem, man. So it's not. We don't need another Amnesty International or UN to come and save us. We are the problem of ourselves. You don't want us to save yourself.
All right. Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Sam, and thank you, Ola. Let me go on to Ovie, who is waiting, but Mike needs to leave us fairly soon. So, Ovie, to you, are you there? Ovie, unmute yourself. Ovie, the talking points are Buhari opens up on the changes that he promised in 2014, telling us that long after he's gone is when we will see that change. But Ola chatted us through some of the things that he told us. What do they call that? The achievables that he said he was able to achieve within a year, within 2 years, within 6 years. None of those benchmarks achieved. But he is now telling us to look to sometime in the future to see the effect of this change that he promised. Ovie, your man, Buhari. We can't hear you, man. We can't hear you. Look at that. Oh, we only started together from day one, Ovie, and you still not mastered the system yet, eh? Look at that. Baba Akure, are you seeing Baba Akure, are you seeing this? The three people that started this platform together was you, me, and Baba Akure. And look at, he has even disappeared. Look at that over here.
That's okay. He will come back.
Yeah, he's back. Can you? We still can't hear you. Look at that. Unbelievable. I'll clip this and send it to you. We don't understand sign language. We can't lip read over here. What is going on here? Oh my God. No.
Let him check his mic now. Maybe there's a disconnection.
Yeah, check your mic. Are you plugged in? Are you plugged in?
Yeah, let him check. Let him
check
pull
your,
in.
Check,
yeah.
Check, you have to unmute yourself over here. That will be a starting point. If you remove that, if you unmute yourself, that might well help, because it's showing as mute on my screen. Unmute yourself.
Camera configuration.
Look at that.
Camera microphone configuration.
You say camera microphone configuration according to our in-house IT expert.
Let him take out this thing where he plugged that in. Let him take it out.
Ovia, do you want me to give you a moment? I know you have to leave.
Yeah, let him refresh it. Yeah.
Yes. Do you want to refresh it? But then I have to go on to someone else, and then you might well, yeah, there is. So just to keep the conversation going, let me go on to Prof. Because we've not heard from Prof for a while. Prof, are you with us?
Yes.
Yeah, Prof. We thought you had abandoned us. We thought we said something.
No, it's just there's some things that are really keeping me busy these days. Good day to everybody in the house. Good day. There are a lot of new folks here, but all the same, I'm happy being here again. Even though I didn't hear much of the topics you were talking about, but I think I'll be pleased if you can mention them, then I give my comments on them.
Yes. So Buhari opens up on the type of change he promised Nigerians in 2015. So here is Buhari now at the tail end of his administration, now trying to suddenly redeem some sort of legacy for himself, and he's telling us now that the change that he promised will only come into effect long after he has left government. Ola was just reciting some of his campaign promises in 2014, and he was telling us he would achieve this within 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, etc. None of them achieved. He's now telling us to just look sometime in the future and hope. So Buhari changed, but he did.
You see, this comment is very funny. How can someone desire to enter government to effect change that will reflect when he has left government? Is that possible? The probability of that happening is low. So the man is just trying to, let me say, salvage all his sayings, trying to offer something as why he didn't do. But the thing that I use these words, he has fully and faithfully failed in all ways. So the man didn't think. He didn't think when he came into government. I'm happy at least he has offered some. That entity has offered some level of truth. Let me commend him for that, because if he went on to say, I will still initiate those changes, I will be laughing, because under 2 years, less than 2 years, he can't effect such changes. I think I remember he mentioned about I think bringing down the price of will I call it fuel. I remember he mentioned about payment of workers. I think the aspect of 5,000, the aspect of electricity. I think curtailing Boko Haram, the aspect of will I call it restructuring. None of them. The problem there is this man came into government with a plan. Fulanize and Islamatize the country. That's his problem. And again, one other thing that really, though it will happen, because for him to carry out this, as I mentioned, he must put people in strategic positions that will enable him achieve this.
No, sorry, carry on. This is Ovie calling me. Sorry. Let me put him on. Ovie, they are hearing you. Go on. So Ovie making excuses. Yeah.
Okay. So that is it.
Hold on, Prof. Ovie, carry on. Ovie.
I said, I think I should kick Baba Kure out, or I just let go for me to come back in to the school.
All right. Okay. I'll make room for you. All right, in a moment.
Now we know people Ovie doesn't like now. Oh, he doesn't like Bakure and Ajay.
He wants me to kick Baba Kure out.
Why should they say they kick Baba Akure and
don't mind it.
Out of everybody, those are the two
out of everybody. You can't imagine.
It's because they are peaceful. That's why he kick them out.
If I kick Baba Akure out, will everybody not leave, including myself? We only come here to hear from Baba Akure and no one else. But carry on now, Prof. Sorry.
Yeah, so I just don't know why. I will just commend him for saying that little level of truth. But it is a big shame that he is expecting someone to come in and perform magic. I attach magic to this statement is because the level of depth this man has offered before, has put, as the Bible says, presented a table before me in the presence of my enemies. This man has presented something in front of the table of Nigerians before enemies. What is it? Debt. Debt is one of the worst things you can do. You know what the book of Proverbs mentions? A debtor is a slave to the lender. This man has done real harm, and in short, he deserves to apologize for this nation. But it's a shame.
Has he eaten Jacob's porridge?
This one
we have not gotten there yet.
No. The thing there is that he has the man has been fed with Jacob's porridge from birth. Yeah. He has been fed from it. So eating that one is a common thing. He's the one giving other people these days. So I just don't know.
But Prof, I just going back to seriousness, I was saying to Ola that he should detach his disdain, his dislike for Buhari, and look at the 6 years, going on 7, that we have had this guy so far, and try and identify something, an achievement that this guy has achieved to the betterment of the country. So I'm asking you the same question, Prof. Set aside your dislike for this guy and look at his administration objectively and tell me what single thing this guy has done in 6 years that has bettered that country.
I can't, honestly speaking, it will be very difficult for me to figure out something. When this man came in and wanted to he banned local rice, I was a bit happy because I said, okay, if he could ban this, ban foreign rice, if he could ban it and make sure that, we make use of our rice, that we cultivate, and, farmers, the rice that is cultivated in this country be made use of. That's a plus. But this thing never came to pass. Okay, what else again? I think then he mentioned that people in the cabinet should be having their health treatment in the country. He said this, but all these things never came to. It's most of what, in short, I can't remember what he put on ground. Anything he would say he put on ground was for an ulterior motive. It's just like that railway. Even it's Jonathan that even initiated that railway, but that railway to Niger Republic, there's an ulterior motive behind it. But the borders or whatever he he stopped or blocked, they're all ulterior motives. So that man, I can't see anything. I challenge him, let him bring out something. All he'll bring out will be lies, and he can't even say it. He'll bring either Gambari or Femi Adesina to present that. So honestly, I can't see anything. I can't. It's a pity. Hello?
Yeah, no, sorry, that was Ovie again on the phone giving me a hard time.
Yeah, so I can't see anything the man has put on ground that is a plus. I can't.
So let me move you from that space to still with Buhari. He has sent his man Friday, Professor IBRAHIM Gambari, to the United States to go and infiltrate. I think you're aware that there's a 1 million-man march being assembled for the United Nations Assembly that is taking place later on this month. So people are looking to protest to bring to international attention going on in Nigeria. So Buhari has sent Ibrahim Gambari, his chief of staff, to go and try and infiltrate the agitators to try and disrupt it and peter it down. So what do you think that is all about, and how do you think that can be achieved? The infiltration.
The thing is simple. There's no way that infiltration will not act without hook and crook means. So the plan there I see is the infiltration will be like to poison the mind of the people doing it. 1, 2, see if they could stop it. You remember sometime when there was a protest in London concerning MNK's lockup. The police showed up. I think you have an idea. They showed up. Yes. So that's what I see him going to do, because these guys can go to any length to offer such, just to, please themselves. I'll use the word please themselves. So that's what they're good at doing. These individuals should arrest the problem. What is causing people to plan to demonstrate? If they take time to work to, hinder such, there won't be any protests or whatever anywhere. They are directing their their actions in places that ought not to be. That's it's just a shameful thing. So that's why, and they will also spend money. The government. This I'm just the people to come after the person coming after this this PMB of an entity. I'm just pitying the person.
That person will fail as well, because the damage is so much that even to repair the damage is almost an impossible task. Never mind.
Of course, the damage forward. Of this this very entity in that Aso Rock is
when not only that the debt, the insecurity, the divide along tribal ethnic lines. When do you start to repair?
When will you start?
This guy? Yeah.
They're just causing more and more problem. It's high time they tell themselves the truth. Sit down, find a way and tackle this. But that is the problem. That's the problem with bad things. Just like lying. When one lies, for a single lie, you need 5 lies to secure that lie. And all those single 5, they would need all lies. So it will put the person in a state of just plundering to lie and lie and lie. So that is just it. It's just a pity.
All right, thank you, Prof. Stay with us. Let me go to Ovie. I'm only going to Ovie because he has to leave for work and is keen to make a contribution to the. Well, I'll come back to you just fairly quickly.
No problem.
Thank you, Prof, for that. So Ovie, now the talking points. You know what the talking points are? Hopefully you fixed the gremlins in your system. So Buhari telling us to wait till sometime in the future to feel the impact of his nonsensity. What are you making of it? Look at this guy. What are you doing, man?
Ovie, I think your microphone is working like a speaker. So check.
I think you've dropped the
go thread. To the setting.
You fed the go to the thing. That's the thing. Look at
go to the settings, select audio, and check which one is your default microphone, which one is your default speaker. That is where you need to make.
Ovie is in no fit state to do anything. Look at his eyes now. This is he has been busy on VA. VA. Ajale Koko, you have to take this guy under your wings before we lose him completely. They can't hear a word you are saying. Okay. Thank you, Ovie. After all that effort, all right. What's happened to your system? Did you reboot it? All right. Okay. Anyway, so Ovie, ladies and gentlemen, the superstar of the platform. Thank you, Ovie, for your insightful contribution to the proceedings. So that's Ovie, as ever, as we know him. All right. So back to Prof then. Prof, hopefully you know better. We hear more than sign language from you.
Okay.
Yeah. So to the next topic, then the United. Let me see. Where am I taking you to? Let me take you. I want you to capture these two together. So Nigeria not yet respecting human rights. It's the United Nations speaking, alarming with concern about the human rights abuse that continues to take place in Nigeria. So that's one headline, and this is Nigeria's response. Amnesty International has no right to exist in Nigeria. It's the presidency speaking. So the United Nations alarming at human rights abuses in Nigeria, and Nigeria looking to kick out Amnesty International. So marry those two headlines together, Professor.
Okay, it's simple. The man, you see, this presidency and those backing him, they don't want anybody to stand against them. That's why they're saying Amnesty has no right to speak or be in Nigeria. It's a shame. They just want a jungle justice type of system in this country. I don't know if they feel we're like a pool where fishes are, and they perform the act of point and kill. That is what these individuals feel this country is. And in short, the truth of the matter, this is what they are even doing. Now, for the aspect of United Nations, my problem with that United Nations, sometimes I don't see them being that too fair. I remember hearing Mike mention something on this show today about, we all know what's going on in Amazonia. But I haven't seen them speak up that much concerning what's going on in Amazonia.
You mean Amnesty International?
I mean UN.
Yeah.
UN. And again, the same thing goes on to what's going on in this nation. We also know what's going on not only in the south, also in the middle belt.
Are you saying they are selective in the way that they speak about human rights abuse, and they are being guided by their paymasters, which are the
I believe they're much more being guided by their paymasters. That's how I see it. Maybe now, will I say it? The water for pot don't boil, they pour away. Now they know that they ought to comment on that of Nigeria. Well, when that NSAS took place, I can't remember hearing anything from UN concerning that NSAS. Nothing came out of it. So these are things that that I don't really like. But the truth of the matter is, it's high time they look into this matter going on, because lives are going. There's too much abuse going on in this nation. People will be killed, nothing will happen. I remember, was it either some days ago on the show, you mentioned that, I don't know if it's on your show, but I heard it, there was somebody in Jos, I don't know if a police officer, so he arrested Boko Haram people, paraded them. The next day, the man was relieved of his duty post. It's a very sad thing, and it goes on day and day and day.
Yeah.
So, the abuse in Nigeria is not only too much, it has gone above that level of too much. It is critical. I hope something should be done on it.
All right. Let me take you to this as two stories. I did not really read them out fully, I don't think, but it's just the headline. Buhari sacks Power Minister Saleh Maman and Agriculture Minister Sabo Nanono, and of course replaces them with another Mukhtar and Danladi or something like that. So the shuffling of because he's essentially saying that deliverables are not achieved. So he's saying that they've not met their targets at the reporting back to FEC. But I've particularly isolated that Saleh Man, who they made the Minister of Power. Now, when he came in to replace Fashola, because you remember Fashola had that portfolio, when he came in, I saw an NTA interview that this guy was giving, and I was alarmed at just the low quality of the guy. He was saying that the value exchange, which was trying to say the value chain of the electricity space, he was saying the value exchange, and I thought that was a slip of tongue. And in the course of a 3-hour interview, he was saying things like, he was repeating things like value exchange, and his wordings could not cohere, and you could not really link together a speech pattern to identify what he was saying. So an inarticulate guy being put in charge of Nigeria's electricity and you're sacking him for not delivering. What was your expectation? So this Fulani thing again, incompetent people in important positions and you're expecting results.
Yeah, that is what you always expect. He wants this entity in that Asorok is simple. He prefers putting people of his own caliber there that that they will reason alike. And now I see that thing as just jamboree. They sacked him. Let it be okay. They said they sacked the power minister. They sacked whatever minister, and he replaced him with his same like. The same problem would be happening.
It's replaced him with Mohammed Mahmoud Abubakar.
Yeah. And that sector is so much messed up. I still believe that power sector, I still believe if the right people are there, something positive should happen.
It's easily fixed now. They are not going to invent anything. They are not. Nobody is asking them to invent electricity. Just invest in infrastructures and bring in people to install it. This is just the thing. It's on the shelf. You go to the supermarket, your IKEA, you buy a cabinet, and you get your handyman to come and assemble it. That is the whole electricity. This is what they did in Dubai, Ghana. No, we are not asking you to invent electricity. We're just saying to go and in the international market, pay the experts to come and install it in a way that works. There's no science to it. So what is the difficulty in that space? What are you inventing? Where is the gridlock? We have the money. We're a wealthy country. So you are a professor. You're an engineer, professor. What is the difficulty in installing just electricity? Something that Dubai did in 2 minutes. What is the difficulty?
I would say there's difficulty as such, but the thing is the will to do it. All I see there is when they put someone that's like and they would direct a qualified person to do it. Yeah, maybe if the qualified person offers, his suggestion, they won't buy it. That is one. Number two, they're seeing the money they will get first at the expense of the interest of the consumers. That is what I see. They're not, if they have the target of the consumers at heart, something will come out of it. Something. Because I know before I came here, even though I thank God before I came here, we installed the prepaid meter. But I know what we went through before that prepaid meter. They will tell us, okay, every month we'll bill you maybe 2005. Among ourselves, we'll share it. Maybe in the next 2 months, they will increase it to 3,000. That's how they'll be doing it. And that money, where does it go to? They'll just give us any kind of receipt. So, they're not managing their funds. They're not managing it. They're not managing it. If the same River Niger is giving Benin Republic light, giving Niger Republic light, which is meant for us, why can't we have light?
Sunday Igboho, it was in the news today saying that he has not experienced electricity outage since he has been in Benin Republic. So we're always saying Ghana. Every other others, we disparage and dismiss these countries and we say, what is Benin? 10% of Lagos economy, this, that, and the other. The other day we were comparing their roads with Nigeria. Today, Sunday Igboho is comparing their electricity with Nigeria. So we're not the ones that should be disparaging. They should be disparaging us.
Yes, that's Sunday Igboho speaking from, I will say, prison, and he's experiencing light. But here, people are in mansions, and they're not experiencing light. It's high time they tell themselves the truth. But the truth of the matter is this entity in Asorok, he has fully and faithfully failed. He should just leave that power, not put anybody like, a godson in power. But it's just a pity as the Fulanis operate. In short, apart from the Fulanis, the political structure in Nigeria as it operates, they would like to put a godfather, a godson in that position again. So, they should I'm just, this matter. That's why people will continue agitating, to leave,
All right. Thank you, Prof. Just before I let you go and go on to Ajanle Koko, I wanted to sample your opinion on this fight between Simon Ekpa and Chika Odedem. So what is going on there? It looks as though...
The truth of the matter is that I have not looked into that matter. I've heard of it. The little I've heard of Simon Ekpa, the last time I heard him mention about that, is that Chick or something, I've forgotten. I think Chick Edoziem or what.
Yes.
He only mentioned he respects him. He never insulted him. He never mentioned like they're fighting.
Yesterday he put out WhatsApp exchanges between them as the two of them fight for control of Radio Biafra.
But one thing I like with Simon Ekpa, and I respect him for that, is even though maybe they may be having some problem, he still doesn't let that distract him from his job. I respect him for that, and that is what's expected from a good leader. Simon Ekpa is not the leader of IPOP, we all know, but in that role he's playing now, like the mouthpiece of IPOP for now, yes, I'll use this set of words. He has, been very, focused on that area. And also, I also use this avenue to say, in this cause of secession, be it Biafra, be it Oduduwa, be it Middle Belt, be it any group, they should make sure they work against this infighting, because that is something that will bring, a retardation in movement. This thing should be curtailed. It's just a pity such things are going on. But one thing, as I've seen Simon Ekpa, I don't see him as the person like pushing that fight. Maybe it is those them doing it, or
do you think they are afraid of him? Do you think the IPOB, not so much Nnamdi Kanu, but do you think the IPOB structure is afraid of Simon Ekpa? And if you do, why?
I don't think they are afraid. The only thing there is that based on what I've been hearing, I think the other people they are quite I'll use the word jealous, because maybe they will say, okay, they've been there all that while, they have not been like the people voice or speaking for Biafra or airing news. But people should understand one thing. Simon Ekpa has been doing such job before this time. It's just that what happened with MNK came out, and there was need for somebody to, at least play the role of Nnamdi Kanu in like airing information. And as far as I'm concerned, he's the best at this point in time. There will still be people better than him, but for now, to me, I think he's the best. He has been doing these things. So people should know that he has an edge over them in that area. People should not see him as a rival or as a contender, or be bothered about it. Everybody should.
But human nature now.
Yeah, that's human nature. People should see how they focus on doing their own, playing their own role. That is how I see this thing, because once there's success, everybody would celebrate. That's how I see it. So this so-called infighting, or will I call it battle for supremacy, I think people should think twice. As far as I'm concerned, those people trying to contend with him, can they do what he does? Let them ask themselves the truth. Can they? It's not an easy thing.
All right, Prof. Thank you. Stay with us just for as long as you can as we go on to Ajanle Koko. But before we go on to Ajanle Koko, let us acknowledge Alexander's super chat. So Alexander super chats to this conversation that I was having with Prof about some ministers not being fit for purpose, citing the example of the Minister of Power, Saleh Maman, who is able to articulate in any way that coheres and has been put in charge of Nigeria's electricity. So Alexander super chats to that space, and he says, in Nigeria, ministers sign off contractual agreements and take credit for projects initiated. His deputy, Minister of State, do the technical work, just like a permanent secretary. So he is saying that essentially ministers are just figureheads, essentially, is what Alexander super chats to the space. So thank you for that super chat. As we go on to Ajande Koko. Ajande Koko, do we have you? Oh, we don't seem to have Ajande Koko. So as we wait for Ajande Koko, then let's go to Baba Akure, who has just left the screen. So let's go to Sam then. Sam, do we have you? Oh, we have Baba Akure now. So Baba Akure, do we have you? You're not going to do an OVA or no, sir? You, Baba Akure?
No.
Okay,
Baba
good.
Akure, Baba Akure, Is that
Salam alaikum.
Is that how they? What about Salam alaikum?
Look at your brother, Baba Akure.
What about Baba Barakatu?
Where is there?
In terms of making an effort, engineer gets number one because he comes prepared. Everybody else comes in. Say you even saw VA invest like he's doing athletics. Suit and tie. I have to put a dress code now to proceedings here. Engineer coming. It's not. It came as Baba Miliki yesterday. Now it's Sheikh Abdul engineer.
Baba engineer is an Arab.
The Sultan of Akure Central.
If you can't beat them, you do what?
You join them.
You join them.
Thank you.
Yeah, is there what do you call it? Sheikh?
Yes, Sheikh Abdul bin Dandidu, the Sultan of Akure. All right, thank you, engineer, for that. And Baba Akure, to you now, the talking points. Buhari opens up on type of change he promised Nigerians, telling you that you feel the impact of that change only in the future, as Ola reminded us that he gave us our deliverables and timelines in his campaigns in 2014. So sometime in the future, the change, Baba Akure.
Well, he is right. I don't blame him. He knows what he's talking about because we will still be feeling the pain.
Yes.
of thousands of Nigerians that lost their life within the space of 6 years. You know what's talking? It's not talking about economy. I don't know what. In fact, when he came, I will always say it because I was one of those. The first 4 years. I mean, in 2015, I was one of those that really supported him, believing that he's going to do something, maybe change something up, but eventually it turned to another thing. So he promised restructuring at that time. He promised the US dollar is going to be. To me, I don't really believe 1-to-1 anyway at that time. That is the truth. I don't believe in that. It won't happen. But I know maybe it could be reduced to maybe like 100 to $1 or less, or $80. Or 80 naira to $1, something like that nature. But for 1-to-1, I don't really believe that. But we believe that maybe he could do something about that. But what do we see today? Even the Canadian dollars is you can't even touch it. So I think a lot of people disappear from this place anyway. So
Baba, sorry, carry on.
So he knows what he's talking about because everything is upside down. So there's all what we can remember him for is that he doesn't care about Nigeria. He doesn't listen. He just do what he feel that is best for his kinsmen. We will remember him about the issue of Boko Haram that has been taken. I mean that they are declaring themselves now to be saints. We remember him about what happened in Igogon. We will remember him about what happened in the Southeast, Southwest. We remember him about all those things. So to me, we will remember him about the train station that was built from all the way from Nigeria to Marada. So all these things we remember him. We remember him about the backwardness of going back to 100 years because Nigeria retrogressed back to 100 years. So we remember all this. So that is my own point.
But Baba Akure, let's actually remind ourselves the state of play. So here are Buhari's promises 2014, ban on government officials So I just want you to give me pass or fail as I bring them to you, Baba Akure. So the first one, ban on government officials from going abroad for medical treatment. Pass or fail?
Fail.
State and community police.
Fail.
Public declaration of assets and liabilities of officials. Introduction of national gender policy and offer of 35% appointment to women.
Failed. How many? Even he told his own wife that she belongs to kitchen. So what? Go ahead.
So pass or fail?
Woefully.
Okay. Creation of 3 million jobs per year.
Yeah, they've already created it. It is you see how people can feed themselves. You see how they can
pass or fail?
Fail.
Revival of Ajaokuta still.
In fact, it has been working. A lot of people are working right there right now. It is completely failure.
Okay, this one, you might want to consider this. Creation of a social welfare program where a minimum of 5,000 naira would be paid to 25 million poorest Nigerians and most vulnerable. So would you say that's a pass, fail, or a qualified pass?
Fail.
Okay.
And I will give reason to that.
Right, because you remember he has been giving out money to people, hasn't he?
I'm not disputing that, but is it 25 million or how many? Because I don't even see up to 10 million of Nigeria benefiting from that. However, when you want to give money to people, it's not those who belong to your party. So that is it. So there is no program they have that is not failure. It's not fail to me. Failure, completely failure. So.
Okay. Building of one of the fastest growing emerging economies in the world.
Indeed.
With a real GDP growth of averaging 10% annually. So is the country growing 10% annually according to what Buhari?
You see one man. You see the most disappointed thing is that I don't know where these people get this figure from. Those people who are rating the Nigeria economy, the Nigeria economy grow for 5% this quarter, 20%. Where do they get that from? If it is growing, then we should be able to see the impact in the life of citizens.
It grows in their pockets now.
All right, there are 62 of them, so I'll be giving others. So I'll stop there for you, and then the next person I'll give them another round of Buhari promises, and they'll give me pass or fail. But let me take. Go on.
Go ahead.
No, I wanted to take you to the next talking point. Buhari sent IBRAHIM Gambari to the United States ahead of the United Nations Assembly that is going to take place later on this month to go and infiltrate the agitations that is being planned for that event and try and peter it down and just dabaru them. So what are you making of that? And how is Gambari going to carry out that plan?
Thank you very much. I read about that today from Sahara newspaper, where it is not new to me, and I know some people on this platform will be saying, why is this guy saying this? One man, people are disconnecting from here.
People are not disconnecting, but they are there. But I'm not sure what I've clicked on not to then have them on the screen anymore. You know that technology is not my friend.
Okay.
But carry on. They are here. I can see them on my screen. Yeah.
So the point is that I know that will happen because remember the other time when Yoruba agitation was so hot and it is all over. Remember, they infiltrated them in London also, where they give I think maybe 50 pounds or 90 pounds for some of their members. Even with the level of what is going on in Nigeria, somebody can come in front. Even Yoruba self, Yoruba people, they can come to the Nigeria house and kneel down in front of the house and be praying that Buhari is doing wonderfully. He's doing this. He's doing that. With this, with what we have been hearing, even with what our family tells us about Nigeria. So people went in front of the house and praying for Buhari, and he's the best president so far, just because of peanut money. So for Gambari to go to US is not something that is new. And don't be surprised also that they will buy a lot of people, because we are talking of money bag here. Some people may say, oh, what is this guy saying? But it is true. You will be
no. That is what they've sent him to do. I'm actually just we don't expect him to buy Professor Akintoye, but
not Akintoye, not Namdi. What's the name of this lawyer?
Tony Nandi.
Yeah, not Tony Nandi, not those, but those who want to participate. That they even below where we are going there, we are going there. It will be so. Don't be surprised that some of them will just get 500 land. Well, this is my week's pay, or this is my daily pay, or $1,000. This is my 2 weeks pay. Well, let me just share this thing.
I'm even anticipating that they might well choose to introduce some thugs, some thuggery.
There is no doubt about that. There is no doubt about that. They could do that, and I'm not going to be surprised if that happens. They can do that. But you saw what happened in London. While those who support agitation stayed in front of the government Nigeria house, while on the opposite side you see Buhari and his cohort farm. So it's not going to be surprised. While you will see them also, they will go inside them and try to make trouble. There is no doubt about that. But the problem that this guy is having is that if I were him, I would just ignore as if I did. Even the United Nations, I would just boycott it. I will not even go. But you know the problem, because of the money they are getting, because of the extra code, because of this, because of that, they are going to benefit for that trip. They won't think, because even if for doing this already show that it's a failure for you to go to take some delegate and tell them to go to US and go and infiltrate and go and spend money and go, and it is show that the country is gone. If they don't even do that, maybe it will even better. Maybe United Nations may be looking. Though United Nations also, I don't even trust them too. That's the truth. Because what is going on in Nigeria is what of situation where the United Nations are already coming to the aid of. Every single day we hearing people are being killing, Christians are being targeted. Even in this Canada, nearly every day we say it in the church. What action? Anybody take action about it? Did anybody take action? So they are not going to do it. I don't see them doing anything. So that's the point. That's the fact. What is going on in Nigeria is even worse more than Afghanistan right now. You don't know how many thousands of people already died this year. And they are reading it every single day. They say, oh, where they hear about this, about that. US government, done it to Donald Trump. They accuse Buhari. The same. Though we know that he didn't even like Buhari, but he accused Buhari that you are killing Christians in Nigeria. Almost all of them are aware of this. Though we know that it's not Christian, they are alone. They big kill now. They kill Muslims. They kill everybody. It doesn't really matter. But they're supposed to have already done something. So to me, I don't see them do anything anyway. But let's see. Let's wait and see.
All right, Baba Akole, this thing is confusing me slightly. I'm not quite sure why the screen is not showing everybody that is on the. There are about 8-9 people on the thing, and I'm not quite sure why we're only seeing 3.
I'm still there. Oh no!
Huh?
I'm still there.
Yeah, what they need to do, one man, what they need to do. Look, if I go on if I take myself off the camera, you see I'm off. But if I come on, you see I'm on. So what they need to do?
Oh, there you
understand?
Are, yeah.
They should just
okay. So go off and come back on like our engineer just did, so that we can see you. So I think we saw you do that just now. So yeah, so do that.
So
we have Ola back. So if everyone else can do that, rational mind, you do that as well. What's going on? So if you remove and re-enter the thing, then so we have Ola back.
I think
and then
we want people to show their face.
Hold on. Yeah?
It want people to show their face.
What wants people to show their face?
Yeah, yes. It wants the camera to be active.
No, well, I'm not compelling that. I'm not compelling that.
That's what it is. I mean, it's saying we should. That's it.
No, I'm not compelling that, so I'm not quite sure why it's being compelled. I'm not
Buhari
sure.
at work.
Devil is a liar.
I think Buhari is trying to see our faces.
No, this is not the work of the devil. It's the work of the
Buhari has got his hired
it's the work of the devil. I can see how
No, so because I am not compelling. I am not compelling that. I've never compelled anybody to show their face if they don't want to.
Yeah. It's just the system today. The system needs to see.
No, but the system can't dictate. So I may well have clicked on something that I should not have. That may well be what has happened. But no, I'm not compelling anybody to show their face if they don't want to.
No, this is definitely a workaround. We can at least this workaround seems to be fine. Yeah.
All right. So at your discretion, any and everybody, but that's just the session as it is today. So Baba Akure, let me take you to. Have you spoken on Amnesty International and the UN? The UN saying the human rights abuses in Nigeria is reaching an alarming level, and the Nigerian government retorts by threatening to send Amnesty International packing. They are saying that they are partial in favor of IPOB. IPOB being some organization, but the Nigerian government being a sovereign state. So what equivalency is there to be drawn there, Baba Akure?
Well, as I mentioned about this issue of Million March, the same thing is applicable to this, right? So now United Nations now say that the human rights abuse in Nigeria is already escalating to the point of out of the roof. So it's the same thing happening. I don't want to this has been going on for a very long time, and it's every single time we hear the United Nations saying the same thing over again. This is not the first time we've been hearing this song. I mean, see them singing this song. Has anything changed? Did they do anything about it? So they are not going to do anything. But for Nigeria also to say, United Nations, they want to Amnesty International, they have to see them packing. So it means they want to become North Korea. So they want to be in their own jungle, in their own bubble, without interfering with any international world or any outsider. So that is my take on that.
It's just a travesty, and on the Buhari sacking these people that are not fit for purpose, but then he knew they were not fit for purpose before he appointed them. So we've spoken endlessly, Baba Akure, about that space where this guy narrows his pool to just northerners who are largely not educated and certainly not as competent criminally, not as intelligent as the southerners. So if you say you're only going to appoint from your own tribesmen who are notoriously undereducated and low of functioning brain-wise, then of course you cannot have expectations beyond their capacity. So Saleh, my man, not fit for purpose. Are you surprised?
Well, I'm not surprised, woman. I always say something anywhere I go. You see, before I jump to that issue of Nigeria, around the world, I have been to so many places and live in quite a place. Some places, and I see how people behave. Sometimes they say, oh, you foreigner, oh, you this. And I always tell them, if you don't allow foreigner in your country is not going to grow. You will be limited. So because your knowledge is very small, it's very shallow, it's minute. But when you combine different brains together, that is what builds a country. That is exactly what is going on in Nigeria. That's why I just go to that place, to see what I do. So that's that is what's going on.
All right. Okay, sorry. Let me put my hands up. It was my fault. It wasn't the system. Now, as I know your man, but they say but
we need compensation then.
Technology is not my friend. I think I clicked on something which I've now unclicked on. So as you were. So carry on, Baba Akure.
Yeah. Okay, so the reason why I make that narrative is that Nigeria as a country, it will not go anywhere. What did I say? It will. That is why we find ourselves in this situation. Because if you believe that, oh, it is Yoruba alone, I want to, even the same outside that we say, oh, they don't have anything. Everybody has little thing to contribute that be useful. You get what I'm saying? Yoruba alone cannot do it, except if we have to do our nation today, we still need external brain that we have to work together, that we share idea. Even if Igbo go today, they still need external brain that they will work together and to work things out. The same thing is happening to a Buhari government. You cannot limit your brain to your own region. That is why everything fall apart. That is why we retrogress to 60 years backward. That is why we find ourselves in this situation. And the funniest part of it is that if I fire somebody today, and that person belongs to his kinsmen, don't be surprised, Mr. One Man, that any appointment again is going to be from the same quarter, because he has chosen that. Remember, we spoke about the issue of IG. We contemplated, we talked about it at length. And I said on this show that there is nothing is going to happen. It's going to bring somebody from the north, the same place.
Baba Akure, he sacked Saleh Maman, as we said, the Minister of Power. He also sacked Sabo Nanono, Minister of Agriculture. So he replaced Sabo Nanono with Mohammed Mahmoud Abubakar.
I didn't even know that.
Yes, and he replaced Saleh Maman with Abubakar Aliyu.
Okay.
So,
you see, one man.
Must be jokers in that country.
Honestly, I never even knew about that. Yes. I never even read about the story, but I know for sure that's what is going to happen. So what the issue is that let's be realistic. It is not that those people that kick out are not doing something. It is just that he wants some people to eat small before the administration finish.
Yes, chop by chop Nigeria Limited.
That is my own take out of it. So he want to put some people aside and bring some people in so they can shop a little bit before everything scatter. And don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. You see those people that are fired, they will give them another post. That is just the fact.
Of course, they will just move them around. That okay, you've stolen this. I mean, anyway, I don't want to rant all the time, so let me not rant. Let me just thank you, Baba Akure. Let's go on to Ayo, who never really spends that much time with us. So Ayo,
yes.
Are you there?
I'm here, yes.
So Buhari and his promises, of course, is telling you that it wasn't something immediate that was promising, but something sometime in the future. So look forward to after long I have left power, and sometime in the distance, whenever, whatever, just attribute anything that happens in Nigeria to me. I'm laying the foundation. So foundation builder, Buhari, what are you making of it?
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, because sometimes I try to be open-minded. I mean, I really dislike the guy I detest him immensely. But even though, just because I try to be logical, once in a while, I really do struggle. I'm like, just be objective and try and see if you can think of anything this guy has done that's positive, and I can at least try to build upon. There's absolutely nothing. Nothing. He has not done anything. There is not one thing that I can think of that his administration or himself personally has done in the last 6 years that is worthy of any accolades whatsoever. He's run a tyrannical government. He has shown himself to be a Fulani jihadist terrorist sympathizer, and he's doing it unabashedly. He doesn't care what anyone thinks, and he expects the entire country, the 249 other ethnicities within Nigeria, to roll over and do nothing. And he's sorely mistaken, because the Fulani are not very strong or good warriors. I mean, they got kicked out of Congo, they got kicked out of Ghana. Does he really think he's going to be able to grab land in Nigeria? I mean, I personally think Nigerians are probably one of the top 5 most, I don't want to say aggressive, but determined Africans, period. So he thinks he's going to have some ragtag Fulani people come and steal my ancestors' land. I'm not even there.
It's not going to happen now, because we're too advanced and too sophisticated. So all he's going to do is what he's doing now, just kill people. That's just it.
It's funny, because in the last 20 years, I haven't really been engaged in the going-ons in Nigeria as such. But this particular issue I find so enraging that I can't really think of anything else, and I can only imagine what people who are actually on the ground
the injustice and the inhumanity of it.
Exactly. The people on the ground there must be going through hell. And, at some point, especially when everything comes to a head and this guy is just no longer hiding behind the curtain and trying to even pretend like he's the president of a nation, as opposed to a jihadist terrorist that is trying to grab land and make the Fulani clan wonderful. I mean, they're not even very progressive people. We're not even talking about people who have done anything on their own. I mean, it's really weird to me. It's almost like a very, very strange situation where you give. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to sort of like go down that lane.
You give AK-47 to a monkey, is what is
right. Yeah, exactly. You give your best. You give the best opportunities to the lowest of a community and expect them to run with it, and then tell everyone else who exists in that community that they have to be quiet and there's nothing they can do about it. And he thinks that's going to go well. So, in my opinion, I think what's going to happen is, and I don't think he's going to leave power willingly. I don't think so, because if he does, it's going to be suicidal. If he does, it's going to be suicidal for his clan. The Fulani are done in Nigeria. If he steps away, they're done. Everyone is going to close ranks.
I don't think his health can sustain him continuing in that post.
Right. He's probably going to try and see if he can hand over to some other strong man who is as single-minded as he likely is about his intentions for.
Who do you identify as such? Who do you within that space? Who do you
I would say, what is that little guy that's
El Rufai?
Rufai? He seems to be sufficiently evil, but I think he's in failing health as well. But the problem is, though, no one is going to sit back and fold their arms. I mean, the Benue governor is giving them hell, and that's the most courageous governor we have in Nigeria right now. I mean, can you imagine if the top governors, when push comes to shove, let's say governors from some really influential states start to speak and along those lines. I mean, he can't even what's the word? Sort of like scare a governor of Benue State, which Benue State is a great state, don't get me wrong. What I'm trying to say is, it is when you think about Nigeria and its influence, you don't look to Benue State as a state that is sort of like a stand-up state, or a state that is part and parcel of the engine, exactly. And everyone else is keeping quiet, because I get it, they're still trying to play politics to some degree. But at some point, when whether he unleashes his terrorist marauders, and he tells them to go conquer. All these governors in the other states that are keeping quiet are pretty much going to say, okay, enough. We're going to fight back. And what does he think is going to happen? You know, I mean, even if everyone just gets not even assault rifles as such. I mean, these guys they've shown themselves to be cowards, and that's why they try to attack the weak. But anyway, not to go off on that tangent.
Okay, Ayo. When Buhari, in Buhari's campaign in 2014, he made 62 promises to Nigerians.
Right.
I've just recounted 8 of them to Baba Akure, and I've asked him if he has passed or failed on those promises. So I'm going to give you 4 of those 62 now, just from there, and then you tell me what your verdict is. So the verdict on Buhari: generation, transmission, and distribution of at least 20,000 megawatt of electricity within 4 years, and increasing to 50,000 with a view to achieving 24 hours uninterrupted power supply within 10 years. So pass or fail?
Well, I mean, that's a kick out of class fail. You know, it's not, power isn't, I mean, we seem to like to make power seem like it's such a big deal to generate and distribute in Nigeria. And it's, I suppose in Nigeria, it probably is, but it's not because we can't do it. It's because the powers that be, their vested interests that, in my opinion, are benefiting from the lack of power. These people who, you know, import fuel and make money off, you know, all of the tangential little businesses that supply generators and whatnot. It's just they have so much influence. I mean, power is so basic. I mean, this point in time.
You know, I cannot. I was just lamenting because I just thought about it and it just jarred me. You know, it's just an off-the-shelf purchase to buy electricity for a country.
Yeah.
Because
exactly.
everything to generate it and distribute it is already known and practiced for 300 years. So just go to some European country, go to Germany, go to Japan, go to wherever, pay them the requisite money and have them come and install whatever needs to be installed so that people can switch on their lights. They did it in Dubai. They've done it in Ghana.
Yeah, they've done it exactly. You don't even have to go to Dubai. You just go to Ghana. I mean, if you want to, if Nigerians want to have that or the leadership wants to have that sort of inferiority complex, like, oh, we can't generate power, it's above our expertise. Look to Ghana. They're West Africans like you. They're not. You know, it's not like, I mean, you know, it's not like they have any particular sort of like
you would think we're asking them to go and invent electricity and then we're not asking you to do that.
And the thing is,
just go and buy it.
The corruption is just so bad, and I don't see why this is so difficult to get around.
Can I say something here? 1 minute.
Okay.
Go on. Over the weekend, a guy came, one of my brother-in-law came to my house. He told me the new thing in Nigeria now is there's a Canadian company, an American company. They are in Nigeria now. They provide you light 24 hours with the solar. They will build it, but you have to pay 10,000 every month. Yeah, it's just like you have DHL TV. But I haven't looked into it, but I know it's coming.
But is that not worth it, though?
Yeah,
exactly.
Because you can bulk buy food, you can build your, you know, you will still get to the
And this is what is going to need to happen, because obviously the infrastructure that's needed to generate power in the traditional sense is not going to happen in Nigeria ever until we get rid of all these corrupt guys who have vested interests in the way things are currently running. And it's the same thing with cell phones. When cell phones came around and it was more, okay, well, we don't need a grid, we don't need landlines and some crazy infrastructure, then the whole thing opened up. The same thing is likely to happen with power, in that solar power is becoming more and more commonplace, and the technology is improving exponentially. And it's going to start off with, first of all, obviously corporations and the rich, and then it's going to trickle its way down to the poor. And then, you know, there's just never going to be a central, at least a tangible central electrical generation company in Nigeria that's worth anything, because I don't know, it just seems like things that need to be done are just never done. If corruption is such a power, then have a closed system where all the money gets transferred digitally. No one can write a check to anybody. Everything, that's what they do in Ghana. That's how they got rid of corruption. Everything, every transfer, every ministry or state or parastatal that is paid electronically, and it's a closed system, so no one can tap in and say, I'm going to try to divert funds.
Ayo, that was Goodluck Jonathan's plan when he introduced the single treasury.
He should have done it. I mean,
the TSA.
That, right,
the country has one account,
right,
and everything goes into that account.
Yeah.
And this electronic system of payment now to remove the cash element in transactions with government, so that you can go on the website, pay whatever it is you need to pay, print it out, and then it's receipted for. And then, of course, that is your interaction with governance. And that was the journey that Jonathan was embarked upon.
Yeah, well, that's what he should have done. He shouldn't have just planned it and talked about it. He should have implemented it or found a way to implement it. And I'm just so tired of Nigerians, our leaders, promising heaven and earth. They know what to do, but they will never do it, because once they get there and they have the opportunity to steal, I mean, Jonathan, you know, he obviously wasn't a terrorist, and insecurity, he didn't sort of compound the insecurity problem, but he was a thief like all the guys before him. He was just interested in stealing money, if not personally, at least have his cronies stealing. He's like,
would you say he was good for Nigeria, Jonathan?
No, he wasn't. No president. We have never had a leader. We've not had one leader, and I'm so tired of us debating mediocre leaders like they did something. Every single leader we've had from day one has been mediocre at best. Every single one.
But are you situating it environmentally, Ayo? Because it looks as though you might well be using an international template to look at the Nigerian space. So we're not going to have some American, European style presidents that has, or because we don't have the check and balances. So we're just a flagellating nation. We're still in this infancy stage.
Even among mediocre nations, we're still at the bottom. The only thing that no, it's true. The only thing that seems to propel us to some sort of prideful position is the fact that we have economy of scale. We have numbers.
Ayo, have you ever taken pride in being a Nigerian at any point in time? When was that and why was that? When was that and why was that?
I'm a proud Nigerian Yoruba man, but I know what the potential of Nigeria is, and for decades I deluded myself, and I was the same way, where I would just not accept criticism about Nigeria because it was too painful. But the reality is, until everyone, at least a majority of the country, accepts this is shit, our country is a shithole, and there is nothing good about Nigeria, we need to tear it down and build it up from scratch in a legitimate way that we can measure with international metrics, instead of fooling ourselves as soon as one little thing comes out here, or there's one Nigerian who is doing well here and we're all jumping on like, we're just looking for something to be proud of. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. And we're never going to get anywhere until we face the hard truth. Nigeria has failed. Let me finish, please. We are a mediocre country. We can do better. We should do better. We have the brain power. We're probably the country in Africa with the most intellectual capacity to turn that country around.
Can we continue to make that claim? Because that claim doesn't. We have individual international superstars, as you have just said. But can we really, as an entity, continue to make that claim that we have a superior mind to the rest of
we do?
But that is not showing. How can we have a superior mind and have a country like that?
Because we're missing one crucial factor that is required for progress. There is no progress without cooperation. None. Even within a family. You're not going to propel yourself to a greater position in life, or you're not going to become whatever it is you're intending to achieve, especially if you have lofty goals, without cooperating. No man is an island, and we're not even cooperating among ourselves. I mean, how many times on this forum alone have we had issues with Yoruba and Igbo and Hausa and this and that? The reason I do not like this particular leadership, this particular Fulani leadership, is not because I dislike Fulani people. I dislike what he feels he can attain for his people at the expense of everyone else. Until we understand that there's no progress anywhere in any way, shape, or form. I mean, countries have gone through this. It's because we don't read as Nigerians or Africans in general. That's why we're still struggling with things that countries went through thousands of years ago. Go and read about how England was formed and how Wessex and the people from the Danes and the Vikings came. The same exact shit happened until they all realized there's no progress without cooperation. We're where England was 1,000 years ago.
All right.
Sorry, Ayo. Hold on, Sam. Let Ola interject because he has been trying to, and then we come to you, Sam, and then we go back to Ayo with a different topic. I want to hear his voice, his opinion about Gambari being sent to America. But first to Ola quickly, and then Sam quickly, and then back to Ayo. Ola, to you.
Yeah. First one, the question you ask Ayo, whether Nigeria can claim to have the most internationally endowed. Yeah. The thing is, prophets sometimes we never have honor in some, See the way Nigerians dominate the medical field in South Africa.
Stop.
See the way they dominate the universities.
I don't want to interrupt you. I don't want to interrupt you. Please stop. This is the problem we have. We keep on latching on to individual achievements. Sure.
No, I'm just coming. No, you don't know. It's not, that's not even, we say probably we have capacity is the argument now. I'm not saying, do we have that capacity to turn the fortune of the country around? That's the argument now. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm showing evidences.
No. You are not showing evidences. Ola Ayo is right. You are speaking to individual achievements, because the question is that if we have this capacity, why is it not manifest in our own environment? A prophet is something or the other, whichever biblical parable fits.
I'm still presenting.
But don't make it too stretched out because so land it. Yeah.
Now, where I was coming to is this. This is because I was going to link it with power.
Mm-hmm.
All the problem we have today is about policy. Now, look at the power sector, for example. Like, you make power difficult as is a big thing. It used to be like that for 90. A single policy, although force have military background, they decree that turn into an act of the parliament. Now is the reason we have telecom today. Because some people, they are being threatened. If you take the power sector away from them, their means of getting money is gone.
No, that doesn't address the question because
I'm coming.
Okay, thank you. Condense it.
Can I come in here?
Yeah, come in, Sam. Yeah.
I've not even landed.
Okay, hold on, Sam.
I've not even landed.
Yeah, land, Ola, so that we can go back to.
Did you land already? Okay. Yeah. What are the problems we have?
Now.
Okay.
Hold on, Sam. Yeah.
So now look at the way they do the policy. They bundle disco, they unbundle everything, but they still keep the transmission with the federal government. Why do we have to have one grid? Not let every state have its own grid. That's why I'm saying.
Ola, I don't want to push you, but the question was that if Nigeria has this abundance of talented people, vastly superior to any other African country by a distance, why is the country a basket case? So I wasn't talking about the electricity or the, so that was the question that I put to Ayo. So
when are your corporation? When are Sam, wait.
Can I answer that?
No, yeah, let's hear from Sam. Thank you, Ola. Let's hear from Sam, just so we can progress the conversation. Yeah.
See, that is why we don't teach history in school. Go back to 1963 or 64 coup. All the people, look at people that have been leading us. They are all former military people. They don't have capacity to lead us. You said one thing, one man I think 1 month ago. You said for the first time, we're going to have all those military, all those guys in the army. They will soon be gone. If Oshibanjo becomes the president tomorrow, he will move the country. If Tinubu become the president tomorrow, you move the country. If Peter Obi become the country, these are people. All name them. Go back to the history. All of Babangida.
Oh, okay. So what you are saying essentially, Sam, I'm not being hard. It's just the pressure of time. So what you are saying essentially is that our talent is being stifled by the barrel of the gun that are being held out by these military guys. And once Buhari is out of situation and we've cleared the last one off the deck, then that frees us up then to achieve our potential. All right, brilliant. Thank you. Let me get back to Ayo now. Ayo, I want to take you to this United Nations space. Buhari's chief of staff, others, storm United Nations ahead of assembly, plot to silence Nigeria's agitation groups. So, Professor Gambari, of course, you are Buhari's chief of staff, and the mission that has been sent is to silence the Nigeria's agitation groups. Nigeria Agitation Group, of course, planning that 1 million man march against Buhari at the United Nations. So how do you see that playing out? And how do you think he's going to achieve his brief to silence Professor Toye and Tony Nandi?
I mean, this guy is definitely living
under... Can I just say something before he goes, please?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, let Buhari and his crew know that this is United States of America. Here is not London. So they don't have mouth here. Bye.
Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you. But they have dollars. But Ayo, to you.
Yeah. So the funny thing is, and this guy, he's obviously, him and his people, his advisors are living under a rock because I don't know why he would even attempt that, because just the act of attempting to stifle dissent in the States creates more dissent. I mean, this is what this country is about. It's all about dissent. So if he feels like he's going to try to influence, I can't even wrap my mind around how he intends to achieve this.
Well, dollars now, bribe.
Who is going to bribe? Who?
He'll bribe not Professor Akitoye or Tony Nandi, of course, but some of the satellite lieutenants. They'll be bribed. They will hire some rascally elements to infiltrate and implode it from within.
Rascally elements in the States?
Yes.
Rascally elements to infiltrate within the States and blow it up. That is never going to happen. He has no influence here. And
he has dollars. He has dollars.
He has dollars to do what?
Brother Ayo,
I'm confused. How is this going to...
Let me tell you something in one Ayo. Did you listen to Mayegun? I think they bribed some people in UK sometimes to stage a counter protest.
Yes, we saw it. We saw it. Listen. They were actually across the road from each other. One protesting for Buhari, the other one protesting.
But I mean that was laughable.
UK is not US. Understand that?
Okay, let's hear from Ayo. Thank you, Sam. Let's hear from Ayo. Go on, Ayo. Yeah.
So that whole situation in the UK was laughable in that you had about 6 or 7 people who were obviously paid against quite a number of people who are legitimately protesting. So sure, I mean, I don't mind. I don't think that's a bad thing. If he feels like he wants to pay counter protesters to protest, on the other hand, while the legitimate protesters with the energy they have, the anger, I'm probably going to go there myself. With the energy, the passion, the anger, the love they have for their country, and the fact that this guy is trying to impose his backward, stupid ideology on people who would rather die than embrace whatever he's trying to push on them. If he thinks he's going to stifle that voice, then I think he's been living in his village for too long, because clearly the guy has no clue. The harder he tries to silence this protest, if he's a smart man, he really just needs to back off and not say anything about it, because he's just going to increase.
But you know, that's a high. You know, it's a very high, high functioning space. It's a high potency space. That space that is about to play out later on this month. So you have the United Nations Assembly with all of the nations represented in some form. You have this mass of Nigerians protesting that space. So you have all of the medias of all of those nations in there in some form, and then you have this mass protest. So this is the one opportunity to force the Nigerian issue onto the world. And this is what Buhari is trying to nick up with Gambari. He's going to go there and bribe people, and just
he's not. He's not going to bribe people in the States. I'm sorry, he's just not. What is he?
They don't like. They don't, huh?
I mean, you're not. You're just not going to influence anyone's.
He doesn't have enough money.
Oh, Sam, don't make me have to remove you. Just settle down, so you can let.
How much is he going to give people? $1,000 each. That is not going to silence anyone. I mean, $1,000 is nothing to anyone who is living here or has been living here for a long time.
How about $10,000? How about $10,000?
He's going to. So he's going to give 3,000 people $10,000. Really?
Why
you
not?
think he has that money? He doesn't.
Nigeria
is broke. He borrows
security vote. Do you know how much Buhari's security vote is? Is the budget of Ghana.
His security vote. What do you mean?
Yeah, you know all the state governors, including the presidency, they get what they call security votes.
Oh yeah, that's money they steal. Yeah, we know.
So money that they don't account for.
Right. Well, yeah, sure.
Yeah, not even that. He got hardship payment as well.
Right.
He's not going to. That is not going to work. It's just not going to work. It's not going to work here at all. So I'm actually hoping that he does try to bribe and influence people, because every single Nigerian that I know here will, they will take his money and do what they want to do. So go ahead. So how is he going to stop? This is in Nigeria where you can bribe someone to vote a certain way, and then they'll take your money and then you come after them. So sure, take his $10,000 and I'll still go protest. What is he going to do about it?
Okay.
Absolutely nothing.
Ayo, let me give you 3 paragraphs. President Muhammadu Buhari's chief of staff, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, amongst other officials, are traveling to the United States on Thursday ahead of the United Nations General Assembly, billed to hold by September the 14th. Correspondents learned that part of the mandate of the top government officials was to try to infiltrate the ranks of Nigeria's self-determination groups, which earlier announced they would storm the United Nations Assembly with demands for a referendum. Top sources told correspondents that while Buhari would be attending the United Nations Assembly, the entourage led by Gambari, who is a diplomat and former top United Nations official, was sent ahead to weaken the strength of the agitation groups before the president's arrival. So there's a plan in works, and it's a plan that is dollar-based. They are going to pay people off and just you know how it works.
I see what you're saying.
Just go there and collect your $10,000 and move on.
There's a plan on the other side too. And these people have been planning this forever. I think about 3 or 4 months ago, I attended a Zoom call with Nigerian American Political Action Committee, Nigeria PAC. And it's pretty much just a group of Nigerians who try to influence Congress to activate policy that favors Nigeria. West African, Africa at large, but Nigeria specifically. And there was an ambassador, not an ambassador, there was it was a low-level member of the State Department that was taking questions from Nigeria regarding Nigerians. Now, there were thousands of Nigerians on this Zoom call. And if you saw the fervor, if you saw the intensity and the kind of questions they were asking this State Department official about what they're going to do about Buhari, and they know about the Fulanization agenda and Islamization. They all know that. I mean, they've had congressmen on interviews pretty much just recited even more eloquently than I've seen a lot of Nigerians talk about it, either for whatever reason. So, the United States is completely aware, and at least the people who are supposed to know about it already know about it. So at the UN, I know the what's Professor Akintoye's group or whatever, I can't remember whether Ninas and some other groups, they've been planning this for for months. They've been planning, right, exactly. Thank you. They've been planning this. Yeah. They've been planning this speech for months. So if he thinks all of a sudden he's going to have some knee-jerk reaction to try and block it, there's no way he can block it. He can't. There was even a time, what's his name?
He's not seeking to block it. He's just seeking to peter it down and hopefully turn it into a riot so that the authorities can come and disperse it.
It's not going to be that disorderly anyway, and you're not going to get that disorderly even if you wanted to. You're not going to get that disorderly in front of the United Nations building in New York. It's just not going to happen because they have security there and they know what they're doing. So, he should just bury the thought that he's going to be able to influence anyone to do his bidding, at least in a meaningful way. Sure, maybe there's nothing wrong with him attempting. Maybe he decides to pay a few of his supporters. He's got some everywhere, for whatever reason. Stockholm syndrome is what I like to view it as, and people who are just so sort of like beholden. Yeah, they're beholden to their captor, and they just can't see any other way of life. Sure, I'm sure he has a few of those here too, but it's not going to dampen the effect or the protests that these people have been organizing for a long time. And I really do think that, if all goes well, this could be, at least the international community knows about it, but this could be hopefully the tonic that pushes them to acknowledge that, okay, there's something going on here that we at least have to address.
How successful are you anticipating that march? I don't want to call it a demonstration. Let's call it a rally. How successful are you expecting that rally to be?
I don't think they're not going to find 1 million guys.
No, we are not expecting that. Right. But in terms of impact,
it would be hugely successful if they can get 5,000-10,000 people to march, and if they can get a major network to cover it. That would be hugely successful. But more importantly, I think whoever is given this speech on the floor at the United Nations needs to be eloquent. Because these people, how you communicate with them is key. You can't just come there with anger, and even if your anger is...
So you are not going there then, are you?
Exactly. No, I'm obviously too angry and too enraged by this situation. We need a calm, we need a calm communicator who knows what he's talking about to go on the floor and lay out everything as it is, and pretty much present the international community with the dangers of not doing anything. Because it's one thing to expect people to come and save you, which no one will. But if you can present it in a way that you're showing them what benefits them if they do, you're not going to have refugees tripping over into your countries. When Nigerians will find their way to Europe, they will find their way to Canada, they will find their way to the US in large numbers. It will become a problem, if we don't shut off this problem before it starts to metastasize, which it will. I don't know what he's waiting for, but we know he has a lot of terrorists in the forest that are probably waiting for his command. Maybe when he's about to leave power, or maybe when a Yoruba or Igbo or some other southerner is about to take over, then he'll be like, okay, go ahead and create your havoc, because this is why we brought you here. That's not going to benefit anyone in the international community. And someone needs to lay it out to the United Nations why it's in their interest to prevent things from deteriorating to that point.
All right, thank you. Just quickly on this, I'm going to tie two topics together and just a quick commentaries on this. They are both interlinked and they tie in with what you've just spoken on. I'll give you the headlines. Nigeria not respecting rights of all human beings. This is the United Nations. And the second headline, almost a retort to that headline, Amnesty International has no right to exist in Nigeria. This is the presidency. So the United Nations saying you are not respecting human rights, and Gambari, who issues a statement to say that Amnesty International has no right to be in Nigeria. tie the two together for us.
So once again, just the general lack of awareness and the fact that that's exactly why that is why Amnesty International exists, to sort of like hold countries accountable when there's widespread human, crimes against humanity and human rights abuses. Right. This is why they exist. So for a guy to say, oh well, we feel like you should go away because you're doing your job, isn't going to cut mustard with anyone, and it's kind of silly because if anything, he's proven their point. That,
do you know what the gripe is with Amnesty International? According to Garba Shehu, the gripe of the Buhari administration, they are saying they are not reporting in equal measures atrocities being committed by IPOB. And they're only...
See, this is so stupid, though. This is so annoying.
This is where we are.
What is IPOB doing? Are they trying to grab people's land? Are they terrorizing people and kidnapping kids?
Are they even the government?
Are they raping people? Are they making claims that if you don't rehome us in some land that doesn't belong to us, we're going to blow shit up? They're not doing that. The only thing they're saying is we're not going to allow you to treat us like shit, and we're definitely not going to allow you to take our land. You can kill all of us. We're just not going to put up with it. They're fighting for their rights. I mean, the IPOB or the Igbo people in general, they've never tried to overstep their bounds with encroaching anyone's property or territory or illegitimately going to another space and claiming rights like these Fulani terrorists are. It's so annoying when they try to make the false equivalency that IPOB are somehow doing the same thing that they're obviously doing. It's enraging.
Is the parallel even to be drawn between IPOB, what you have proscribed as a terrorist organization, and the Nigerian government? Are they asking the Amnesty International to be judging IPOB and the Nigerian government by the same standard?
Right. So if there's a terrorist organization, it's the current Nigerian government. That's the terrorist organization right there. And Boko Haram and Miyetti Allah and FUNAM and all those stupid offshoots, terrorist groups that are claiming legitimacy because they have a jihadist as the president. That is the true terrorist. The IPOB stand for one thing and one thing alone. They want their space. They want to secede, which by all means is their right to want that. And if you're not willing to negotiate, you can't you're not going to eliminate 30 million people. You're not. So if at some point they're just going to have to find a way to come to the negotiating table, if they feel like they're going to beat the Igbos down like the Hausas and they're going to give up, it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen in a million years.
It's not in the culture of the Igbos to be beaten down.
Yeah, exactly. So, these people are, it's almost like they've run out of ideas and they're playing the victim. And this is typically what tyrannical governments do. They try to oppress you, and then they claim to be the victims. It's exactly what this guy is trying to do. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see how things pan out, but it's just so enraging. And this guy can't just leave. He can't leave power soon enough. Hopefully, he will die before 2023.
I'm not hoping for that. But would you think that? Hold on. Would you think it would be a travesty if this guy does leave power and it doesn't end up in The Hague? He and his team. Would it be a travesty? And would that then signal that we should just lose hope in the international systems if Buhari and his team, Abubakar Malami, Lai Mohammed, etc., if they don't end up on sort of like a human rights genocide type charges like Charles Taylor, if they don't end up in international court, would that be a travesty if that doesn't happen?
It would be, but I think more importantly, what needs to happen is our energies should be focused on making sure this never happens again. So as much as I feel like they need to be held accountable, the next government should make sure they strengthen institutions. They try. I mean, you can get rid of corruption, make everything digital. It's not impossible to do. Ghana has done it. Make everything digital. Make everything wire based. Forget about trying to reach back and sure, there are going to be people who you're going to be able to hold accountable, especially those people who have, like El Rufai, who has, in my opinion, committed genocide among people in Kaduna State that are Christians. I mean, he's evil. He needs to be held accountable. But all these other guys, just make sure they can't smell power again, or no one like that can smell power again, and completely just derive or sort of like construct a mechanism where a Fulani man can never be anywhere near the levels of power again in the history of Nigeria, because those guys are pretty much, at least they've proven themselves to be the bane of that country. You know, I'm not saying there's no ethnicity is perfect and no one can go without blame, but I think they have taken it to a whole fucking different level, especially with this I'm bold to rule. And
just as a final comment, Ayo, and just briefly on this, out of all of the ethnicities in Nigeria, who do you think is best suited to run that country and to drive it in the direction that it should go?
I think anyone. I don't think one ethnicity is better than the other, but I do feel the Fulani have a real problem with their ideology. I think they do. So that's the ethnicity that any other ethnicity will be fine in my mind. Just keep those people out of power for forever.
All right. Thank you, Ayo. And good to hear from you. I'll go on to Sam, but before I go on to Sam, I'll answer the question that I put to Ayo myself. I think a Yoruba person is probably above all else the best suited person to drive the Nigerian project forward. Sam, I'm sure you disagree. Sam, good to have you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sam.
I'm in Chicago. I was rooting for Tinubu to become the next president of Nigeria.
No. When I say Yoruba, I don't mean that kind of Yoruba.
But based on his age and his being sick, I don't want something that happened to Yaradua to happen to him.
Yes.
Who I prefer now, who I'm rooting for, I would like, if it's possible, to have Oshibanjo as a president or as run as a president for APC and Peter Obi as PDP. Any of them can move the economy upwards. Nigeria now, we need somebody that will move the country forward. We cannot. You said something last week. You said, and you look, go back to our history. Our history showed this is the last. If you look at the history, out of 1966 coup, this is the last guy that fought on the coup. So we cannot let any of them come back again, because everybody said they don't have the capacity. They cannot do anything for us. We have seen that. When to protest in Nigeria, they will shoot you. To do simple things you do in America, they will. You understand me? We cannot move the society whereby you cannot protest. You cannot, simple things I do here in America, you cannot do it in Nigeria. Why is it? You said every Nigerian, when they leave Nigeria, they come to here. They excel. Why is it that when they're in Nigeria, they cannot do anything? Bring them, come here. Just give them 2 weeks. Send them to school. They'll be one of the best. Send them to school. They'll be one of the best. I have an idiom, Simon. You can't have a situation whereby you have somebody leading you who is blind. I have a cousin. Maybe I can say this story. I have a cousin. Yeah, I work with him in Nigeria now. My wife's cousin, he was in the 70s in Katsina. So he have a baby, a young son with him, by outside person. When is the 70, in the 75, they took him out. The mom did not even know about it, they took him out. They brought him back to Lagos. Back to Lagos, they sent him back to school. He went to University of Ibadan. He's a graduate. I work with him now. Then he was like, okay, at this age, he's almost 35 years old. He's telling me I have to look for my mother, I have to do this thing. You know what? I have a megad. Who's a Kasina, who's a Fulani? He's a Niger, he's a Fulani. He was able to find his mother. And when he found his mother, he found his step brothers, he found his step sister.
Sorry, where are you taking us with this, Sam? I don't want to hurry you, but yeah.
No, what I'm taking you is that our culture and their culture, we don't suppress our own people. They try to suppress them. I asked him last week, and when are you going to bring your brother siblings back to Lagos? He told me, hell no. I can't bring them. You understand? They cannot, you understand me? And you know the funny thing? His father is an Delta. His mother is an Hausa. All his siblings in Hausa. He's getting married next week on the 27th to a young lady. So where do you put him? So looking at it, we're all the same. We're all the same. I told him, okay, why don't you bring your mother back to Lagos? He said, hell no. You know,
Lagos is not for everybody, you understand, especially people who have been rural all of their life. So it's not just your Hausa person. There are certain people from Ekiti that you can't bring them to Lagos or River State. You can't, not because of anything, but the pace and the intensity. Lagos is not survival. You know Lagos now. It's not for everybody. It's not for everybody.
Hey, what do you mean that you can't bring someone from Ekiti?
No, he's afraid.
Online, please.
There are certain people. Somebody that is already established and slower pace of life. They are civilized people, and the people in Lagos are uncivilized. You know, so
no, he's not that he's not correct. What is that they cannot? He still told me now. His so younger sisters, he has to tell them to go back to school in Kasina. He's now paying for at least for them to be able to communicate with them.
All right, thank you, Sam. That Nigeria is a complex space, as we know. Just let me move you on to the talking points, just really for reasons of time. So, just quick commentaries on this now. Buhari opens up on the type of change he promised Nigerians in 2015. So, he's telling us to look forward to the change in the future, but that wasn't the initial campaign promise. So, what are you making of that, Sam?
I could tell you one thing. The only change Buhari came to do, when you become a president, and he ran for president for almost four times. His own agenda is to flat. The first thing he came up, Ruga. The second he came up, colony country. The third, and that is now he wants grazing route. Then that is when you understand. This is my purpose of being a president. And that's what any other thing is nonsense. He doesn't have all the things APC decide to do. He like put us in the garbage. That's what I want to do. And it is the Saraki stop him from doing Ruga. Now, the same time, he wants to get to our waterways. He's trying to get to our waterways. When he get the waterways, so he can control the waterways, then he can still get the Ruga. He doesn't want to help every Nigerian. These 3 things or 4 things I named for his own agenda. If he doesn't get it, then and I believe, I can't wait. See, before people say, maybe they will overthrow him. No. Let's just hang him there in another 2 more years. Another Shibanjo will come in, or somebody will come in that will help us. Because that's it. His own agenda is to settle all the Fulanis in Nigeria. The way he closed the border in the south, semi-border, the northern border is open. That's just happening. All of us have seen where they are trooping people from Niger to the southeast, to all the south area. Everybody saw that, and people are saying, no, it's not possible, it's not possible. And the only relationship you have with Nigeria is that everybody you have a hold. The only thing that keeps us a Nigerian is that your land in Oyo. If you lose it, you're no more in Nigeria. You can say, forget. If I lose my land in Delta, then I can swear, forget it. Even then, I don't even go to die. I believe I'm in Lagos. I stay in Lagos my life. But people cannot forcefully take you out your natural, where you feel this is my natural land. And you sit down and say, I'm happy. You have to fight. That's what he has no. I'm sorry to say, but he has no agenda for that. The only agenda he has for Nigeria is to make sure he said, and he already promised them, all the Fulanis, all of them, they should come to Nigeria. That he's going to settle them. That is why when they kill somebody, look at what is happening. Look at what is happening in all those northern states. Look, every day, there's no day you open TV. They kill this, they kill this, they kill this. What is that? And the government have never hold anybody accountable. I might be upset. Anybody that let me ask you a question. We have never, what did Sunday Igboho do? What anybody on this program can tell me, what did Sunday Igboho do? What did he do? They came there. Not only that, his brother from Germany, he went there and set up a company in his farm. The Fulani came there. They destroyed his crop. He went there to tell them why they killed him. Sunday Igboho went there to tell them you have to get out of this place. That's why he didn't do anything.
All right.
They attacked him and killed. See, what we were not talking about is this. I listened to this thing today. We have to, nobody has said the names of the people that were, 2 people that were killed there. They are human beings. They have a name. We have to find out their name. We can't just let it die like that. They're human beings. They're human beings. No matter it's just me. They're human beings. They just kill them. It's okay. Fine. The country continue to move on. But there's a name behind those people. Nobody decided to die that way.
It is well. It is well.
All right. Thank you, Sam. We feel and share your passion, and this is what enrages us all. So thank you, Sam. Stay with us. Let's go to UK now and sample his opinions on the talking points. UK, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, one man.
All right. Thank you. I'm good. Good to have you again, UK. So just to the talking points, Buhari opens up. Actually, let me give you that list that I was giving Baba Kore and Ayo earlier on, and then we progress that list. So this is we're going through Buhari's 62 campaign promises in 2014, and I'm reading just just what was promised, and I'm asking people to say if he has passed or failed. So we are up to number 10 now, and this is his 10th promise to the Nigerian people. Empowerment scheme to employ 740,000 graduates across 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. So is this something that he has achieved, UK?
Well, I mean, I think yesterday I was reading something that he said He want to give 20,000 youth employment. Well, from my own understanding, for the way the country is going, Buhari have not done anything, reasonable or even tangible, because one, for them killing, and shutting people up without doing what they promised to do in their campaign this thing. So they are just making or wasting people's time,
So that's a fail for you.
Yeah, it's a fail because no job. So people are just dying of hunger. People are looking for what to do.
All right. Buhari opens up on the type of change he promised to Nigerians in 2015. So this is Buhari now trying to create some sort of a legacy for himself, and is looking back now on what he has promised Nigerians and what he has delivered. And what he's saying is that the things that he did promise, the change that he did promise, is something that we will only see and feel long after he has left power. This, of course, does not chime with the campaign promises that he made. We're all seeing, we are seeing figures and saying, I will do this for X amount of people. He said he will create 20 megawatts of electricity going up to 50 and all of these things. None of them done, but he's saying it is sometime in the future that he meant. What are you making of that now, Buhari? He's saying whenever, whatever. Yeah.
Well, the one that I was even waiting for, because Buhari promised us that $1 will be equal to £1.
There you go.
So for the fact Buhari didn't do that one, every other thing he's talking about, he has plunged us into. I think they said
UK at the laugh.
Yeah. So that $1 equals to £1. That's what I was looking for, because so that
that in the future now, everything in the future.
UK wicked, you know it was going to fail.
No, so for Buhari to be saying all these things, that he has made a progress, that when he will leave office, well, when he is leaving office now, I mean, I believe he will be thrown into jail because of all the atrocity they have committed. Buhari, who cannot even who cannot even because he promised us that when he come, he will take out Boko Haram in 3 months' time. So he said that to us. He didn't even the Boko Haram themselves. They are even overpowered. They overpowered
Boko Haram don't get cousin now. His name is Fulani Headsman.
Boko Haram metaphors to bandit, metaphors to kidnapper, metaphors to a herdsman. So Boko Haram is working in one in four different people now, different groups, fighting against the security operatives. The country are already in a darkness. So for Buhari coming out, Buhari should not even say anything until, I mean, he should just kukuma shut up his mouth, until he leave that office.
Get out.
Yes,
just
because they don't even have
stealing and killing for another 2 years and just leave.
Yes, so you don't need to even say anything, because I mean, they have failed the country, they have failed the people, even his own people, even the Fulani. I believe most of them, they are crying too. Because this thing is all over, it's all over. So for them coming out to say anything, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. We all know what is going on, and we all know after they leave office, we know that we're gonna face the aftermath, which everybody have to get ready,
All right. So we all know what is going on, but what will go down in America this month is the question. Buhari's chief of staff, other staffs, storm United States ahead of United Nations Assembly, plot to silence Nigeria's agitation groups. So they are going there to infiltrate the NINAS protest, the 1 million man march that NINAS is planning. Just to highlight the Nigerian situation to the United Nations. So how do you think IBRAHIM Gambari is going to carry out this brief
Well, I think Lai Mohammed came and gone now. What did he come? I mean, did he achieve anything? It was very, very abortive, journey for Lai Mohammed. So this Gambari, well, I mean, they can do that in other part of the world, but for this United States, I've said for a very long. I see how people, they don't want a whole lot of people. Let's say all the Nigeria that is living here doesn't want to even hear anything about Buhari. Yeah, quite sure I'm not in their heart, but this thing I'm telling you, I mean, for somebody who have been here for a long time, so I know how people over here reason. Let them try it. Even if they give people bribe, people will take that money and tell them they won't even do the job. They will eat the money and still do what they want to do. So for them, it's gonna be a total failure. So it's better that they just come here and keep quiet. Let people, carry their march. Let the UN hear us. So for them coming here, I don't think their own bribe. I mean, it won't even pass. It won't even pass because even for themselves, is even for them coming out. Because wherever place they are, if people know that they are there, they will go there and even start protesting. So wherever place they do, let them
How
hide.
successful do you think the protest will be? What is your matrix for measuring success for that protest, that rally?
Well, the rally is going to be big. It's going to be big. The reason why I say it's going to be big, because we have population of Nigerians in New York, even within the states close to New York. I mean, we are many. So for the fact Igbo and Yoruba, Oduduwa will come, then Biafra will come and team up and make a very solid team. I mean, it's gonna be 100% successful.
Okay.
So
and what will be successful? What has to be achieved for it to be acknowledged as a success? What result are you looking to see?
Well, I know there will be some what will make it to be successful. People will come in a mass. Then we'll have a very good speaker, somebody who will address. Then people who are coming will come out with so many pictures, to present it so that these people will be seen.
Yes, the Americans images and the savagery.
Yes. So they have to create so many things, that will, like any kind of evidence you have that these people have committed, pictures, posters, whatever thing you can make, let them bring it so that we'll just line it. We'll make a circle. We'll form a circle along that distance. So the picture, those security people, they will see it. Then even the passerby, because that place is a very busy area.
Engineer wants to interject. Engineer, sorry.
I think what they need to do is since the very day he was elected, right? I believe Google, internet now is good. What they need to do from every year Buhari is ruling up to 6 years. Every year they should take the picture of people who died on that year. If they can do it like bit by bit, we know it's gonna be too much bit by bit. And it's like in 2015, this is the amount of people being killed. 2016 up to date. If they can do things like this and put it, along the way, that would definitely start making things go well without no fighting or
because it's an international media. You will never get media converged more than you will get. This is a one opportunity. Everybody coming to report their nation, what they are doing at the United Nations. So from Timbuktu to Outer Mongolia, all of their media will be there. So just a strong international media presence. So a golden opportunity now to present the Nigerian case to the world.
Perfect. This is perfect. Without fighting, nothing.
Yeah, and the Nigerian embassy is even close to the UN because I've been there. So they have to even do a very solid protest. Because from that Nigerian embassy to the UN, it's a very trackable. It's not even up to if you walk, it's not even up to 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes walk. because you will even be in the Nigerian embassy, you'll be seeing the building. You'll be seeing the building. So I want to, beg people, more especially the Christian, the churches, because there are so many churches here in US, more especially in this area of East Coast. So I pray that I beg them they should come out. All those images, like those killings that happen in another part of, they should even bring all those images too, because that will even give a very strong signal. Because like because I have some American friends, when I tell them all these things, some of them they don't even believe, but some of them I've given them I invite them, they should join, even if they don't want to comment, they should be in the comment section, be watching what is going on, how we discuss about Nigeria, because every time they always see me, talking about Biafra, they say, what is Biafra? I said, that's my new nation that is coming. They say, are you not a Nigerian? I said, I'm not a Nigerian, I'm a Biafra.
All right. Before I take you to the next topic, UK, let me give you two more of Buhari's promises, and you tell me if it's a pass or a fail. Creating additional middle class of at least 2 million. Sorry, let me start again. Creating additional middle class of at least 2 million new homeowners in our first year in government and 1 million annually thereafter. So creating an additional 2 million middle class, and they're using home ownership as a standard for that. So essentially creating additional 2 million new homeowners in their first year in government, and an additional 1 million annually thereafter. So your pass or fail?
Well, what I want to say, how many are we in that country? Because if you're creating 1 million, because we are almost like, according to what they say, 200 and something million.
Million, yeah.
Yeah. So even if you create 1 million this thing and divide it by this thing, you have not even done anything. It's like you're just putting a drop of water. How will I say?
Have they even done that? Have they even done that?
No. I mean, because this one is audio promises, or audio. How will I say? How did they say audio this thing that they are claiming they did? Why they don't do anything? So my question is, if they have done that, have anybody come out and say Buhari have given him or her a home? That's my question. Because even if they claim that they give 1 million, at least there must be testimony. At least within that 1 million, at least 2 or 3 Igbo people or Yoruba or Hausa or other this thing will come out and say, hey, look.
And that is annually, every year. So 2 million in the first year and 1 million homeowners annually throughout. So by now, what is that? 2 million in the first, that's 7 million homeowners they should have created by now by their own metric.
Maybe they did it in Niger, not in Nigeria now. Yeah,
where they are building that train, Abi.
Yeah, so they did it in Niger, not this Nigeria. Everybody is crying for help. So
okay, let me bring you another Buhari's promise, and then I'll take you to the next topic. Creating a National Conflict Resolution Commission to prevent, mitigate, and resolve civil conflicts within the polity. So creating a National Conflict Resolution Commission to prevent, mitigate, and resolve civil conflicts within the polity. So do you think Buhari has created this cohesion commission, as is
Buhari did not create anything. All I want to ask Buhari, let him tell his those whom he has given license to kill. Let him withdraw them. Well, once he withdraw them, then there will be peace in that land. Let him just withdraw those people. Let him just tell those people, if he will give them find one place, or like that, what they call it, that forest, he should go there. At least Zambiza forest, even if all the money that they have borrowed, let him just use it and settle them in that forest, so that people can live in peace in their land. At least that one will be okay. At least people can carry out their life without fear.
All right, let me take you back to the talking points and let me merge two topics together because they and just to see if you can marry them. Nigeria not yet respecting rights of all human beings. So this is the United Nations alarming at the human rights situation in Nigeria. So that is the United Nations position, and this is Nigeria's position. Amnesty International has no right to exist in Nigeria, the presidency. So the United Nations saying that we are abusing human rights, and Buhari promising to kick Amnesty International out of Nigeria. So marry those two headlines together, UK.
Yeah. My question is that why would he kick out the Amnesty? Is it are Nigeria not signatory to the United Nations about human rights? That's my question.
It says they are too paddy with IPOB. This is what they are saying.
Okay, paddy with IPOB. At least IPOB have a proof now. People they have slaughtered. Even not even IPOB, from other tribes now, they have killed. You know. So the Amnesty, I mean, they are saying the right thing because they have violated. This NSAS, is it not human rights abuse? At least if nothing at all to hold them, that NSAS, is it not human rights abuse? Talk about the people they slaughter in Obibo. Talk about the people they just slaughter in Plateau. Talk about people they slaughter in Ibarapa. Talk about people they slaughter in Yewe, I think Ogun State. You know. So talk about the people in Benue that they slaughter, and most of them they send them to.
Don't forget Yobe and Meduguri as well.
Yeah. Talk about talk about people they went there to bomb some villages. You know. Then they said that it was a mistake.
Okay, let me give you the reasons why the Buhari administration says they are looking to kick Amnesty International out of Nigeria. Let me give you just a couple of paragraphs. In a statement issued by Garba Shehu, media aides to President Muhammadu Buhari, the presidency the presidency criticized Amnesty International over its support for pro-secession groups like IPOB. The statement reads, Amnesty International's latest salvo at Nigeria is but more of the same. Again, they decided to side with terrorists before the liberty of those they injure, displace, and murder. Speaking the language of universal human rights, Amnesty International deploys it only in defense, even outright promotion of those that violently oppose the federal government of Nigeria. Parroting the line of Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB, a proscribed terror organization, they work to legitimize its cause to Western audience. This puts them in a bad company. Controversial American lobbyists are paid hundreds of thousands of dollars annually to do the same, laundering IPOB's reputation in Washington, D.C. IPOB murder Nigerian citizens. They kill police officers and military personnel and set government properties on fire. Now they have amassed a substantial stockpile of weapons and bombs across the country. So what they are saying essentially, UK, is that they're going to kick out kick out Amnesty International for reasons of being too friendly, too paddy with IPOB. Okay. So this is the...
let me say something. First and foremost, Nigerian government, they are terrorists. You see those killing they were doing, those police stations they were burning, it was the DSS that created those unknown gunmen. You know, they go there and slaughter.
UK.
No. Because our media.
You were doing so well, eh?
Okay. Let me finish now, one man.
Okay, so, carry on.
Yeah, like what they call it, the burning and the killing that was going on in the southeast. Because I'll give you an instance. Do you remember when they wanted to break the jail in Imo State. Then the governor came and said that it was the political, rivalry. It wasn't an IPO, the IPO guys. They weren't the people that were doing that. It was the machineries, sent by the political thugs on opposite side. They were the people that were doing those things. But another thing I will say, one man, if you look all those things, because most of these things, they were using it to create a problem for them to come and start killing innocent people. I mean, we know their tactics, the way they move and the way they carry plan. Because when they come and put all those flame, then people will be thinking it is an IPOP that commit all those crimes, not knowing that this is being sponsored by the state.
Sorry, UK. You see, you're very correct in that area, right? The reason why I said you're very correct, something you need to understand here: opposition party between Rochas and Spring Governor. Yes. That's what is happening. But I want to enlighten you with something that that the government are using against the IPOBs. You understand? Mistake Nnamdi Kanu did was to utter a statement to say go and kill or go and burn this or go and destroy this. You understand? So even though now IPOB, they're not doing nothing, they will use that as an opportunity to say, okay, he is the one who give go ahead, and that's why things are happening the way it is now. You see, so those are the kind of words that they will be using against him, even though it's not the IPOB that they're carrying on that atrocity, but people will be using that against IPOB. Yes. This is what is happening.
Yes, you are right, because the labeling, because I know that the IPOP people, they are not there to, though in every group now there's some bad ones, in every group, in any organization, there are always some people that will create a problem. But the real IPOP member, their work is not to go and destroy and start killing policemen, because the ones that are in the bush, the ESN, they are there to defend the community or the farmland, so that these Fulani people will not come. I mean, that was the reason why they created the ESN, in order to defend people so that they won't be killing people in the farm, because of the way Fulani was harassing people. That was why Nnamdi Kanu created the ESN. So, but yeah, for what you say, engineer, you are right, because for sometimes, because there's a kind of pronouncement you make, even if you don't do it, they will use it against you. They will use it against you. So that's what I want to say, one man.
Oh, all right. Thank you, UK. Stay with us just for as long as you can. And let's go on to engineer now, who has been chiming in, but now has the floor. Engineer, good to have you around. Or Sheikh, what Sheikh are you? The Sultan of Edo land.
Alaja Eko.
Alaja Eko. We want the owner of Worry. They were trying to install a Sultan in Edo, so it looks as though
Sultan of Edo.
Sultan of Edo.
I will soon join them.
Victoria Island, Sultan of Ikoyi.
I will soon join them. I love my country. I love my country.
I no go die. Now inside them we go live and die. Remember that song? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So good to have you, engineer, and thank you for making the effort. People are delighting in your attires that you're putting on these days. Well, but something that might not be necessarily so delightful. Buhari opens up on the type of change he promised Nigerians in 2015. So look forward to those changes in the future, is what Buhari is telling you, because he's saying that he did not give you a timeline on the change to expect. Your thoughts, engineer?
Well, timeline. You see, I have a question for everyone now in this platform, right? The people Buhari elected them. Has he ever for one day don't pay them their wages? I believe everyone will say no. See, this is what is happening. You see, these people are a bunch of evil, a bunch of satanic people.
Engineer, can you repeat that question again?
Okay. I said the people that Buhari elected them in during his term. Now, both the Senate, House of Assembly, has he for one day not paid them their wages, their monthly payment, their allowance, or their you know, their wages.
They get paid regularly. They
Thank you.
As when due.
Thank you. Up to date, he is paying these people. But the same people, again, they see how the country is draining. People are dying. None of them will come out and say a single word. None of them will protest. None of them will say, okay, you know what? The amount of people dying, we are not going to House of Rep for the day or for 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 days. They don't care about, oh, let's strike as well. But they're always there. Always there doing what? Talking nonsense. Because their family are not affected. We are the only ones, people in diaspora, in abroad, voicing out to the world. Because people back home, they have given up. The amount of killing is too much. You go left-hand side, Boko Haram, bandits, terrorists. You go to police, the same thing. They will kill you. Nothing else. So where is our people going? Those are the things that we need to consider. Buhari, we know he's a completely failure. He's a lost human being. He has no balance from one ear problem to another ear problem to throat, everything. That one will just classify he's coming England to take a boost shot to continue the lifestyle. But the thing is, the people there in that power and that seat, they go and be talking nonsense every single day by day. They are being paid fully without no delay in paying them their wages. But what is happening? Are they enjoying the level of how people are dying or what? Those are the questions that we need to start asking ourselves.
Okay, engineer, let me ask you these questions. We are going through Buhari's campaign promises and we're asking if he has succeeded or not. So let me give you a couple and just get your feedback to Buhari. So this is one of his promises as well. Raising life expectancy level by additional 10 years on average. So raising life expectancy level by an additional 10 years on average. So do you think Buhari has succeeded in raising the life expectancy of Nigerians by an additional 10 years?
Of course. Of course. Open grazing.
There you go.
Huh? Dealing with state by state so they can create a road for his citizens. He is there to fight for his citizens. We have Malu. Malus are there. Some time ago, some Malus, they fly from north to Biafra. And people trying to stop them. What do you expect? What did he say to the governor? Don't touch my Malu. So those are his agenda. He's achieving it.
All right. Okay. Has he achieved this? Construction of 3,000 kilometers of super highways with service trunks. Has he achieved that? Construction of 3,000 kilometers of super highways with service trunks. Has he achieved that?
I wrote to me, I made you answer you that good answer. Come on, one man. Road to Niger, what is happening there?
There you go. And then the last one to you on Buhari's campaign promises before I take you back to the talking points. Ensuring a minimum number of seats in the National Assembly are reserved for women. Has this been achieved? Ensuring a minimum number of seats in the National Assembly are reserved for women. Has this been achieved?
Engineer, before you answer that question, you should be able to answer the question one man ask you, I mean, you are from the same, I mean, Amechi is your brother now. Why can't you answer that question? No, be you be engineer where they do all these things, they plan for Amechi.
Boy, 419. No, be you, they do
Answer that question,
419.
man. Why are you dodging away? Why are you trying to run away? Answer the
3,000
question,
kilometers
engineer.
of super highways with truck roads.
They come on this platform, they wear goggle, they shine, they do this. You say you don't know the trick.
No, one man. I have eye problem. I'm on eye drop. That's why I'm using my glasses.
Okay.
Yeah, but
answer that question for your brother. I mean, you are from River State too.
Well, my brother, unfortunately, we have to disown him at the moment now. He's a prodigal son, so we don't need him for now because he disappoints the people of South and he betrayed us. And to be honest, what is happening? If you look from Kaduna to Abuja, you imagine you use train to go to Abuja. Unbelievable. So what is happening in that southern area, in that southwest area? What is happening to their own train to Abuja? What is happening? Does that mean they divert?
Engineer, are you from Adamawa State or you are from River State?
I think it's on Plateau.
Are you from Plateau?
Yes.
But it's a Rivers man by upbringing and by But let me take you to then New York. Take you completely out of Nigeria, engineer.
Okay.
I'm not sure if they will let you on the flight though, dressed the way you are, or let you land in America dressed the way you are. But I'll take you to America nevertheless, engineer. Buhari's chief of staff, others, stormed United States ahead of United Nations Assembly, plot to silence Nigeria's agitation groups. So IBRAHIM Gambari has been sent ahead. That million-man march, as you know, being prepared as a welcoming party for him. So a party pooper, IBRAHIM Gambari, how do you think he's going to carry out that brief to stop the agitators from protesting in New York?
Bribe.
Yeah, this is it. Dollar.
One man, these people, this is why I always say the Nigerian elite, these people, they are working 24/7. They don't sleep. We are the ones sleeping at times. These people don't sleep. Anything that is going to happen that has to do with Buhari, they will be the first person to get the information and they will start making their moves. This is what is going to happen. Going there is for them to go and bribe. Nothing else. Nothing will stop them from doing that. But something we need to understand here. All these countries, they are seeing what is happening in Nigeria. Can any of them come out and speak and like what is going on in our country? No, they see it, the atrocity every single day. The amount of people died in 6 years, if they should count it, I think it's going to take like another country citizens. Because these people are making a fast move. They are making a fast move. It's like you're going to complain. It's just like here in England. Somebody, if a criminal comes to your house and steal and he is the one who called police will come and arrest you without knowing nothing yet. You understand? So those are the kind of moves they're doing. They are making that moves to make sure that things like this don't take place. Dollar is going there straight away. That's where the dollar is coming from, innit? So they know what they're doing. And it's so sad. If people should see them.
Engineer, do you think this rally is going to be successful? And what are you going to use to measure that success? What are you going to use to measure the success of this rally?
You see, one man, to be honest, I wish I'm in America, honestly. I would have done a massive, like up to 10 banners, biggest banner ever. You understand? Because I'll make sure I put the years, for the past 6 years, this man, I'll do a 6 banner and put the amount of people died every year, each by each. That's how I'm going to do it. I'll design it because I have somebody that always design website for me. He would design everything and make it professional. It's something that the banner can tell. Even though people don't fight, don't start yarning or throwing things, that banner alone will go worldwide. Those are the kind of things that, to be honest, I'm personally expecting that kind of thing will take place. But if this happened, that maybe people just go and start jumping, fighting, no, and do a Nigerian map as well. Put blood and describe it honestly. Things like this will go forward straight away. And it's something that the UN, I keep saying it, the people are corrupt. They are absolutely corrupt. If these people are helping people, helping countries with the amount of things for over 6 years, every day in Nigeria, there must be people dying. What is happening? What is happening? So those are the things that, to be honest, if this, for me, those are the things I will do. And I'm willing to do it. I pray this should happen in England. Honestly.
Will you turn up?
One man, you know me. I have my Nigerian jersey, everything. Nigerian uniform, Nigerian clothes. I'll put it on and go and demonstrate.
All right. Thank you, Engineer. I'll come back to you again, but just to sample all opinions, let me go on to... Actually, let me take your thoughts before I leave you on the UN talking about human rights abuse in Nigeria and Buhari threatening to kick Amnesty International out. So just cover those two. The UN concerns and
Buhari have 2 years to go. So what do you expect, one man? He pays his workers. His workers are people in the Senate House of Assembly. He pays them well. So what would they come and do? If they want to talk, you say, shut up. That's it. Take extra dollar. So leave me to deal with the country. And what would they do? Nothing. I'm telling you today, if this man didn't pay them for 3-4 months, one man, they will be the first people to kick Buhari out of that seat. They will stone him. But what is happening today? None of them is coming out to protest. None of them is coming out to give very, very vital information about people dying. All of them, they flew their family back to Abuja. Some of them straight abroad. They are just there siphoning the money because they know the man is confused. The man has no direction. The man can't hear from one side here to the left side here. Nothing. The brain is just ticking. That's it. What Buhari is doing now is just to make sure he puts his people in power. By the time he decides to run away, if anybody wants to come and fight, his people are there to protect him for the time being. Then the next thing you hear that he's out of the country. That's it. This is what is happening.
All right. Thank you, Engineer. Stay with us. Let me go on next to Nodi. So Nodi, good to have you. You know what the talking points are. So just give us your thoughts on whichever one takes your fancy.
You may want to give them to me because I've been off and on here.
Okay, Buhari opens up on type of change he promised Nigerians in 2015. So he's now saying that we will only feel the impact of the changes that he promised long after he has left our government. So look to the future, essentially, is what he's saying.
Well, what he said reminds me of what Babangida, I remember back then on NTA. There used to be one commercials then, one advertisement then. Join us, come with us, something like that. By the year 2000, 2000 went, it was like, and they never achieved that. You know, was it the millennial goal they call it back then? That was started during that Babangida was campaigning back then in the 80s, around 95, 86, you know, saying that there'll be something, free education and free something by the year 2000. That is even long. It was after he was even gone. I mean, he knew that it wasn't going to be there for long. And then they always, that's to tell you that these people, they are all failures. They know they are failures. They only tell you that, okay, I will do something that would, you people would never feel like Babangida himself did back then. And he knows it's not going to come to fruition. It's just, they're just trying to play us, you know. So what I'm just trying to say is that it's the same script. You see them acting and reacting, you know. They will say, oh, you never feel this thing, this policy, it's going to start. You start reaping the benefit of it after we are gone. Blah blah. You know, that's to tell you that these are just people that are failures
of the same template.
Say the same template. So you see, himself he said it. He said, "I don't want to leave office as a failure." He knows he's a failure, so already knows he's a failure. So he said he doesn't want to live as a failure. So you see, for me, that man and anything that comes from the so-called presidency, I don't even want to take it as I mean, as long as it has no impact on the people in general like that. If it does, because I mean, with the so-called policy they've been making, what is the impact on the people? It's been impoverishing the people more and more. And so, besides that, I don't think I take the award as anything that is relevant to me. So that's how I see that.
All right. We are being a bit more immediate in our assessment of Buhari. So we are not looking to the future. We're looking to the past, and we're looking at his campaign promises before he came into power. So 62 of them, and we're going through the checklist. So I'll give you just a few and just tell us if he has succeeded or not. So this is what Buhari promised in 2014. Making free education at primary, secondary, and tertiary level for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics and education. So has he succeeded in that, Rational Mind?
Succeeded in what?
Making free education. So making education free, that should read. So making education free at primary, secondary, and tertiary level for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So has he succeeded?
When they were campaigning back then, did they tell us that, okay, when we make policies that we only use, we start reaping the benefits after they are gone, after they are 4 or 8 years? Is that what they told us? No, what they told us was that they're going to make Nigeria reap those benefits while they are still in office. They didn't tell us after they are long gone. You know, like it has been a so-called template they've been using, or the same normal thing.
No.
What I'm trying to say is this.
Yeah.
What I'm just trying to say is this. He has, I mean, you and I can tell, I have, should I say I have kids in Nigeria who don't attend free education. You know, I have nephews, I have nieces who are not having education, free education, not even the primary or the tertiary or even the secondary education. So you and I, they've not even paid. I mean, just a few hours ago, I was looking at Sahara Reporters. I think the ASU is still on strike.
Yeah, somebody actually sent me. Somebody sent me on Instagram that we should discuss it. The ASU strike. So yes,
imagine. So it's a failure. So what are we talking about? So that is a no-go area for us.
Okay, let me bring you the next one. Establishing a single ECOWAS currency by 2020 under Nigeria's leadership. So that single ECOWAS currency has been established, but I don't think Nigeria is a participant. So is there a failure on that? Yes or no?
I mean, was that part of his campaign promise?
Yes, there's 62 of them, and that's one of them.
What I only remember, was it the first time when he was there in the first time or second time?
No, this was in 2014. This was before he came into power at all.
Yeah. So the only thing that I remember was he was going to make a dollar naira to dollar exchange rate is going to be lower. That's what I remembered. But I don't know that. But I know of the single currency that the ECOWAS were trying to bring.
No, I think that was actually established in 2019, but Nigeria is not fully in it yet. But let me now take you to...
do West Africa has a single currency now, like Ghana and the rest of them?
It's called ECO, yeah.
Have they started using it?
Yes, I think so.
But I think Ghana still use their cities. I mean, that's what I know. That's what I'm...
They might well be using it as a parallel.
The only one I know is the West African the Francophone countries have their own single currency. That's what I know of. And that's what I know that I heard recently, that they were having issues with France on that they want to go on a single currency with the rest of West African Anglophone countries.
Okay, so, I think I actually did a video on it 2 years ago. I'll pop it in the comment section. I did a video on it 2 years ago. So if anybody wants to go,
but the problem with that single currency was that there's a target that they expect every nation that is part of that currency should meet up.
Yes.
They should kind of rejig their economy to meet a certain standard so that they could key into that single currency, which I think Nigeria is still lagging behind. That is why Nigeria, maybe perhaps they know that they've not meet up that requirement. So I don't know if other West African countries they meet up to that, or like Ghana. But I know Ghana still use their CDs. Or somebody here who knows about it can tell me.
Okay. All right. I really just wanted it to be a rapid fire so that I can take you back to the main.
So it's a failure. It's a failure there. It's a failure.
Okay. So now to go on.
Can I? Yeah, the ECO, is it not for the Francophone?
No, I think it's for all West African countries. But as I said, I did a video on it about 2 years ago, which I've popped in the comment section. So I can't even recall what I said there. But
Nigeria did not join it yet. Nigeria did not join it. You know,
what was the reason?
That's how we were pressuring Nigeria to join it. Nigeria refused to join it. So it's not.
Not that they refused. The economy, Nigeria economy is too bad for it to join.
And it's too big. So Nigeria
it's too big, but it's too bad at the same time, because look at the economy. It's just, it's just a mess.
No.
You know, for you, like the European Union, for you to join the EU, I mean, to join the single currency they have in EU, is a standard like Turkey. Turkey met up they measure up to the standard, the economic standard, but the politics of their religion and everything there was one of the reasons why they did not allow Turkey to join the EU. So what I'm trying to say is this: there's a level of economy you have to attain. You have to measure up to for you to join that single currency. And that's
okay. Let me take you to another Buhari promise in the campaign in 2014-2015, making Naira stable at international market. So that's what's the promise as well, making Naira stable at the international market. So this is what the little paragraph that they added to that. The person collating this, it says the Naira has spiraled downwards from 199 Naira on May the 29th, 2015, when Buhari took over office and was later ranked as one of the worst performing in 2016. At a point, it was exchanging at 500 to the dollar. So it was 199 Naira to the dollar on the 29th of May, 2015, and now well in excess of $500. So making Naira stable at the international market. Has it succeeded in doing that?
Well, I mean, the fact speaks for itself. I mean, we can also. I was asking my sister some time ago. Was it this week? I mean, yesterday actually. I was asking her what's the exchange rate. He was telling me it's either $522. I mean, 522 Naira to $1.
You're right.
Sorry to interject, rational mind, my brother. Do you know is 7.15 for a pound?
Just imagine.
Yes. Unbelievable.
Pound.
I'm thinking if I can sell any of my property and invest in my country, Nigeria, this is the best opportunity.
Well, no triumph, because if you ever regret that, value will just go down.
If you try it, you will lose more.
The only thing that values there is property. If you can use the money to buy land where you know the land is secure, or you buy it, but you can't leave your money open. You see, once you buy a land, your land, as long as the money is going, the value, your land is going up.
All right.
Oh, he has failed. That's just
all right. Thank you. Okay, let me take you now back to the talking points. Nigeria not respecting rights of human beings, United Nations, and Nigeria counters back. Amnesty International has no right to exist in Nigeria. So they're saying we are abusing human rights, and we're looking to kick out the umpire of human rights abuse out of the country. So what are you making of that?
Yeah, you see, I always say on your platform that, you see, when it's politically expedient for those people, they will always say things that will always fall in line with their own views and whatever. And but then when it's not, they want to take the other route. This is the same corrupt and criminal government who, back in 2013 and 14, when they were campaigning, they were all making noise as APC back then, when PDP was there, and they were churning out Amnesty International figure to show the human rights violation of that country under Jonathan. But then it was convenient for them then to use that to make a nonsense of Jonathan's government back then. They didn't say Amnesty International needs to be kicked out. So you see, these people are just, I keep saying they are all just hypocrites, you know. When it's okay for them, they will use the figures, but when it's against them, you know, we've all seen it now. I mean, look at how they are trying to gag the media and trying to even silence these dissenting voices there in that country. So that's to tell you that this is the same idiots when they were there back in 2015 before they came into the government. You know, an attempt was made by Jonathan government then to perhaps even silence them, even kind of like, I mean, cut them off from having airtime on national TVs, and they had to carry out to the U.S. government, to some other countries, to call Jonathan's government to order. So then now, suddenly now they you see, it's just sometimes, let's just talk about some other thing better. Let's just leave that. For me, I just see it's because if they kick them out, you know, some of these atrocities that are being recorded, that are being reported, maybe perhaps the international community would not. Well, the only thing for them to do is just turn off the internet. If they can shut down the internet,
you know, we are heading in that direction.
I think so too.
With
so.
The muzzling of the media, the weighing down upon international NGOs, and the switching off of the lights within the Nigerian space, they've already shut down Twitter. So very soon they'll just shut down the whole internet and say.
So I'm sure that maybe that's the only way. Well, to me, I just feel like I mean, it's if they ever succeeded, or they eventually go on with that threat and they kick out Amnesty International, I want the global community to see that as an evidence that this government run by under the watch of Buhari is a criminal, and they should be investigated and they should be tried, all of them.
You think they need more evidence? They don't have enough evidence.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying that they need to be tried, every one of them, for war crime. I mean, I must say for genocide, rather, for genocide, because they are trying to cover up a lot of things, and that's why they want to gag. They keep telling, like the idiot there, the Lai Mohammed was saying that people should not use the word genocide anymore, or should not use the word ethnic cleansing. That any station that uses it, they will sanction them. You know, like I mean, what does the Constitution guarantees? It guarantees freeness. I mean, free speech. I mean, can I say that? What I mean, can I call a spade for what it is?
So, but if that is what you think, are they then saying that you should not say it? So if what you think is that what is going on in Nigeria is genocidal, are they then saying that you cannot vocalize it?
That's what I'm saying. That's what they're saying. In fact, they don't want any station bring anybody on their platform and using that word on the platform. They say it's going to stir up emotion. It's going to stir up people to want to retaliate. I mean, is that what is actually going on in the country? Is it not genocide? When an ethnic tribe that is not even originally from Nigeria, they just came from nowhere, and then they started conquering places in Nigeria, and then they want to conquer the whole part of Nigeria. You know, that's to tell you that. That's to tell you that these people, they have a lot of things they are trying to cover. And then so if they kick Amnesty International out of Nigeria, the international community should see that as an evidence of a criminal thing that is being done by these people, and they're trying to cover up.
All right, thank you. And then just finally, just a quick thought on this one. Buhari now sacking the semi-illiterate that he appointed as the Minister of Power for not being fit for purpose. So what was his expectation when he first appointed him? So you appoint somebody that is barely literate to take over an important portfolio, and you are sacking him for reasons of lack of competence. What was the expectation?
Let me use this quickly because I have many thoughts on that. Just this topic you just raised. You see, for me, I've wanted to say this. I think if ever Nigeria would ever be restructured, and if ever that country will still exist, and 2023 will ever come, and it will ever, if that country ever exists, continue existing, Nigeria should cut down on the cost of governance. For me, we should practice a leaner system of government. When I mean lean, I mean more, not too, you just minister for state, minister for this, minister for that. No, we can put all of this in under one ministry and have technocrats. Like you say, for example, you can say Ministry of Mines, Power, and whatever. It's under one ministry, one man controls the whole thing. but there are different group of directors. I'm just proposing that. I mean, we're practicing a bicameral. You see, the resources that we should be using to really move that country from where it is right now to where it should be is being used for governance. If you know the billions of dollars or naira that goes into governance in Nigeria alone, I mean, the money that is spent on governance alone is more than what is spent on infrastructure. I don't know if we all realize that.
Of course.
Money spent on governance in that country. By governance, I mean paying senators, paying House of Rep, paying what's it called, the PA, paying their whatever, their drivers, even the security guards. I mean, all those people. It's it's crazy. How can we run a country like that?
90, almost like 80 or 90% of the country resources you use to finance the elites. That is why government doesn't have money.
That's why we complain that there's no electricity. We know that one is another politics of its own, because that's what I want to talk about too. I mean, that's the main topic it was asked. But I just want to digress a little bit on that issue of you're calling a minister of state for power. Man, what's the point of having a minister of state for power? Why don't you just put all of this under one ministry and have different directors of PAMSEC, all of them that will oversee? This is all about planning, strategizing. But Nigeria policy, and you see, that is why that country is being milked dry. The money in the hands of politicians is even more than what the money is in the hands of the average Nigerians as a whole, the whole masses. So why would there not be poverty when people don't have money to spend?
To the poor, to give to the poor.
So that is the point. So when would the economy not go down? When people have to they change their money into dollars and they move it out of Nigeria to go invest in other countries. And that country, you can start a company there and then you can employ people. You see, all these are the things we're trying to say. So
but even with that, it's just the fitness for purpose. This is one of the Buhari sent emissaries to Yoruba land to go and douse the space, that's the extension in the land. And when they went to some guy in Ibadan, some chieftain, he told them to get lost. That look, this guy, throughout his administration, he has been appointing only for his region, and is appointing people into important positions that do not have the competence for it. So that is exactly the language of this Maman Saleh or Saleh Maman. A barely articulate guy, complete dunce, and they put him in charge of electricity in Nigeria. So that then tells you that they don't really understand the importance of it. I think Ajale Koko was saying that the Minister of State is the person that actually has the function. But, to put a semi-literate guy in charge of power and you're sacking him for non-performance, what was your expectation?
Even himself as a president, what qualification does he have? I mean, is he qualified to even... I mean, just because he's a military man, because they said he was a military man once, and all, you see, we know we've done that mistake. It's a mistake on our part, on the part of the people who brought him there, or we that brought him there. We should not repeat that mistake again, like Zito Oyedepo said, or who ever said that. Nigeria should never repeat that mistake again. Because, I mean, look at the power sector. That power sector alone, if they can fix it, the politics of that power sector alone, we know that is even, having all the whole states keying into one grid. Who does that? What kind of country does that and progress? And if anybody wants to add to that grid, you have to go through some hoops and everything.
Nigeria is a Jagbajantis.
You just wonder. You should just imagine. Okay, one man you just said ago, try to elaborate. I mean, kind of explain how this can be done. I mean, just open the space. Go and learn from Ghana. I mean, bring in the people, bring the technical guys. They'll come and install these things. But no,
very simple. There's not one thing that is complex.
It's not rocket science.
About we are not asking you to go and invent electricity or to invent the infrastructures to facilitate it. Just go and commission the experts and have them come and install it. Very simple. So
the politics behind it is the thing, because a lot of people, like Yoruba people, people that are eating behind the whole chaos in that country is what is bringing that country down. Imagine, do you know how much billions of dollars that is spent on subsidy?
Can you imagine that Lagos have 24-hour power? Lagos will run 24 hours.
Yes, because Lagos should be a 24-hour city, Yeah, Lagos.
There's no light.
There's no light.
The thing is, God bless Africa with a very, very nice weather. When you come to solar panel, because I think that's my next
solar
project.
panel, man. Well, we can't be
One
relying on solar
man.
panel.
Wait. One man, how much
No,
do you think solar panel?
Solar panel or whatever. It should be a personal choice. It should not be the.
Well,
I
it's not
mean, come on, man.
expensive. It's not
Yes,
expensive.
it is not expensive, but it should not be the energy strategy of a country that solar panel is. How many countries are doing that?
Well, you will say how many countries
are
doing
you
that.
are you for real, one man?
States, there are some states here in America. They power their although we know they have nuclear reactor and everything here. But what I'm saying is, and they have dams like where I stay here. We have a lot of dams. So what I'm saying is, now let me say this to you. Here where I live, if you have a solar panel installed, the state will pay you for using solar panel. That is to say, for example, if you're using solar panel, you're using the electricity from the streets, from the government or from the utility here. Yeah. But then at the end of the month, for example, your bill is like $100 every month, but out of it you use your solar panel to power your. Power also is going through the meter at the same time. They will pay you back. They will give you a refund at the end of the month. So this concept is strange to we Nigerians perhaps. But what I'm just trying to say is that
no, that's an energy mix. What you're talking about is described as an energy mix, and that is an environmental policy because they're trying. Correct. Yes,
I
but
just want to start speaking here so that people don't think maybe one is just trying to. That is it, my brother. I'm trying to measure the way I talk here on this platform because I've seen people say to go to Renchi. So anyway,
sorry. What did you say? I missed that.
Don't go to Renchi.
What does that mean?
Ba Turinchi.
High English.
What does it mean, engineer? Don't go to Renchi.
Long English.
Long English. All right, don't go to Renchi.
So what I'm trying to say is that in conclusion, let me just go to that aspect of the New York rally that is coming up.
Yeah.
I just want to say this. That 1 million, I don't know if he's going to get it, but the only way they can get close to that or even at least something, tangible would be, I don't want the Biafran people to see it, especially the Igbos, to see it as just a fight by only the Yorubas. Because one thing I know is this, if eventually this thing goes through, the UN ask for, they were able to get a referendum or whatever they're asking from the UN, from Nigeria to allow them to go, it's going to automatically, they will have to go. They will go. The Southeast or the Biafrans will also go. If Yoruba were given the green light to go, to do their own referendum, I'm sure it will open the door for other parts of Nigeria to want to go. So for that reason, they should support it. They should all go there and support the Yorubas, the Biafrans, and anybody who thinks that they're oppressed in that country, who is living here in America, or who is living in Canada, or who is living in Mexico, or who is living in Europe. If you can fly down here, I would suggest you do that. That way, it will, at least the size of the crowd will show that, yes, these people, they really mean business. That's all I have to say for now.
All right. Thank you, Rational Mind. Always delightful to hear from you. Let's go on to Ajan Lekoko now. Ajan Lekoko, I'm going to start you off with the Buhari campaign promises. You've been listening, so you know the format. It pass or fail. So this is what Buhari promised in 2014 when he was campaigning to seize power. Giving up to 20% of the national budget for educational sector, whilst also making substantial investments in training quality teachers at all levels. Has this been achieved? Giving up 20% of the national budget for educational sector, whilst also making substantial investments in training quality teachers at all levels. Buhari promised this in 2015. Has he delivered? Ajan Lekoko.
It's a government of a liar, and you have information minister that his name is Liar Mohammed. Look, this man started failing from day one. From day one, it took him 6 months to appoint minister. That has never happened in the history of that country. That you see somebody assume the power of head of state or president and could not appoint minister for 6 months. So that was a sign of failure from day one. So telling us that he has spent so much on education, if that is true, why do we have HASU embarking on strike now? Why
20% of the national budget? This is what they promised.
Yeah. Why were they on strike? Why are they on strike now? Why were they on strike before now for like 9 months? So throughout his administration, throughout the 6 years as he have been in government, ASU have been going on strike back to back. So what does that tell us? That tells us that they are just lying, and they just lie and get away because we don't have functioning, efficient media and press working in that country. These are the things that they're supposed to use at all times to take them up on many issues. It's supposed to take them up on many issues. But they've been gagged, and they allow themselves to be gagged. That is why we are going through this problem. Media should never allow any administration or any government whatsoever under democracy to gag them. It's never done. But what we have in Nigeria, the set of people we have that are living in that country now, at all profession, every profession, everybody have compromised. Compromised by colluding, by doing some other shady deals with this bastard politician that we have. And that's why they cannot speak. And it's unfortunate. Democracy can never succeed where you don't see a well-functioning press and a well-functioning judiciary. The judiciary cannot succeed. And that is what we have in Nigeria. They are not well-functioning. The press is not functioning well. The judiciary is not functioning well. Particularly the court and the judges. They have compromised.
Adanle Koko, let me bring you one more of the Buhari promises before we get into the talking points. And I want you to think about this next one critically, because because this one I want you to reflect on it. And I've posted a link of the promises in the comment section, by the way. So this is number 28 on that list for anyone that is following along. Think about this critically before you answer, Ajanle Koko. So this is the 28th of the 62 promises Buhari made. Amending the Nigerian Constitution to ensure devolution of powers, duties, and responsibilities to states in order to entrench through federalism. So think about that critically. Amending the Nigerian Constitution to ensure devolution of powers, duties, and responsibilities to states in order to entrench through federalism. Has Buhari succeeded in doing this, Ajanle Koko, yes or no?
That is capital no. That is capital no. And I will give you, it is capital no.
Devolution of, has it devolved power? Amended the Constitution to devolve power.
This is, we are going through a serious problem in that country.
Is a joker.
Nigerians now, people supposed to be standing by the street or all this politician house and lynch them one by one. It doesn't matter whether they are in PDP or APC. They're supposed to be lynched and so that we can get our country back from there and start and run that country for the betterment of Jonathan. Before Jonathan left, Jonathan constituted constitutional was it the Constituent Assembly?
Yeah.
And they submitted report where in that report, they agree that the only solution for our political problem and which can solve the economic problem as well is restructuring. Jonathan personally handed over the report of that
Ajale Koko, have we lost you?
You hear me?
Yes, we can now. Yes, we lost you for a moment.
Yeah. So Jonathan personally handed over the Constituent Assembly report to this man. He threw it in the trash. It did not touch it. It didn't implement nothing out of it. And that is why we find ourselves in this serious political and economic problem we are going through, and insecurity problem we are going through as well. If this man have started the process of that Constituent Assembly report, what we will be discussing today is the process or the way the process is being handled by the government. That is what we'll be discussing today. We'll not be discussing about agitation for Yoruba land. We'll not be discussing about agitation for Igbo land or for Biafra. All of us will be discussing, will be, extraying the way the process is being carried out, the process of restructuring. That is what we'll be discussing today. So this government is a failure completely. It started failing from day one. Everything he promised before he came to government, he did not do nothing. He failed. He promised from day one, number one, like I mentioned earlier, he failed to constitute cabinet for 6 months. And he promised Nigerians that, I will defeat Boko Haram in 6 months. Here we are today. The insecurity problem has got worsened. He cannot even handle it anymore. See, it's worse than the way he met it. So, number 3, on education, the public education in Nigeria is a trash now. Nobody wants to send their children to public school because it is not functioning. So, what do you call it? The health sector is in shambles. He cannot treat himself. He cannot go to any hospital in Nigeria, even the one right there at the what do you call it? At the Aso Rock. He can't take treatment. He cannot allow himself to be treated by any doctor or whatsoever in there. And that is why he has to travel to Britain for medical tourism every in and out since he came to government. So he has failed in all fronts. You want to talk of education, it's a failure. You want to talk of healthcare, it's a failure. You want to talk of education, it's a failure. You want to talk of security, it's a failure. What is it you want to mention about? Electricity is a failure. Everything, economy management is a failure. Debt management is a failure. What is it you want to talk about this government that they even pass? They even get 20%. They didn't even get 20% of everything that they have handled since day one. It's alarming. I don't know what to say.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. Let's see if you know what to say on this. Buhari's chief of staff, others storm United States ahead of United Nations Assembly, plot to silence Nigeria's agitation groups. So, of course, you've already heard how that is being presented. Gambari sent to America to peter down the protest being organized by Professor Akitoye and Tony Nandi. So, will he succeed in that plot to stifle that space? And 2, what would you judge a success of that rally? How would you measure success of that rally if it does carry on? So, to that.
Number 1, Professor Gambari cannot succeed in any mission that is going to United Nations to do against Yoruba nation and Biafra nation and let me call it Ninas. He cannot succeed because the whole world is watching. The whole world are monitoring what is going on in Nigeria. And the whole world have seen everything clear, very clearer than before, that this administration is a criminal administration. The world called herdsmen as number fourth terrorists in the world. They called that herdsman number fourth terrorists, dreaded and dangerous terrorists in the world. Nigerian nation does not regard them as terrorists. Nigerian nation rather recognize an association that is protecting the interests of herdsmen in Nigeria. That is Meyati Allah. Nigerian government recognize recognize Meyati Allah. They negotiate with Meyati Allah. Meyati Allah will speak in protection of herdsmen, and nothing will happen.
Yeah. Ajale Koko, how would you measure the success of this rally? What will constitute success for you for this rally? One, in terms of the numbers that turn up, and two, in terms of the impact that they have. How would you measure it, the success of this rally?
Okay, before I go to that, let me complete on this Professor Gambari.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Gambari being a diplomat, an international diplomat that have been represented Nigeria before in United Nations. Yes, he have the connection there, and nowhere to go, and no people to talk to. But hey, this man has done damages, have complicated, have done damages for that country than for Professor Gambari to repair at diplomatic front. He cannot repair it at diplomatic front because the Ninas too, they have brought several petitions. They have brought and gave several petitions to United Nations, to several organizations in the whole world. So there's and they are with evidences. That is, these are hard evidences that you cannot throw away. So it's Professor Gambari, even working with this kind of administration, is just trying to sink his name, his good name, the good reputation, the good name he has built for several years. He's just trying to rub it in the mud, and he will surely rub his name in the mud, and his name, shall be written in a black book of that nation. By the time their government, they handed over or something happened, they topple them, they shall all face criminal. They shall all face International Criminal Court of Justice for their criminality and illegality they have committed against Nigerian people. So that's what I'm going to say on that. So for the Ninas, 1 million march, 1 million man march coming in New York. Yeah, to measure the success, number one, the million man march they call for, people have to turn up. If millions of people or half a million of people turn up in New York, the whole media, mainstream media, in America will carry it. And once the mainstream media carry it, that is it. That will bring it, that is going to bring the international world attention to us, to our cause. So people have to show up. That is the most important aspect of it. And I believe that the organizer of the show will have contacted the mainstream media in America so that they can feature on their program, you know, to tell the world why we are in New York, why we are demonstrating, and what this criminal administration has done to Nigerian people. They need to feature on ABC, on CBS, on NBC, on CNN, and Fox. So once they, you know, have some people that can really articulate the reason for the demonstration, they have them visiting all those mainstream media studio and tell the world why we are. Yeah, that is going to reach. That it's going to go far. That means the whole world is going to, you know, know why we are there. So that is number two. The turnout of the people is very important. We have to turn out in our millions, if possible. And number two, we have to have people to speak to the media. And then number three, we have to engage with officials that are very, very important to see. We have to engage with them in United Nations, and we have to get some country that can show sympathy on us. Some representatives of some countries that we have Yoruba citizens, like Brazil, like Cuba. We have to bring them to the rostrum to come and deliver speech alongside with Baba Kintoye, alongside with what's the name of that? Their Secretary General, that Tony Unandi, and some other members of that have been designated to make speech. You know, we must have some international people, some country to stand with us. Brazil, for example, Yoruba have 80 million population. 80 million Yoruba people live in Brazil. Yorubas, Brazilian. They live in Brazil, that are real original Brazilian, that are Yoruba people. They live, we should bring some of them to the program, and we should have some people from Cuba to come as well, that are Yoruba people in Cuba. They could come on the stage and speak. We should bring some Yoruba from Republic of Benin and from other places that we have Yoruba indigenous. We should bring them and come and speak so that they can show that they are standing with us. They are standing with all the indigenous people of Nigeria. You know, that we send a good message to every part of the world, and that will record the, you know, success for us.
All right, Ajanle Koko. Just a very brief commentaries on the next two talking points. But before I go there, let me acknowledge Engineer who has made a donation to the platform via the coffee app thing. So well done, Engineer. So I'll take you then to the next talking point, Ajanle Koko. The United Nations, Nigeria not respecting rights of all human beings. So it is the United Nations alarming at human rights abuse within the Nigerian space, and Nigeria responds, Amnesty International has no right to exist in Nigeria. It is the presidency speaking, Gabashew issuing a statement. So how do you marry those two things? Alarm at human rights abuse and get out of here. The response from the Nigerian government. Just a quick commentaries on those, Ajanle Koko.
You see, I said earlier that Gambari going to United Nations to defend this criminal administration is just going there to waste his time.
all international bodies representing Transparency International that monitor the way government run their fiscal policy and corrupt practices. Nigeria is maybe number one now as the most corrupt country in the world. Look, today, yesterday, a new information came out that Nigeria is number one country with most disappeared people. People that in the whole world say a country where they record people, disappearance of people. They can't know the whereabouts of people. Nigeria is number one.
This is serious.
That is a new information that came out yesterday. Nigeria is number one of most disappeared people in the world. Nigeria is number one.
64711.
And Nigeria is number 3 when it comes to the most terrorized country in the world. Under this administration, Nigeria is number 1 poverty counter of the world. More than India and even China, a country with 200 million population against billions. You have more, what do you call it? More people falling under poverty in your country more than the country that are billion in population. Nigeria is number 1 when it comes to school. Children that doesn't go to school. So this man that is going to United Nations is just going to waste his time. International body.
What do you think of the threats against Amnesty International to kick them out of the country?
I wish they could do that. That will be the perfect thing for them to do. They need to kick them out of Nigeria so that the whole world can understand them better. The whole world will see again that, okay, look at this kind of sledgehammer they're trying to use on free press. They use it on free press in Nigeria. They gag the press in Nigeria. The international platform, social media, which is what's the name of that? Twitter. They use it on Twitter, and now they use on Transparency.
International.
Transparency International. So it's just going to tell the world that we have an autocratic government ruler, autocratic ruler in Nigeria, and that is their style. They don't want any information of their criminality to go to outside world. You know, they don't want it. So I would like them, you know, to kick them out of Nigeria so that, yes, once again, the evidence will be clear to the whole world that, yes, this is what they represent: illegality, autocracy, and criminality.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Ajane Koko. Stay with us. We go on to Mike next, and after Mike, then we start to round off. So, Mike, thank you.
Just a quick one before Mike. Please, one man, what is the update? Because we're in the second now. Open grazing. I need to know what's going on.
Well, that space is quiet. Nobody is saying anything. It looks as though less than half of the governors have actually passed into law that thing, because I was just looking at the headlines before I came on, and quite a few of the governors had not enacted it into law. But then, of course, the Fulanis have not.
Akeredolu signed to law yesterday in Ondo State.
Yeah, I thought they said only 12 states have passed into law.
Only
12 states.
Out of how many? 26 or something?
Out of 17.
17. Out of 17.
That's not bad. And Benue State are signed too. You know, Benue is in the north. Those ones are already signed their own. In fact, in Benue State now, people from APC are joining PDP. They are moving. They are crossing to PDP now because of Buhari, that they cannot tolerate this man.
Exactly.
I'll be surprised if there's any APC.
Yes, and that is what we should have seen in our own space too, particularly this bastard in Yoruba land. All these bastards we have in Yoruba land in PDP. Is it not enough for them to have seen that this man is a criminal and is trying to kill us on our homeland? They're supposed to have crossed away from that foolish, useless party.
Yeah,
and crossed to PDP.
Must work now.
You know what will happen? We are waiting that if whereby the president don't come to the south, that is when the Fulani or the Hausa, if they give it to anybody in the south, if it doesn't come to the south, maybe then the south will revolt.
Yes, I think that's what they're waiting for as well.
That's what I'm waiting for.
All right, thank you, Sam. Let's go now to Mike. We'll take his comments and then we'll start to round off. But Mike, I'll start you off then with that. We're going through Buhari's campaign list and to see which of those are promising.
Actually, I was going to start with that UN one, man. That protest in the UN.
Yes, no, I'll bring you this, and then you tell us if Buhari has failed or not, and then we'll go to the talking points. So this is what Buhari promised in 2014, a consolidation of INEC to reduce and, if possible, eliminate electoral malpractices in the country's political space. So has Buhari succeeded in that? Consolidation of INEC to reduce and, if possible, eliminate electoral malpractices in Nigeria. So has electoral malpractices
come on, man. We also we saw the election, how they rigged that Showore and all those other people. I mean, come on now. We saw that one is bullcrap. Maybe he did it for PDP and APC. Maybe he may have done it for them, but for everybody else, no. That stuff is they're not changing anything, man.
All right, go to
I
the
don't
space.
believe it failed on that one. That one is failed.
Right.
Yeah.
Go to the space then that you said you wanted to talk to the Gambari something.
The UN, the Nina's this thing that they are trying to do.
Yes.
Okay. I commend them. It's a brilliant idea. It's a very, and I will encourage them to give it a shot, But what I would say is, if you are my friend and you already bought ticket and book hotel, and you ask for my advice, I'll just tell you to go and get your money back and don't go. The reason why I say that is because similar thing has happened. Similar thing has happened before in 2012. There's something they call Congo 2012. That was the time where they were doing Congo 2012. So Congolese people did something they call Congo 2012. They're saying they will go to the UN National Assembly and do the same thing you guys Nina's about to do right now, the march, right? In fact, I remember a group of my Congolese people that were living in the same city I'm living in, where they all load themselves on a bus. They all driving to Washington DC, for that protest. Let me tell you what will happen that day, what happens during General Assembly. You see that area, the US Marshal, the CIA, the Homeland Security, the kind of security where they will settle that place, Because, first of all, the kind of people that are coming there, you have all the president from all over the world, people like Vladimir Putin, people like they are coming to General Assembly, and you want to come there to come and
Mike, what are you talking about, man? What are you talking about?
I'm telling you,
why are you telling? Wait, Mike,
I'm not discouraging. I'm just telling you.
Let me interject, man. Let me interject. Why are you discouraging people not to go? Why do you have to be talking like that?
I'm not discouraging. I already said,
Mike, that is what you said. You said don't go. Because of what?
No. I said if you're my friend, I'll just tell you not to lose your money. If you're my close friend.
Mike, Mike, let me tell you what happened. America is organized. They'll set you in one area where you have to protest.
Yeah. Let me. That's
what they do.
No, you have your area, but you are nowhere near that area.
That's what they do.
No, you have your area miles away from that General Assembly. Trust me, you have those Congolese people, they had their space, but all of them regret ever going there. But in fact, the funny thing was that a Congolese diplomat even actually walked around. They went to that area. Actually, one guy saw him. They recognized him, went up to him, and these Congolese diplomats, group of security, they beat up this Congolese guy unconscious. And in front of the U.S. marshals, all the U.S. You know what? They couldn't do anything. They say he had diplomatic immunity. I mean, I'm like, in the United States, somebody just came to this country and assault an American. He beat a Congolese guy unconscious. I'm talking about the Congolese diplomats, he and his security people. Maybe that's what Buhari is sending his own people there to go and whoop the Nigerians that come near them.
But Nigerians
no, when it comes to that UN General Assembly, trust me, man, there's some rules, there's some agreement I've had between nations that day gone. Those diplomats coming there, they have diplomatic immunity. They can even put a gun and shoot you, say, and they get away with it. Because they said
that's not true.
I saw this police government official.
That's not true.
Beat up this guy on camera. We put it on camera. They try to shoot them. They say, man, you have diplomatic immunity.
Mike,
let
me say something.
Those guys.
Mike, let me say something, Mike. But you know, this is not the first protest that has been done in front of the UN. Do you know?
Yes, you can. Like if you and I can go there today. Go ahead.
Turn out. Is it in every case that they use force, like the one you're describing about the Congolese? Is it every?
No. You didn't get my point. Like you and I today, right now, where there's nothing going on, we can go to that. We can go to that billion protest right now. But what I'm telling you is during the General Assembly.
That's what I'm saying.
General Assembly that they're doing.
That's what I'm saying.
Where the head of states all over the world during that time, they don't burn anybody when they go near that place.
No, Mike.
No, you can't go there. You won't have access to that place.
No. If they do that, that will become the news for the whole world.
What do you mean? Do what? If they don't let you go there?
No, if they kill somebody there, that will become the news for the whole world. CNN,
no, it won't become the news.
All those will carry.
So what, that day, that one, we put it on camera. People even approach news. They even trying to blow it out of proportion. Nobody took it anywhere, man.
No, even local TV.
Mike, you just
no, the killing one. That's hypothetical. I'm not saying
that
the killing one.
They protest during the UN General Assembly, and nothing happened. It's not all.
They will not allow you to come near that place. Do you know the kind of every security for they will put within miles? Ordinary person cannot go near that place because we are talking about presidents from all over the world are coming there.
There's a perimeter fence around it. There's a perimeter fence.
Yeah, they'll give you a space to protect.
But you're going to be far away. You're not going to be anywhere near that place.
But at least
the kind of level of security.
To walk. You have to walk through, but your platform will be showing. They'll give you. You don't. Your assignment. It will not be like whereby you block the street. They'll give you a space where all the people can walk through.
But you will not have a space near that General Assembly. That's what I'm telling you.
Well, you're not gonna,
that's what happened with the Congolese people. They didn't get. They could not. These people were there. We cry out, and they were able to even get in. But it's not General Assembly. Do all that shit. They did a rehearsal. You understand?
Okay, Mike. Can I ask you a question?
This is what we do. On that day,
Mike.
Go ahead,
Mike. Do you believe that protests can influence decision making?
Yeah, protests can influence decision making. Absolutely.
Okay, so that is why we are going there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm with it. Remember, I even told you I commend it, I promote it.
We don't need to be very close there. But our presence, we don't need to be very close to the building. No, that's not going to happen. But we are going to be in the perimeter around that place. And if the protest, if the attendance is huge as million, they will take a look at our plight. I'm telling you.
Ajale Gogo,
yes.
During that General Assembly era, you see that Washington DC area, they can only limit how many people access
this is
that.
New York.
That's
New York.
That's why it's not Washington. I'm sorry, New York. Yeah, not Washington. I always mistake New York and Washington. You are in New York.
The only thing, Mike, let me tell you, the only
1 million Nigerians cannot be will not be allowed access to that General Assembly area during this General Assembly.
What will happen? They'll give you a spot. When all the
that spot will not be enough spot for 1 million people. That's what I'm telling you. They'll give you a spot for maybe 30 people or most 100
they won't give 30
That's the only spot you can have.
Done, Mike. That's why you are talking like this.
You're not in Nigeria.
If you do it on a day where it's not a General Assembly day, I guarantee you 1 million people can be there, can have access to that area. But on that General Assembly day, where world diplomats, presidents are coming. The day they come to discuss world issues, global issues.
Do you think we're going to storm it?
President of China will be there, President of Russia will be there. You want to come there with your
Mike, you're not getting it right. You're not getting it right. Let me say something.
Mike, the only thing there is that they will make sure you don't go to you have to pass through. It is when they are passing through, they will see your side, they will see that's the only way they know what is going on there. They'll give you a spot. And they can't limit. They can't limit.
What you need to understand is not as if they are storming inside the UN General Assembly. No, they're not going inside. They are going to stay outside, like he's described, like Sam described. They'll be out there with their placards. I mean, the crowds.
Well, what I'm telling you, have access to anywhere near that place. That's what I'm telling you.
This guy, you just keep going right. You keep going.
I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you what happened. I'm not giving you my own stuff.
Okay.
I'm telling you what happened.
Have you been there to your talk before?
I'm telling you what happened when the Congolese did the same thing you guys are about to do. And I'm telling you what happened.
Every situation is unique. I want you to get that.
Oh, well, maybe your life has changed. I don't know. But I'm just telling you what happened. So I'm learning from another experience.
Okay.
I'm not coming here to say this is what I think will happen. I'm just telling you what happened with those people. Congolese people flew from all over the world, from UK. All of them, they planned that protest, General Assembly, this and that, we all be there. I have people that even load themselves on the bus. They all came pissed off, man. Because they even did a real, they planned where they would be, everything. On that day, the way the security was set up, the US Marshal, everything, they restricted so many areas where you can't even go. Even foreign security agents, like from Russia, from this thing, they will all be there because their presidents are coming. They don't want any human being to be anywhere near their president. Their president.
Is this what Gambari went to do, to make plans, to talk to the US government about let them get to those points so that they could really...
Exactly.
All right.
You have to understand that in the UN they have so many agreements on issues on maybe when the General Assembly, right? Even American worst enemy like Fidel Castro, the wanted leader where America wants to assassinate, they will all come to General Assembly. Even what's his name, Che Guevara, when America wanted to kill him, he still came to New York for General Assembly. Even that moment when they are coming, you understand? There's an agreement that you can't be touched. You can even bring your own security. It's like you have so much immunity and every protection. You understand?
You have
during that General Assembly.
Mike,
so that General Assembly, when I'm telling you, even the Congolese security government official, he beat up this Congolese guy like right there. He's confident. He was so confident that even the US will not do anything to him for doing that.
What of his colleagues? What are they doing? Why did they allow him to be beaten? One of them to be beaten, and they are looking at him.
They are guns, man. Like you want jump? They have guns.
They have given.
They beat that guy unconscious in front of US Marshal, US police, US everybody.
They have given.
See, if Buhari send DSS there, these DSS there can beat you up right there, and nothing will happen.
If they have, it seems to me, if they have given Professor to speak and all those things, they can't beat up his people at the same time.
If what?
They have given him to speak. He's not going to be there. He's going to speak.
Who?
Professor.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Ninas.
Professor Akintoye.
To speak.
Akintoye.
They're not going
to speak at the National Assembly.
Yes.
You're saying Ninas will come and speak at the National Assembly inside?
I think he's going to speak. Yeah.
He's going to speak
inside the National Assembly.
Yeah.
Possibly. Yeah. Yeah. That's what
no, you can't. No. You can't come into the National Assembly. You have to be.
No. Don't say that, Mike. There are seats for. Listen. In the UN, there are seats for countries that are known as I've forgotten that name. They call them. They have their own seats.
MPO.
There are seats for sovereign countries, and there are seats like, for example, like there are some countries like the this country in Turkey that is also found in Iran. They're not yet called Kurdistan. You know those kind of countries that are not really full-blown states or full-blown country of their own or sovereign state of their own, but they still dwell within maybe two different countries or three different countries. Such countries they have.
I think I know what you're saying.
But you know that Lama.
I think I know what you're saying. There are nations.
You remember that Lama? What's the name of this?
Dalai Lama.
Dalai Lama. I think he has spoken at UN before.
Yes.
He's not representing. He's not the head of state of any country, but he's representing his people. that were driven out from
I think Taiwan too has
China.
I think even Taiwan has a seat too.
Yes.
So what are we saying?
Assembly.
One that is not recognized by some.
Yeah. If you are a recognized, listen. If you are a recognized nation, member of the UN, that's when you have access there. If you're not a recognized nation, for example, I think you guys have a point there, because I think the Yorubas, the Urdu have been recognized as a something by the UN. I can't remember what it's called. I forgot what it's called. Something even the Catalans too, and something indigenous nation.
Can anybody hear this guy?
No, I think we're losing Mike a little bit. Mike, we're losing you.
Mike.
Please, or something like that. During that assembly, this is like the most important global time of the year when nations come together to actually address the global issues. And you are talking about presidents of the most powerful countries in the world are going to be there. And internet security will not be, will just easily allow 1 million regular people just be around there when somebody can easily assassinate another a president of another country. Oh boy, that place, I'm just telling you from the experience of the.
You are just overrating this thing.
Forget about the Congolese. This is about our own. Don't discourage people. Forget about Congolese. What care about that Congolese you are spreading about?
I support you guys.
The United States government, listen, United States government will provide security for everybody coming. They will provide security. But that does not mean that you can bring your own security and come and be beating people like you're suggesting, like you're saying here. I don't think I've never heard about something like that. I don't know what you're talking about the Congolese thing that you're talking about. I don't know about that. I've not even heard about that. But I don't know, maybe what you're saying is just what it is. But what I'm saying is this: the UN has their own. They have their own way of doing things. People are allowed to come there and protest. The only thing is that you can't storm inside the General Council chamber, go there and start beating up people or start protest. You cannot do that. But if you're out there, you can do that from the proximity. You can do that and make your protest. And as world leaders, they file in. As they file in, they go in there. They can see you, and then definitely they will provide security for them as they file in, so that nobody will attack them. That I know of. So all these things you're trying to paint to me is just looking like you're just overflogging it. That's what I wanted to say.
To me, that's what they do. They will provide you an area. You stay in your area. You hold your placard.
Only going on out.
When they pass through you, they will see that you are protesting. They will not. At least other country will see. Oh, who is these people? They will see. Oh, these people are Nigerians. Fine. You understand me? They have invited Professor Akino to speak. When he speaks, then he will refer to what we're talking about in Nigeria. That's the only way they can hear. That's the only way they can relate on what you're speaking about.
All right, thank you. We'll seek to round off here. Thank you for that. I somewhat agree with Mike that there will be heavy security around the place, and that protest will certainly be at a distance because, like Mike said, virtually the whole leadership of the world will be there. So, of course, there's going to be a buffer between them and the everyday person. So that protest will happen, but at a distance. Maybe they will just be hearing little whispers of it, almost certainly, but I don't know. We'll see how it plays out.
You see, the reason why Buhari is sending some people there is because he knows that day is an important day for even the US want Nigeria to be there. You understand? Maybe especially the day they may be lobbying for certain votes. For countries always want nations to vote along with them, all those kind of things. You understand? And Nigeria historically vote along the United States, in many issues. Buhari may be sending people there to go and discuss the US. Say, listen, man. Okay, if you allow these people to be here and this, we won't come there, and our votes will not be part of this thing. So I think that's what he's trying to do to suppress the whole thing that's going to happen. But hey, I would say people should give it a shot now. But hey, I really can't trust that day is not the day.
I mean, Mike, do you know that I'm disappointed in you this night, man?
I'm very pragmatic.
Hold on. So what you are saying is that you're not going to be present at that protest.
That's the question.
I will give my support, but if you sponsor
no,
my trip, I will be there.
Hold
But
on.
I don't want to waste my money.
My question is this: are you going to be present or not?
No. I will be there if you can sponsor my trip now. You know?
No, you're going to be there.
What about all these millions that you're always boasting about every day you come here?
You come on the platform to champion Yoruba cause, to champion Yoruba culture, to champion Yoruba tradition. Now we are talking about.
I do things efficiently. You understand? I'm not a wasteful person. You understand?
Are you coming or not? Answer the question.
I will put my money in something that you know that okay.
The thing is,
actually
one man and myself will be looking at you guys. I'm disappointed in you, man.
So as you can't waste my money when I'm not even yield anything. Come on now.
What do you mean by it's not going to yield anything? What do you mean? You just said I asked you a question. Hello, Mr. Sam.
I've seen it happen before. I'm telling
you. Listening to people in America. Hold on. I asked you a question earlier. I said, do you believe that demonstration do influence? Do you believe that demonstration influence decision making? You said yes.
Yeah,
and efficient,
efficient demonstration. No, some demonstrations are okay. Go ahead.
For us to go, let us go and sacrifice our little time. We are not going to lose nothing, even if we have to.
What about you, Ajale? Are you going to be there?
I am going. I am actually going. Let me tell you, I am actually going with my family. I am going with my wife. And my 3 children, one of them in the college here.
Mike,
see, I'm a lot like you. I believe in what you believe. I also believe in efficiency. You understand?
Hold on. I want my children to be there so that they can see it in the future. They can say that, when we are agitating for our Yoruba nation, I was there with my dad. I want them to say it in the future.
Mike.
Every Yoruba person,
that's a good reason.
Every middle better that is here, that is in America, we all need to be there. We just don't need to be talking nonsense on platform or talking nonsense everywhere. And when it's time for action, we don't want to take action.
Well, Ajale Koko, listen, I believe in action, but I believe in action. Action is actually concrete. You understand? I actually use some kind of result.
Which action do you want now?
I don't like action where it's a waste of time. You understand?
No, see, Mike, let me ask you one thing. Those people who were killed at Lekki, they protested. At least, right?
I think you are misunderstanding. I'm not against protest. I'm not against action. I'm only for action and protest. That I actually
go and look at the comment that is going on the platform. Everybody calling you coward.
Okay.
Everybody calling you coward now on the platform. Go and read all
That's the problem now. They've been doing things the same way for 50 years. They haven't yielded any result because they don't plan anything. What do you mean?
Okay, and then
Nigerians just do things with emotion. You guys are going there with emotion, not with strategy.
Well, you are not in Nigeria. You are in America. That's the difference.
With all this emotion you guys have been exercising all these years, as your Biafran come, have you achieved anything? Have you even? You guys do things with emotion, no logic and strategy. That's the problem.
Okay, so get the logic and strategy for us. So get the logic and strategy for us.
You Nigerians, if you guys want something, the first thing let me tell you,
Mr. Sam, Sam, let us ask you. Tell us the strategy and the strategy. Tell us.
You guys should go and sit down on a drawing board. Plan everything you want to do.
Right there. So
have your plan A, plan B, plan C, and actually plan it through. Well, you know that.
Just move on, man. This guy, he just come to the platform and make noise. We have to shout on
Ajale Koko, I'm not against the protest.
He doesn't know what he's doing, man.
Ajale Koko,
you don't know what you are doing.
I'm not against your protest. I told you I support it. I commend it. But when I'm just telling you what happened in 2012.
Forget about 2012. This is 2021. You are talking about 2012. Is it the way things operate in 2012? Is it the same way you operate now?
Well, the same security procedure is what they still do till today in the UN. So in the UN General Assembly, that's what I'm telling you. It hasn't changed. That security protocol.
Do you work there? How do you know that it doesn't change? It hasn't changed. Do you work at UN?
The same protection they give those world leaders when they come there. It's the same thing that will be there when you go there this time. So go there, Sha, but if you lose your
don't
job
go.
and you waste your money,
You
just
just come.
remember I warned you.
You
As a
only
good
come
friend,
to platform to come and fight with Igbo people here. When it's time for you to action, to come and defend your people, defend the future of your people, you are talking. You are trying to discourage others not to go.
If you want Yoruba nation,
don't talk. Don't discourage anybody, man. Know what you want to do in your own heart.
All right. For people who are going to go there, not specifically Ajande Koko, but including if you are going to go there, if you are either on the live stream now or you are watching it in watch back, if you are able to just capture some images on your screen and pop it to me on Instagram, then I'm happy to share it as part of the discussions in this space. So thank you, Mike. Controversial as ever. I knew when we get to Mike, it will always be kung fu fighting. Mike, there's not a trouble.
No. See.
You claim you are a soldier, but you don't want to protest. What is wrong with you?
No, it's not. No. Wait. First of all, the protest is there's no threat to my life or to anyone. You're gonna be there peacefully, be protected unless you carry out and break the law or anything. But what I'm not saying me personally. If I'm gonna be part of protest, it's going to be a protest actually going to be, there's going to yield something, you understand? And the way I saw let me talk. The way I saw the one those guys did, those conclusions when they went there, the same plan. They wanted to do that big protest General Assembly, and they were shocked when they got there.
In the comment section, where is your Oduifa now? You come here and you tell us Oduifa all the time. Where's your Oduifa now?
Well, first of all, let me tell you something. I'm glad they brought that up.
If I has told you not to go, if I told you, look at
let me tell you, let me tell you something. If you guys want Yoruba Nation, first of all, the only way I will just sign up to join you guys is if the people that are leading that thing, they are traditionalists. You understand? People that actually listen. The only people where I will join. I'll support Yoruba Nation. I'll give you guys my support. But the only way I'll jump on the table with you is if we are going with our deities. You understand? To any action, any movement I want to do. If we don't involve our deities, I'm not following ordinary man because I don't trust ordinary man. Ordinary man will give you, I will abandon you and run away.
Platform.
Look at how they are just flogging you.
You better go off this platform, Mike.
If you guys are telling me to come and join, you guys are going to be standing against Buhari, and then you guys are coming out with your Bible. Let's go and pray. You are coming out with your Bible and expecting me to follow you.
Prove it.
See, if you guys are serious about Yoruba Nation, first of all,
calling you clown, they're calling you all sort of
things.
You
can see the difference between people from UK and people from US.
Nigeria, Africa, you guys are not serious, man. You guys call people cowards. You Africans are the biggest cowards, man. You guys can't even come together to overthrow. We are 200 million people. You can't overthrow your leaders.
Mike, let me
come together. You guys practice tribalism all day. You come together.
Let me interrupt you a little bit.
This is not all about tribalism. Come on,
you guys, Nigerians, you guys, when you guys get together to talk, you guys fake too much.
Mike, they are saying you want results without action.
Fake actions.
So that's the point I'm trying to make. That's the point I'm trying to make.
You're going to make me have support reaction, not fake actions, man.
Mike.
Then come out.
We're saying this. Listen, we're saying this. That okay, we'll go to the route of violence. Some people say we should not go through the route of violence. Now, when you're trying to use intellectual, use all the tricks in the books, in the law, international law, and all of that to fight this thing. Now you are talking about people, when we go with this, we just keep going in circle when we start talking like this. So we need
what am I saying? Wait. What did I say that's against that? That's what exactly saying? I'm talking against.
Maybe you speak as a realist. Maybe you speak as a realist that okay, this is what happened to the social.
I never say I'm against using international law or those things. I never said that.
But then that's the route we're going through. We're going through this route of talking to the international, talking to the UN, and then you're talking about they go there and then.
I never say I'm against you talking to the UN. I'm not even saying I'm against you going on the protest. I'm just telling you what's going to happen.
He's going with his 3 kids, so it's a challenge to you, Mike.
Do you know? Let me just say this quickly, Mike. Do you know that if this thing is realized, if they ever allow the Yoruba people to have their referendum, other part of Nigeria will secede, or they will go on their own? Do you know that? To open the door for them. That is it. So that's what we're saying here. That's why everybody needs to join the bad wagon.
So why the other Nigeria? Yeah, so why the other Nigerians not supporting the Yorubas then?
Well, you see that in the UN. Let's see.
No.
Why are they not raising Udua flag in other part of Nigeria?
They have done that in England.
In other part of Nigeria, not England.
Oh,
England is not Nigeria.
Their territory is their,
This tells you my point, one man. Nigerians are not willing.
They have done that in Nigeria.
No. Listen.
All right.
One man, wait. Rational mind just made a point saying if Oduduwa nation is realized, right, it will open the door for the other part of Nigeria to be liberated, right? And I made that point very early that Nigerians want something, but they don't understand that in order for them to achieve it, they will have to support each other's movement, right? Oduduwa, Yorubas agitate for Oduduwa, and the other knows that. They know that if Yorubas get it, they will also be free. So why are they not raising Oduduwa flag in their own land to support? So their support for
Mike, let's forget about raising flag.
Why are other ethnic groups not out there on the streets shouting to the Nigerian government to give Yorubas their nation? Why are they not doing that? That's why I mean you guys are not serious. That's why when I look at
everybody is fighting. What do you mean? Why should Igbo man come and carry Yoruba flag?
Sorry. When you say you guys, are you excluding yourself? And if we do get Yoruba nation, do you
all of us
in
Nigeria, we are not serious.
Can you,
Mike,
can you
the
carry
way we think and the way we
flag?
do things, we are not
Can
serious.
you carry Biafran flag? Let me ask you a question. Can
First
you
of
carry
all,
flag?
Biafra is not a self-agitation. That one is not a self-agitation. Until
what is it? What is it?
No.
What is it?
Biafra is a fraud by Igbo, some group of Igbos. That's just Biafra. No. Listen, it is the fact because one man. Let me tell you something. Let me justify what I'm saying. Let me justify what I'm saying. If you say Biafra is only Igbo land, I'll be the first to raise. I'll carry Biafran flag and put it in my house. I'll come and join you there in the east. I will go to Abuja. I will join you. I will support you. Understand? Or if the day, but you're calling some people Biafran. They're telling you they're not Biafrans. First of all, that's rubbish. So that's a fraud. So for that one, I can't even support that rubbish. But however, if some group of other Nigerians say, like let's say Ogoni people or Edo people or some people say they want their own nation, they raise a flag, I will support them. Because I want my own nation. So work together. I will raise their flag. I will be raising it. You understand? Because I know that. Because I understand that when they get their own nation, even if Fulani say he wants his own nation today, I will support him because I know if he can get his own nation, I will get my own. You understand? But you Nigerians, you say you want freedom, right? Now the only legitimate people that are agitating for freedom are the Yorubas. Everybody else say they want freedom, but they are not agitating for freedom.
Out? Yes or no?
The Igbos say they want freedom, but they are doing fraudulent freedom. They are agitating for fraud. You understand?
Mike,
so you guys are not serious as Nigerians. You are not serious, man. That's why you guys are not serious.
Out?
I will come out from my Oduduwa nation, but what I'm saying is,
you're coming out there.
Mike, can I ask you a personal question? Will you be able to answer it?
It depends what kind of question you are.
Is not obliged to answer.
Don't ask me personal question. You can ask me question. Don't ask about myself.
Okay,
just ask about the issue.
There you are. They want to maintain this.
How many years have you been in the United States?
What does it matter, man?
Well, it matters to love because the way you are talking, I don't see myself. I did.
Mike is a veteran of the United States Army. You know,
I know. He's veteran. You understand? I have my son is in the U.S. Army. I've been here since I came to U.S. 1980. I finished school in Delta 1979. 79, I couldn't get admission. 1980, August 25th. I landed in New York City. Since then, I have been here. I went to school in Houston. I graduated. I've been working. I'm almost 60 now. I'm about to retire. I can't even go back to my own country. I trained almost about 3-4 people in Okada. They can't even get a job. I still feed them until today. So if whereby I cannot help them, I don't look at it. It's like you waste your money training them. So if you cannot fight for what you believe in, at what age can you fight for what you don't? Well, you have to. You see,
I'm not against fighting. I'm just against find that doesn't make sense. That's what I'm saying.
Let him finish, Mike, please.
Let me finish. My cousin told me a story. He said he studied here with me when he went to Nigeria. He lived in Nigeria. He told me only in Nigeria, people push you to the wall. You get to the wall. They're looking for the wall to enter. In America, they push you to the wall. When you go to the wall, you fight back. That's the difference between Americans and Nigeria. Once you get to the wall and you can't see the wall to enter, you fight back.
All right.
We'll come to that realization. You fight back.
All right, that's a good point to leave it on, Sam. Thank you. Just because really we are well into 5 hours now, so when I'm saying 1 minute is a literal and actual 1 minute. So just 1 minute summations. We start from Rational Mind, we go to Sam, and then we go to Engineer Mike, and of course, Adan they go to round off. So Rational Mind, just a quick summary from you.
Yeah, I think a lot has been said today, and I must say thank you for allowing you to use your platform to discuss topical issues as it affects that country called Nigeria and the way forward, especially in these trying times that the country is going through. Well, for me, I think we said a lot. I've risen the whole thing from A to Z. I just feel like the only way out for that country is like everybody should just go on their separate ways. If they can't create a regional kind of government whereby each ethnic group will be able to control its own part of Nigeria, some sort, some kind of limited power to them. Then let everybody just go on their separate ways. And what Akintoye and the rest of them are trying to do this month, was it this month or next month? I'm sure this month. I just hope everything goes well, and people should go if they can afford it. Let them go there and support that march. It's not a protest. It's a march, to like a rally. We're rallying, asking people to come join and create that awareness that there is an atrocity going on in Nigeria. There is genocide. There is ethnic cleansing. There is religious crisis going on in that country, and that the only way out of it is let everybody just go their separate ways, or if they cannot control their own part of the Nigeria, let everybody just go. And that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. So that and always a delight to hear from Rational Mind. I think actually, and I've heard on good authority, quite a few people actually come here just to hear from Rational Mind. Sam, just that literal 1 minute as well. Your thoughts?
Yeah, what I want to say, this your platform. It exposes everybody. For one thing, we all know the information we're getting. We don't have the information 5 years ago, 10 years ago. People are listening, and the more you educate people, the more people become aware of what is happening in the environment. And you said one thing last month, woman. You said this is the last of the military juntas. By the grace of God, we have to hang in there to 2023. We'll get a reputable leader. That once the president does his hope, if Oshubanja becomes the president, he will give us hope. Why do we Nigerians, we come out, we stay in Nigeria, nobody succeeds. But once they come out of this country, come to a Western world, they blossom. Why is that? Because Nigeria stifle the growth of the youth. Please, your platform, it exposes all of us. Let's work together so we can move that country forward. Please.
All right. Thank you. That's a good point to leave it on. So, Sam, one of our new discoveries on the channel, we say we are talent spotting another superstar in our mix. Sam. So, Ola, now your words. Just start literal 1 minute as well. Ola.
Maybe Ola's gone.
No, Ola just came back in now. Ola.
Yeah. So it's so interesting to come back and fight. So and find the way everybody's trying to study that. Yeah. As usual, I know that we've learned a lot today, and one thing I've learned here is we've got to learn how to support whatever we confess and whatever we believe. And on the agitation for Yoruba land, at least for those people that will be there, at least I give credit to them, which I think is the right thing to do. Yeah, for those people that will not go there too, I cannot blame them. They have their own reason. So, but what is most important is we should really get serious about what we want of ourselves, because the more we are trying to avoid the problem, the more the problem we keep advancing, which is not what we eventually we actually want. But like I said yesterday, and I keep telling our people is this: let us, as much as possible, avoid anything ethnic in whatever we are doing, so that our problem, the core problem we have in Nigeria actually is not about, because anything ethnic will always be about human. So, but that's not even the problem we have in Nigeria. It's all about process. It's all about process. So I think we need to eliminate that and readjust our processes. And this protest that is coming up at the UN, I think that's one of those things that we need to move forward in that country. So to me, I think I've learned a lot. Even though I was not here, I was listening to everything that was going on. So thank you everyone for your time and your contribution. That's the only thing I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ola. Odaro, as an engineer said. So now, Mike, every time you come here, you always end up taking a bit of a beating in the comment section. But today, it has actually been a flogging that they're just weighed against you. What's upon the soldier, but no longer a soldier. But Baker Ortiz is threatening to strip you of your stripes. So, Mike,
one of the reasons why Nigerians don't achieve anything, they cry, but they don't get nowhere in their quest, because that word, the honesty, it's like we are so used to being lied to that when someone now comes to you and start telling you the truth, it just hurts you, man. It just hurts you. It's so painful, you understand? Because it's not something you're used to. You understand? That's the problem of Nigerians, you know. When that reason why they've been failing against the government, even the country itself has been failing. Even our politicians, they've been failing when they get together to say they want to plan things in our room. They'll be lying to each other. And someone that knows that, okay, honesty is the best way. I have to speak the truth here. He knows that I can't speak that truth because they will all jump me. It's going to hurt their feelings. You understand? Or in man will say, listen, man, always speak the truth, even if he's going to kill you, because nothing can ever progress or happen without honesty. Even in Yoruba tradition, they say Otito, they say the truth is the power that the God used, the creator used to create this world. Say the truth is the most powerful thing. Without it, anything is destruction. If you are trying to use lies to achieve something, you can never succeed. You can never succeed with lies. And Nigerians, whenever they want to get together to plan anything in our room, they'll start lying to each other. People will be telling all kinds of lies. I've been in so many organizations of Nigerians where we're trying to do something together and we'll have meetings. At the end of the day, when that thing failed, when we go to study why it failed, we'll find out that somebody told a lie and misled everybody. And at the end, the lie, when the truth caught up, the whole project collapsed. It's always been that case. Now, in the case of this whole thing, all I say here is, in me, I know if you want to embark on anything, projects, whether it's succession or anything you want to do, the first thing you do, anything you want to do in life, even I was in a mission, the first thing you do is do feasibility study. That's the first thing you do. Feasibility study of whatever you want to do. And from that feasibility study, you can find out that, okay, the process we are taking, this thing, is it feasible, is it not? We'll make it feasible, we'll not make it feasible. People that are doing all this movement, they're not doing any feasibility study. They're just saying, let's go. Me, when they say they are doing this, I do a feasibility study.
Don't say what you don't know, Mike. Don't say what you don't know. Why can you?
Let him finish.
If they have done a feasibility study, they would have discovered that, okay, this thing we're about to do, some people did it in 2012. They would have found out and say, oh, whoa, what went wrong? But they obviously they're just going ahead and trying to just come out. I mean, you haven't done your study, you haven't done your study things, you are doing the process. So that's why these people are support what they are doing. I'm with it. I'm the one that nobody wants to do more than I do. But if we're going to do it, let's do it the right way. Let's do things the right way. The problem in Africa, we do everything incorrectly. And we don't understand. That's why we are not achieving anything. We're not going anywhere. We just do things incorrectly. And the law, nature already made the laws. This universe is governed by laws. That's what it's like. Even physics, everything is about law. You understand? The law of gravity, the law of thermodynamics, the law, everything is law. If you want try to take on the project, want to do something, if you break any of those laws, that thing will collapse. You understand? That's what life is about. So if you guys are serious about getting freedom, achieving something, there's certain principles you guys are violating. First of all, a people divided can never be a force to conquer anything. Nigerians want to conquer their government and they are divided. Tribalism is heavy. Everybody wants the same thing, but they can't come together. I mean,
how much do you think you contribute to that tribalism, Mike?
No. I can't. I've challenged tribalism. That's what I do. I challenge tribalism. Challenging tribalism is different from carrying tribalism. You know, being pushing tribalism. I challenge it. You understand? That's what I do. I'm not a tribalist person. I just challenge it. When some people are so tribalistic, I challenge that tribalism. You understand? That's what it is. It's not like you're not going to see me come here. I mean, talking about somebody's tribe, unless the person is a very tribalist person, and I will throw it right in your face, like, hey, you know, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. You know, if you call for a fight in my pocket, I'll put it out, give you the fight. You know, so me, the way I do things, you know, I'm straightforward. You understand? And that's one way to progress in life. If you are trying to be shortcut and be sneaky and you are wasting your time. You understand? Nigerians, if they're really serious about freedom, like I said earlier, first thing first, you have to believe in justice. Like they say if you want justice, you have to practice justice. You have to practice justice. And practicing justice, not just when injustice happens to you, that you want to fight for justice. When injustice is happening to the next person, you stand, you fight for that justice. Martin Luther King said it, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So if one part of Nigerian soldier goes there to massacre people, the rest of Nigerians keep quiet, right? And you know that's injustice. And then you're telling me that, hey, we are suffering freedom, you're crying about injustice. When you wait, you cry when it happens to you, but when it's happening to another tribe, another person, you don't do anything. And then you guys are telling me that you are serious about freedom. You are doing some things incorrectly. First of all, you don't believe in justice because you see injustice, you said nothing until it happens to you. And then you are telling me that you want freedom. First of all, if you don't believe in justice, you can't get justice. The God of justice will not even give you justice because God saw you when injustice was happening to somebody, you kept quiet. Then it happens to you. Now you counting on God to give you justice. That's why we do things in Africa, and we are wondering why we are in the position we are in. You know.
All right. Thank you, Mike. A real delight and an impassioned speech by Mike. Thank you, Mike. Always share your company with us whenever you can spare it. Everybody enjoys hearing from Mike. So we go on to engineer next. Just start that literal 1 minute. Mike went over the 1 minute, but it was so impassioned I just decided to let it slide. But engineer.
The question is he coming out, yes or no? Simple. But anyway, that's Mike for you. Well, thank you, one man, and thank you everybody from every part of the world watching this platform. I will use this privilege to say thank you, guys. We need your opinion. We need your advice. We need every resources that you would do to help this platform to move forward, and so we'll achieve it. This platform is something that is building, is making the momentum to become real, because a lot of Nigerians everywhere, every part of the world, they believe in this platform because we are all here to share ideas and to make things good for everybody. When you come in terms of the marching forward for tomorrow or today, to be honest, I will give credit to the Yoruba nation because we can't do without the Yorubas. They are the engine power of Nigeria as it stands so. Because there's a problem in the north, there's a problem in the south, there's a problem everywhere. Now, Yorubas are the hope of Nigeria as it is now. People are hoping and believing that Yoruba will conquer the satanic Fulani government we have in power. So if you're coming out, please, I do advise you, please come out in one voice, speak, and we need your voice out there because we can't do without you people. You people are the machine. You understand? You people are the plane that Buhari is trying to make noise. Is something you guys need to show him that the plane, we have a Yoruba plane that can shake Nigeria proper. And for those people who can't be able to come out, to be honest, it's never too late. You can still contribute to the people coming out, spending their time. Some they cancel their work, some they find people to sit at home with their kids just to come out. And you see people like Ajale Koko is going out with his children. You know, it's something that he gave a good reference to his kids. Tomorrow when they grow, they will still testify that yes, they come out during Nigerian to become good and during Yoruba nation. So it's something that everybody needs to come out, need to support this agitation, need to support this marching because enough is enough. Nigerian, we have to gain back our country and fix it from the Fulani. And I believe that, and I trust everybody that you guys, we are hoping on you guys, like someone like One Man and myself in England will keep praying for you guys that if we need any support, we'll be there for you. And all the best. And hopefully everybody will achieve it. Thank you. God bless everybody.
All right, thank you. Shake Engineer, ladies and gentlemen. For one night only, it might well surprise us with another delight tomorrow. Elijah Eko. Like Engineer. You can go and put the tea cozy back in the kitchen now. That like Engineer. Always a delight. So Ajale Koko, just a brief summary then to close things off for us. Ajale Koko, ladies and gentlemen.
I want to thank everybody who came on the platform this evening to share their thoughts. It's been very educative. We have, said a lot of talk on a lot of topics. But what is most important now for every one of us is that the administration we have in Nigeria is not an administration that loves the indigenous people of that country. And we have seen many times that the criminal herdsmen came to our farm, our villages, and kill our people and rape our women. And the criminal administration doesn't do anything about it. But instead of that, it's trying to promote grazing land to take over our land and give it to those criminal herdsmen. So that is why we have the organization representing the indigenous people of Nigeria, known as NINAS, calling us, all of us, to come to United Nations, come to New York from the 14th to 29th to come and participate in demonstration and rally to show to the world the situation that is going on in our country that is affecting us, affecting our people back home, and affecting those of us in diaspora, because a lot of us in diaspora that want to go back home, to settle back home, but because of insecurity, because of bad governance, we cannot go home. We cannot go home to settle down on our homeland, to live the rest of our life on our homeland. So we don't want our children to go through this kind of situation. And that is why NINAS is fighting hard with the leadership of Professor Banji Akintoye and
Charles, leading us to United Nations to champion our cause and to deliver speech to the leaders of the world for them to know what we are going through. And that is the reason why we, all of us in United States and those that are in Canada that can, afford to come here, everybody should come to New York. Let us come and join this 1 million man march. It is for us to speak. It is for us to speak to the world. We have to speak up. That is the only thing that we can do to take this administration out of power and to save the future of our children and our children and our children and children to come. We have to be there. I have resolved to go there with my family. I want my children in the future, when we have our own nation, our Yoruba nation, to tell their children and grandchildren that when they were fighting for Yoruba nation, they went with their dad to the demonstration at United Nations. That history, we have to make history. We have to be part of the history. That is what is important. Our great ancestors fought hard. They fought hard. They lost their life to keep the land that we have today as our homeland, to keep it for us. They fought hard. Why do we want to let that land go? Why do we want criminals to take that land away from us? We have to stand up and fight. We have to do our best in any way we can to make sure that we participate in this thing. Coming on this platform every day, it's because of this reason. That is why one man set up this platform for us to come and speak our mind about our nation, to come and speak our mind about what is going on in that nation. So why do we want to stay behind when it is time for us for action? We have to contribute our own bit. Some people in Nigeria are contribute their own bit. We see the Igbo's age. We saw how they punish them, how they put them in jail without trial for several days. We saw what Showore is going through. We saw what Igbo is going through. We can see what Nnamdi Kanu is going through, all just for fighting for their homeland. Why do we want to stay behind? I want to urge everybody, let us go to the plan. Let us show up at that rally to play our own part so that in the future, we will all smile by the time our nation comes. Thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody listening to us on this platform. Please go and register and go and subscribe on this platform. So press the subscribe button so that whenever we are going live, you can get notified. Share and like this platform. God will bless you. God will bless every one of us. Thank you, one man. See you tomorrow.
All right. Thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So after that impassioned speech by Ajan Lekoko, then if you are not subscribed just after that speech, then your subscription is not welcome, because I cannot think of anything much more that should encourage you to subscribe than what you just heard. So we are at the precipice, essentially, is what Ajan Lekoko is saying, at a decision point. Are you in or are you out? Are you just sitting on the fence talking grammar? Well, I talk grammar, but I am not sat on the fence. I am essentially wholly for Yoruba nation, and that is where I nail my own mast. So I nail my mast to the colors. I nail my colors, rather, to the mast of Yoruba nation. But where do you nail yours? Come tell me all about it in the comment section. So I'll leave you here. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.